14. Dick Turpin. Many a fine fellow with a genius extensive enough to have effected universal reformation has been doomed to perish by the halter. But does not such a man's renown extend through centuries and tens of centuries, while many a prince would be overlooked in history were it not the historian's interest to increase the number of his pages? Nay, when the traveller sees a gibbet, does he not exclaim, "That fellow was no fool," and lament the hardship of the times? Schiller, The Robbers. Turpin's quick eye ranged over the spreading sward in front of the ancient priory, and his brow became contracted. The feeling, however, was transient. The next instant saw him the same easy, reckless being he had been before. There was a little more paleness in his cheek than usual, but his look was keener, and his knees involuntarily clasped the saddle more firmly. No other symptom of anxiety was perceptible. It would be no impeachment to Dick's valor were it necessary to admit that a slight tremor crossed him as he scanned the formidable array of his opponents. The admission is needless. Dick himself would have been the last man to own it. Nor shall we do the memory of our undaunted highwayman any such injustice. Turpin was intrepid to a fault. He was rash. Apt to run into risks for the mere pleasure of getting out of them, danger was his delight, and the degree of excitement was always in proportion to the peril incurred. After the first glance, he became, to use his own expressive phrase, as cool as a cucumber. And continued, as long as they permitted him, like a skilful commander, calmly to calculate the numerical strength of his adversaries, and to arrange his own plan of resistance. This troop of horsemen, for such it was, might probably amount in the aggregate to 20 men, and presented an appearance like that of a strong muster at a rustic fox chase, due allowance being made for the various weapons of offence. To wit, naked sabres, firelocks, and a world of huge horse pistols, which the present field carried along with them. This resemblance was heightened by the presence of an old huntsman and a gamekeeper or two, in scarlet and green jackets, and a few yelping hounds that had followed after them. The majority of the crew consisted of sturdy yeomen. Some of whom, mounted upon wild, unbroken colts, had pretty lives of it to maintain their seats, and curveted about in most admired disorder. Others were seated upon more docile, but quite as provoking specimens of the cart-horse breed, whose sluggish sides, reckless alike of hobnailed heel or ash sapling, refused to obey their riders' intimations to move. While others again, brought stiff, wrong-headed ponies to the charge, obstinate, impracticable little brutes, who seemed to prefer revolving on their own axis, and describing absurd rotatory motions, to proceeding in the direct and proper course pointed out to them. Dick could scarcely forbear laughing at these ridiculous maneuvers, but his attention was chiefly attracted towards three individuals, who were evidently the leaders of this warlike expedition. In the thin, tall figure of the first of these he recognized Ranulph Rookwood. With the features and person of the second of the group he was not entirely unacquainted, and fancied, nor incorrectly fancied, that his military bearing, or, as he would have expressed it, the soldier-like cut of his jib, could belong to no other than Major Mowbray, whom he had once eased of a purse on Finchley Common. In the round, rosy countenance and robustious person of the last of the trio he discovered his ancient ally, Titus Tyrconnel. "Ah, Titus, my jewel, are you there?" exclaimed Dick, as he distinguished the Irishman. "Come, I have one friend among them whom I may welcome. So, they see me now. Off they come, pell-mell. Back, Bess, back, slowly, wench, slowly, there, stand." And Bess again remained motionless. The report of Turpin's pistol reached the ears of the troop. And as all were upon the alert, he had scarcely presented himself at the gateway, when a loud shout was raised, and the whole cavalcade galloped towards him, creating, as may be imagined, the wildest disorder. Each horseman yelling, as he neared the arch, and got involved in the press occasioned by the unexpected concentration of forces at that point, while oaths and blows, kicks and cuffs, were reciprocated with such hearty goodwill, that, had Turpin ever read Ariosto or Cervantes, or heard of the discord of King Agramant's camp, this melee must have struck him as its realization. As it was, entertaining little apprehension of the result, he shouted encouragement to them. Scarcely, however, had the foremost horseman disentangled himself from the crowd, and, struggling to the door, was in the act of levelling his pistol at Turpin's head, when a well-directed ball pierced the brain of his charger. And horse and man rolled to the ground. Vowing vengeance, a second succeeded, and was in like manner compelled to bite the dust. "That will let old Peter know that Ranulph Rookwood is at hand," exclaimed Dick. "I shan't throw away another shot." The scene at the archway was now one of complete confusion. Terrified by the shots, some of the boors would have drawn back, while others, in mid-career, advanced and propelled them forwards. It was like the meeting of two tides. Here and there, regardless of the bit, and scared by the firing, a wild colt broke all bounds, and, hurling his rider in the air, darted off into the green. Or, in another case, rushed forward, and encountering the prostrate cattle cumbering the entrance to the Priory Hall, stumbled, and precipitated his master neck over heels at the very feet of his enemy. During all this tumult, a few shots were fired at the highwaymen, which, without doing him a jot of mischief, tended materially to increase their own confusion. The voice of Turpin was now heard above the din and turmoil to sound a parley. And as he appeared disposed to offer no opposition, some of his antagonists ventured to raise themselves from the ground, and to approach him. "I demand to be led to Sir Ranulph Rookwood," said Turpin. "He is here," said Ranulph, riding up. "Villain, you are my prisoner." "As you list, Sir Ranulph," returned Dick, coolly, "but let me have a word in private with you ere you do aught you may repent hereafter." "No words, sir, deliver up your arms, or—" "My pistols are at your service," replied Dick. "I have just discharged them." "You may have others." "We must search you." "Hold," cried Dick, "if you will not listen to me, read that paper." And he handed Ranulph his mother's letter to Mr. Coates. It was without the superscription, which he had thrown aside. "My mother's hand," exclaimed Ranulph, reddening with anger, as he hastily perused its contents. "And she sent this to you?" "You lie, villain, 'tis a forgery." "Let this speak for me," returned Dick, holding out the finger upon which Lady Rookwood's ring was placed. "Know you that cipher?" "You have stolen it," retorted Ranulph. "My mother," added he, in a deep, stern whisper, articulated only for Turpin's hearing, "would never have entrusted her honor to a highwayman's keeping." "She has entrusted more, her life," replied Dick, in a careless tone. "She would have bribed me to do murder." "Murder," echoed Ranulph, aghast. "Aye, to murder your brother," returned Dick, "but let that pass. You have read that note. I have acted solely upon your mother's responsibility. Lady Rookwood's honor is pledged for my safety. Of course her son will set me free." "Never." "Well, as you please. Your mother is in my power. Betray me, and you betray her." "No more," returned Ranulph, sternly. "Go your ways. You are free. Pledge me your word of honor I am safe." Ranulph had scarcely given his pledge, when Major Mowbray rode furiously up. A deep flush of anger burnt upon his cheeks, his sword was drawn in his hand. He glanced at Turpin, as if he would have felled him from his saddle. "This is the ruffian," cried the Major, fiercely, "by whom I was attacked some months ago, and for whose apprehension the reward of £300 is offered by His Majesty's proclamation, with a free pardon to his accomplices. This is Richard Turpin. He has just added another crime to his many offences. He has robbed my mother and sister. The postboy knew him the moment he came up. Where are they, villain? Whither are they gone? Answer." "I know not," replied Turpin, calmly. "Did not the lad tell you they were rescued?" "Rescued, by whom?" asked Ranulph, with great emotion. "By one who calls himself Sir Luke Rookwood," answered Turpin, with a meaning smile. "By him?" ejaculated Ranulph. "Where are they now?" "I have already answered that question," said Dick. "I repeat, I know not." "You are my prisoner," cried the Major, seizing Turpin's bridle. "I have Sir Ranulph's word for my safety," rejoined Turpin. "Let go my rein." "How is this?" asked Major Mowbray, incredulously. "Ask me not." "Release him," replied Ranulph. "Ranulph," said the Major, "you ask an impossibility. My honor, my duty, is implicated in this man's capture." "The honor of all of us is involved in his deliverance," returned Ranulph, in a whisper. "Let him go. I will explain all hereafter. Let us search for them, for Eleanor. Surely, after this, you will help us to find them," added he, addressing Turpin. "I wish, with all my soul, I could do so," replied the highwayman. "I seed the ladies cross the brook, and enter these old ruins," interposed the post-boy, who had now joined the party. "I seed 'em from where I stood on the hillside. And as I kept a pretty sharp lookout, and have a tolerably bright eye of my own, I don't think as how they ever comed out again." "Some one is hidden within yon fissure in the wall," exclaimed Ranulph, "I see a figure move." And he flung himself from his horse, rushing towards the mouth of the cell. Imitating his example, Major Mowbray followed his friend, sword in hand. "The game begins now in right earnest," said Dick to himself, "the old fox will be soon unearthed. I must look to my snappers." And he thrust his hand quietly into his pocket in search of a pistol. Just as Ranulph and the Major reached the recess, they were startled by the sudden apparition of the ill-fated attorney. "Mr. Coates!" exclaimed Ranulph, in surprise. "What do you here, sir?" That is, Sir Ranulph, you must excuse me, sir, particular business, can't say," returned the trembling attorney. For at this instant his eye caught that of Turpin, and the ominous reflection of a polished steel barrel, held carelessly towards him. He was aware, also, that on the other hand he was, in like manner, the mark of Rust and Wilder. Those polite gentlemen having threatened him with a brace of slugs in his brain if he dared to betray their hiding-place. "It is necessary that I should be guarded in my answers," murmured he. "Is there any one within that place besides yourself?" said the Major, making a movement thither. "No, sir, nobody at all," answered Coates, hastily, fancying at the same time that he heard the click of the pistol that was to be his death warrant. "How came you here, sir?" demanded Ranulph. "Do you mean in this identical spot?" replied Coates, evasively. "You can have no difficulty in answering that question," said the Major, sternly. "Pardon me, sir. I find considerable difficulty in answering any question, situated as I am." "Have you seen Miss Mowbray?" asked Ranulph, eagerly. "Or my mother?" said the Major, in the same breath. "Neither," replied Coates, rather relieved by these questions. "I suspect you are deceiving us, sir," said the Major. "Your manner is confused. I am convinced you know more of this matter than you choose to explain, and if you do not satisfy me at once, fully and explicitly, I vow to heaven," and the Major's sword described a glittering circle round his head. "Are you privy to their concealment?" asked Ranulph. "Have you seen aught of them, or of Luke Bradley?" "Speak, or this moment is your last," said the Major. "If it is my last, I cannot speak," returned Coates. "I can make neither head nor tail of your questions, gentlemen." "And you positively assure me you have not seen Mrs. Mowbray and her daughter?" said Ranulph. Turpin here winked at Coates. The attorney understood him. "I don't positively assert that," faltered he. "How, you have seen them?" shouted Ranulph. "Where are they? In safety, speak," added the Major. Another expressive gesture from the highwayman communicated to the attorney the nature of his reply. "Without, sir, without, yonder," he replied. "I will show you myself. Follow, gentlemen, follow." And away scampered Coates, without once venturing to look behind him. In an instant the ruined hall was deserted, and Turpin alone left behind. In the excitement of the moment his presence had been forgotten. In an instant afterwards the arena was again occupied by a company equally numerous. Rust and Wilder issued from their hiding-places, followed by a throng of the gypsy crew. "Where is Sir Luke Rookwood?" asked Turpin. "He remains below," was the answer returned. "And Peter Bradley?" "Stays there likewise." "No matter. Now make ready, pals. Give them one shout, hurrah! Hurrah!" replied the crowd, at the top of their voices. Ranulph Rookwood and his companions heard this shout. Mr. Coates had already explained the stratagem practiced upon them by the wily highwaymen, as well as the perilous situation in which he himself had been placed. And they were in the act of returning to make good his capture, when the loud shouts of the crew arrested them. From the clamor, it was evident that considerable reinforcement must have arrived from some unlooked-for quarter. And, although burning to be avenged upon the audacious highwaymen, the Major felt it would be a task of difficulty, and that extreme caution could alone ensure success. With difficulty restraining the impatience of Ranulph, who could scarcely brook these few minutes of needful delay, Major Mowbray gave particular instructions to each of the men in detail, and caused several of them to dismount. By this arrangement Mr. Coates found himself accommodated with a steed and a pair of pistols, with which latter he vowed to wreak his vengeance upon some of his recent tormentors. After a short space of time occupied in this manner, the troop slowly advanced towards the postern, in much better order than upon the previous occasion. But the stoutest of them quailed as they caught sight of the numerous gipsy gang drawn out in battle array within the abbey walls. Each party scanned the other's movements in silence and wonder, anxiously awaiting, yet in a measure dreading, their leader's signal to begin. That signal was not long delayed. A shot from the ranks of Rookwood did instant and bitter execution. Rob Rust was stretched lifeless upon the ground. Nothing more was needed. The action now became general. Firearms were discharged on both sides, without much damage to either party. But a rush being made by a detachment of horse, headed by Major Mowbray, the conflict soon became more serious. The gipsies, after the first fire, threw aside their pistols, and fought with long knives, with which they inflicted desperate gashes, both on men and horses. Major Mowbray was slightly wounded in the thigh, and his steed receiving the blow intended for himself, stumbled and threw his rider. Luckily for the Major, Ranulph Rookwood was at hand, and with the butt end of a heavy-handled pistol felled the ruffian to the earth, just as he was upon the point of repeating the thrust. Turpin, meanwhile, had taken comparatively a small share in the conflict. He seemed to content himself with acting upon the defensive, and except in the case of Titus Tyrconnell, whom, being amidst the crowd, he had considerably alarmed by sending a bullet through his wig, he did not fire a single shot. He also succeeded in unhorsing Coates, by hurling, with great dexterity, the empty pistol at his head. Though apparently unconcerned in the skirmish, he did not flinch from it, but kept his ground unyieldingly. A charmed life he seemed to bear. For amid the shower of bullets, many of which were especially aimed at himself, he came off unhurt. "He that's born to be hanged will never be drowned, that's certain," said Titus. "It's no use trying to bring him down. But, by Jesus! He's spoiled my best hat and wig, anyhow. There's a hole in my beaver as big as a crown piece." "Your own crown's safe, and that's some satisfaction," said Coates, "whereas mine has a bump on it as large as a swan's egg. Ah! If we could only get behind him." The strife continued to rage without intermission. And though there were now several ghastly evidences of its fury, in the shape of wounded men and slaughtered or disabled horses, whose gaping wounds flooded the turf with gore, it was still difficult to see upon which side victory would eventually declare herself. The gipsies, though by far the greater sufferers of the two, firmly maintained their ground. Drenched in the blood of the horses they had wounded, and brandishing their long knives, they presented a formidable and terrific appearance, the effect of which was not at all diminished by their wild yells and savage gesticulations. On the other hand, headed by Major Mowbray and Ranulph, the troop of yeomen pressed on undauntedly. And where the sturdy farmers could get a firm gripe of their lithe antagonists, or deliver a blow with their ox-like fists, they seldom failed to make good the advantages which superior weight and strength gave them. It will thus be seen that as yet they were pretty well matched. Numbers were in favor of the gypsies, but courage was equally distributed, and, perhaps, what is emphatically called bottom, was in favor of the rustics. Be this as it may, from what had already occurred, there was every prospect of a very serious termination to the fray. From time to time Turpin glanced to the entrance of the cell, in the expectation of seeing Sir Luke Rookwood make his appearance. And, as he was constantly disappointed in his expectation, he could not conceal his chagrin. At length he resolved to dispatch a messenger to him, and one of the crew accordingly departed upon this errand. He returned presently with a look of blank dismay. In our hasty narrative of the fight we have not paused to particularize, neither have we enumerated, the list of the combatants. Amongst them, however, were Jerry Juniper, the Knight of Malta, and Zoroaster. Excalibur, as may be conceived, had not been idle. But that trenchant blade had been shivered by Ranulph Rookwood in the early stage of the business, and the knight left weaponless. Zoroaster, who was not merely a worshipper of fire, but a thorough milling cove, had engaged to some purpose in a pugilistic encounter with the rustics, and, having fought several rounds, now bore his blushing honours thick upon him. Jerry, like Turpin, had remained tolerably quiescent. The proper moment, he said, had not arrived. A fatality seemed to attend Turpin's immediate companions. Rust was the first who fell, Wilder also was now among the slain. Things were precisely in this condition when the messenger returned. A marked change was instantly perceptible in Turpin's manner. He no longer looked on with indifference. He seemed angry and distrustful. He gnawed his lip, ever a sign with him of vexation. Addressing a few words to those about him, he then spoke more loudly to the rest of the crew. Being in the jargon of the tawny tribe, his words were not intelligible to the opposite party. But their import was soon made known by the almost instant and total relinquishment of the field by the gypsies. They took to their heels at once, to a man, leaving only a few desperately wounded behind them. And, flying along the intricate ruins of the priory, baffled all pursuit, wherever it was attempted. Jerry Juniper was the last in the retreat. But, upon receiving a hint from Dick, he vaulted like a roe over the heads of his adversaries, and made good his escape. Turpin alone remained. He stood like a lion at bay, quietly regarding the huntsmen hurtling around him. Ranulph Rookwood rode up and bade him surrender. "Detain me not," cried he, in a voice of thunder. "If you would save her who is dear to you, descend into that vault. Off, I say." And Turpin shook away, with ease, the grasp that Ranulph had laid upon him. "Villain! You do not escape me this time," said Major Mowbray, interposing himself between Turpin and the outlet. "Major Mowbray, I would not have your blood upon my head," said Dick. "Let me pass," and he levelled a pistol. "Fire, if you dare," said the Major, raising his sword. "You pass not. I will die rather than allow you to escape. Barricade the door. Strike him down if he attempts to pass. Richard Turpin, I arrest you in the King's name. You hear, my lads, in His Majesty's name. I command you to assist me in this highwayman's capture. £200 for his head. 200 devils," exclaimed Dick, with a laugh of disdain. "Go, seek your mother and sister within yon vault, Major Mowbray, you will find employment enough there." Saying which, he suddenly forced Bess to back a few yards. Then, striking his heels sharply into her sides, ere his purpose could be divined by the spectators, charged, and cleared the lower part of the mouldering priory walls. This feat was apparently accomplished with no great effort by his admirable and unequalled mare. "By the powers," cried Titus, "and he's given us the slip after all. And just when we thought to make sure of him, too. Why, Mr. Coates, that wall must be higher than a 5-barred gate, or any stone wall in my own country. It's just the most extraordinary lep I ever set eyes on." "The devil's in the fellow, certainly, or in his mare," returned Coates. "But if he escapes me, I'll forgive him. I know whither he's bound. He's off to London with my bill of exchange." I'll be up with him. I'll track him like a bloodhound, slowly and surely, as my father, the thief-taker, used to follow up a scent. Recollect the hare and the tortoise. The race is not always to the swift. What say you? 'Tis a match for £500, nay, for 5,000, for there is a certain marriage certificate in the way, a glorious golden venture. You shall go halves, if we win. We'll have him, dead or alive. What say you for London, Mr. Tyrconnell? Shall we start at once? With all my soul, replied Titus. I'm with you. And away this par nobile scoured. Ranulph, meantime, plunged into the vault. The floor was slippery, and he had nigh stumbled. Loud and deep lamentations, and a wailing sound, like that of a lament for the dead, resounded in his ears. A light at the further extremity of the vault attracted his attention. He was filled with terrible forebodings, but the worst reality was not so terrible as suspense. He rushed towards the light. He passed the massive pillars, and there, by the ruddy torch flame, discovered two female figures. One was an old woman, fantastically attired, wringing her hands, and moaning, or gibbering wild strains in broken, discordant, yet pathetic tones. The other was Mrs. Mowbray. Both were images of despair. Before them lay some motionless object. He noticed not that old woman, he scarcely saw Mrs. Mowbray, he beheld only that object of horror. It was the lifeless body of a female. The light fell imperfectly upon the face, he could not discern the features, but the veil in which it was swathed, that veil was Eleanor's. He asked no more. With a wild cry he rushed forward. "Eleanor, my beloved," shrieked he. "Mrs. Mowbray started at his voice, but appeared stunned and helpless. "She is dead," said Ranulph, stooping towards the body. "Dead, dead." "Aye," echoed the old woman, in accents of equal anguish, "dead, dead." "But this is not Eleanor," exclaimed he, as he viewed the features more closely. "This face, though beautiful, is not hers. This dishevelled hair is black. The long lashes that shade her cheek are of the same hue. She is scarce dead. The hand I clasp is yet warm, the fingers are pliant. Yet she is dead," said the old woman, in a broken voice, "she is slain." "Who hath slain her?" asked Ranulph. "I, her mother, slew her." "You," exclaimed Ranulph, horror-stricken. "And where is Eleanor?" asked he. "Was she not here?" "Better she were here now, even though she were as that poor maid," groaned Mrs. Mowbray, "than where she is." "Where is she, then?" asked Ranulph, with frantic eagerness. "Fled. Whither I know not." "With whom?" "With Sir Luke Rookwood, with Alan Rookwood. They have borne her hence." "Ranulph, you are too late." "Gone," cried Ranulph, fiercely springing to his feet. "How escaped they? There appears to be but one entrance to this vault. I will search each nook and cranny." "'Tis vain," replied Mrs. Mowbray. "There is another outlet through yon cell. By that passage they escaped." Too true," shouted Ranulph, who flew to examine the cell. "And wherefore followed you not?" "The stone rolled to its mouth, and resisted my efforts. I could not follow. Torture and death. She is lost to me for ever," cried Ranulph, bitterly. "No," exclaimed Barbara, clutching his arm. "Place your trust in me, and I will find her for you." "You," ejaculated Ranulph. "Even I," replied Barbara. "Your wrongs shall be righted, my Sybil be avenged." Book 4. The Ride to York. Then one halloo, boys. One loud cheering halloo. To the swiftest of coursers, the gallant, the true. For the sportsman unborn shall the memory bless. Of the horse of the highwayman, bonny black Bess. Richard Turpin. I, the Rendezvous at Kilburn. Hind drink deep, my brave boys, of the bastinado. Of stramazons, tinctures, and sly passatas. Of the caricado, and rare embrocado. Of blades, and rapier hilts of surest guard. Of the Vincenzo and Burgundian ward. Have we not bravely tossed this bombast foil button? Win gold and wear gold, boys, 'tis we that merit it. Prince of Prigg's Revels. An excellent comedy, replete with various conceits and Tarletonian mirth. The present straggling suburb at the northwest of the metropolis, known as Kilburn, had scarcely been called into existence a century ago, and an ancient hostel, with a few detached farmhouses, were the sole habitations to be found in the present populous vicinage. The place of refreshment for the ruralizing Cockney of 1737 was a substantial-looking tenement of the good old stamp, with great bay windows, and a balcony in front, bearing as its ensign the jovial visage of the lusty knight, Jack Falstaff. Shaded by a spreading elm, a circular bench embraced the aged trunk of the tree, sufficiently tempting, no doubt, to incline the wanderer on those dusty ways to rest and be thankful, and to cry encore to a frothing tankard of the best ale to be obtained within the chimes of bow bells. Upon a table, green as the privet and holly that formed the walls of the bower in which it was placed, stood a great china bowl. One of those Leviathan memorials of bygone wassailry which we may sometimes espy, reversed in token of its desuetude, perched on the top of an old japanned closet, but seldom, if ever, encountered in its proper position at the genial board. All the appliances of festivity were at hand. Pipes and rummers strewed the board. Perfume, subtle, yet mellow, as of pine and lime, exhaled from out the bowl, and, mingling with the scent of a neighboring bed of mignonette and the subdued odor of the Indian weed, formed altogether as delectable an atmosphere of sweets as one could wish to inhale on a melting August afternoon. So, at least, thought the inmates of the arbor, nor did they by any means confine themselves to the gratification of a single sense. The ambrosial contents of the china bowl proved as delicious to the taste as its bouquet was grateful to the smell. While the eyesight was soothed by reposing on the smooth sward of a bowling green spread out immediately before it, or in dwelling upon gently undulating meads, terminating, at about a mile's distance, in the woody, spire-crowned heights of Hampstead. At the left of the table was seated, or rather lounged, a slender, elegant-looking young man, with dark, languid eyes, sallow complexion, and features wearing that peculiarly pensive expression often communicated by dissipation. An expression which, we regret to say, is sometimes found more pleasing than it ought to be in the eyes of the gentle sex. Habited in a light summer riding dress, fashioned according to the taste of the time, of plain and unpretending material, and rather under than overdressed, he had, perhaps, on that very account, perfectly the air of a gentleman. There was, altogether, an absence of pretension about him, which, combined with great apparent self-possession, contrasted very forcibly with the vulgar assurance of his showy companions. The figure of the youth was slight, even to fragility, giving little outward manifestation of the vigor of frame he in reality possessed. This spark was a no less distinguished personage than Tom King, a noted high-toby-gloak of his time, who obtained, from his appearance and address, the sobriquet of the gentleman highwayman. Tom was indeed a pleasant fellow in his day. His career was brief, but brilliant, your meteors are ever momentary. He was a younger son of a good family, had good blood in his veins, though not a groat in his pockets. According to the old song, when he arrived at man's estate, it was all the estate he had, and all the estate he was ever likely to have. Nevertheless, if he had no income, he contrived, as he said, to live as if he had the mines of Peru at his control, a miracle not solely confined to himself. For a moneyless man, he had rather expensive habits. He kept his 3 nags. And, if fame does not belie him, a like number of mistresses. Nay, if we are to place any faith in certain scandalous chronicles to which we have had access, he was for some time the favored lover of a celebrated actress, who, for the time, supplied him with the means of keeping up his showy establishment. But things could not long hold thus. Tom was a model of infidelity, and that was the only failing his mistress could not overlook. She dismissed him at a moment's notice. Unluckily, too, he had other propensities which contributed to involve him. He had a taste for the turf, a taste for play, was well known in the hundreds of Drury, and cut no mean figure at Howell's, and the faro tables there anent. He was the glory of the Smyrna, Dawson D'Arès, and other chocolate houses of the day. And it was at this time he fell into the hands of certain dexterous sharpers, by whom he was at first plucked and subsequently patronized. Under their tuition he improved wonderfully. He turned his wit and talent to some account. He began to open his eyes. His 9 days' blindness was over. The dog saw. But, in spite of his quickness, he was at length discovered, and ejected from Howell's in a manner that left him no alternative. He must either have called out his adversary, or have gone out himself. He preferred the latter, and took to the road, and in his new line he was eminently successful. Fortunately, he had no scruples to get over. Tom had what Sir Walter Scott happily denominates an indistinct notion of meum and tuum, and became confirmed in the opinion that everything he could lay hands upon constituted lawful spoil. And then, even those he robbed, admitted that he was the most gentlemanlike highwayman they had ever the fortune to meet with, and trusted they might always be so lucky. So popular did he become upon the road, that it was accounted a distinction to be stopped by him. He made a point of robbing none but gentlemen, and Tom's shade would quarrel with us were we to omit them, ladies. His acquaintance with Turpin was singular, and originated in a rencontre. Struck with his appearance, Dick presented a pistol, and bade King deliver. The latter burst into a laugh, and an explanation immediately ensued. Thenceforward they became sworn brothers, the Pilotes and Orestes of the road, and though seldom seen together in public, had many a merry moonlight ride in company. Tom still maintained 3 mistresses, his valet, his groom, Tiger, we should have called him, and many a change of clothes besides, says his biographer, with which he appeared more like a lord than a highwayman. And what more, we should like to know, would a lord wish to have? Few younger sons, we believe, can boast so much. And it is chiefly on their account, with some remote view to the benefit of the unemployed youth of all professions, that we have enlarged so much upon Tom King's history. The road, we must beg to repeat, is still open. The chances are greater than they ever were, we fully believe it is their only road to preferment, and we are sadly in want of highwaymen. Fancy Tom lounging at Dawson D'Arès, carelessly tapping his boots on the steps. There he stands. Is he not a devilish good-looking, gentlemanlike sort of fellow? You could never have taken him for a highwayman but for our information. A waiter appears, supper is ordered at 12, a broiled chicken and a bottle of Burgundy, his groom brings his nags to the door, he mounts. It is his custom to ride out on an evening, he is less liable to interruption. 93 at Marylebone Fields, now the Regent's Park, his groom leaves him. He has a mistress in the neighborhood. He is absent for a couple of hours, and returns gay or dispirited, as his luck may have turned out. At 12 he is at supper, and has the night before him. How very easy all this seems. Can it be possible we have no Tom Kings? To return to Tom as he was in the arbor. Judging from his manner, he appeared to be almost insensible to the presence of his companions, and to be scarcely a partaker in their revelry. His back was towards his immediate neighbor, his glass sparkled untouched at his elbow. And one hand, beautifully white and small, a mark of his birth and breeding, Creed Byron, rested upon the edge of the table, while his thin, delicate digits, palpably demonstrative of his faculty of adaptation, Creed James Hardy Vaux, were employed with a silver toothpick. In other respects, he seemed to be lost in reverie, and was, in all probability, meditating new exploits. Next to King sat our old friend Jerry Juniper, not, however, the Jerry of the gypsies, but a much more showy-looking personage. Jerry was no longer a gentleman of 3 outs, the difficulty would now have been to say what he was, without. Snake-like he had cast his slough, and rejoiced in new and brilliant investiture. His were speaking garments, speaking pockets too. His linen was of the finest, his hose of the smartest. Gay rings glittered on his fingers, a crystal snuff-box underwent graceful manipulation. A handsome gold repeater was sometimes drawn from its location with a monstrous bunch of onions, anglesey, seals, depending from its massive chain. Lace adorned his wrists, and shoes, of which they had been long unconscious, with buckles nearly as large as themselves, confined his feet. A rich powdered peruke and silver-hilted sword completed the gear of the transmogrified Jerry, or, as he now chose to be designated, Count Albert Conyers. The fact was, that Jerry, after the fracas, apprehensive that the country would be too hot for him, had, in company with Zoroaster, quitted the ranks of the canting crew, and made the best of his way to town. A lucky spice on the road set them up. And having some acquaintance with Tom King, the party, on their arrival, sought him out at his customary haunt, Dawson D'Arres, and enlisted under his banners. Tom received them with open arms, gave them unlimited use of his wardrobe, and only required a little trifling assistance in return. He had a grand scheme in petto, in the execution of which they could mainly assist him. Jerry was a Greek by nature, and could land a flat as well as the best of them. Zoroaster was just the man to lose a fight, or, in the language of the fancy, to play a cross. No two legs could serve Tom's purposes better. He welcomed them with fraternal affection. We will now proceed to reconnoiter Jerry's opposite neighbor, who was, however, no other than that upright man. The Magus Zoroaster, that great name. Changed as was Juniper, the Magus was yet more whimsically metamorphosed. Some traces of Jerry still remained, but not a vestige was left of the original Dimberdammer. His tawny mother had not known her son. This alteration, however, was not owing to change of dress, it was the result of the punishment he had received at the Setu at the Priory. Not a feature was in its place, his swollen lip trespassed upon the precincts of his nose. His nose trod hard upon his cheek, while his cheek again, not to be behind the rest, rose up like an apple dumpling under his single eye, single, we say, for, alas, there was no speculation in the other. His dexter daylight was utterly darkened, and, indeed, the orb that remained was as sanguinary a luminary as ever struggled through a London fog at noonday. To borrow a couplet or so from the laureate of the fancy. One of his peepers was put on the bankruptcy list, with his shop windows shut, while the other made nearly as tagrag a show. All rimmed round with black like the courier in woe. One black patch decorated his rainbow-colored cheek, another adorned his chin, a grinder having been dislodged, his pipe took possession of the aperture. His toggery was that of a member of the prize ring. What we now call a belcher bound his throat, a spotted fogle bandaged his jawbernal, and shaded his right peeper, while a white beaver crowned the occiput of the Magus. And though, at first sight, there would appear to be some incongruity in the association of such a battered character as the upright man with his smart companions, the reader's wonder will rapidly diminish, when he reflects that any distinguished P.C. man can ever find a ready passport to the most exclusive society. Viewed in this light, Zoroaster's familiarity with his swell acquaintance occasioned no surprise to old Simon Carr, the bottle-nosed landlord of the Falstaff, who was a man of discernment in his way, and knew a thing or two. Despite such striking evidences to the contrary, the Magus was perfectly at his ease, and sacrificing as usual to the god of flame. His mitra, or pipe, the symbol of his faith, was zealously placed between his lips, and never did his Chaldean, Bactrian, Persian, Pamphylian, Proconnesian, or Babylonian namesake, whichever of the six was the true Zoroaster, vide Bell, respire more fervently at the altar of fire, than our Magus at the end of his enkindled tube. In his creed we believe Zoroaster was a dualist, and believed in the coexistence and mystical relation of the principles of good and ill, his pipe being his Yezdan, or benign influence, his empty pouch his Armen, or the devil. We shall not pause to examine his tenets, we meddle with no man's religious opinions, and shall leave the Magus to the enjoyment of his own sentiments, be they what they may. One guest alone remains, and him we shall briefly dismiss. The reader, we imagine, will scarcely need to be told who was the owner of those keen grey eyes, those exuberant red whiskers, that airy azure frock. It was our brave co-partner of the roads. Skillful surveyor of highways and hedges. In a word, Dick Turpin. Dick had been called upon to act as president of the board, and an excellent president he made, sedulously devoting himself to the due administration of the punch bowl. Not a rummer was allowed to stand empty for an instant. Toast, sentiment, and anacreontic song succeeded each other at speedy intervals, but there was no speechifying, no politics. He left church and state to take care of themselves. Whatever his politics might be, Dick never allowed them to interfere with his pleasures. His maxim was to make the most of the passing moment. The dum vivamus vivamus was never out of his mind. A precautionary measure which we recommend to the adoption of all gentlemen of the like, or any other precarious profession. Notwithstanding all Dick's efforts to promote conviviality, seconded by the excellence of the beverage itself, conversation, somehow or other, began to flag. From being general it became particular. Tom King, who was no punch-bibber, especially at that time of day, fell into a deep reverie. Your gamesters often do so, while the magus, who had smoked himself drowsy, was composing himself to a doze. Turpin seized this opportunity of addressing a few words on matters of business to Jerry Juniper, or, as he now chose to be called, Count Conyers. "My dear Count," said Dick, in a low and confidential tone, "you are aware that my errand to town is accomplished. I have smashed Lawyer Coates's screen, pocketed the dimmock, here 'tis," continued he, parenthetically, slapping his pockets, and done t'other trick in prime twig for Tom King. With a cool 1,000 in hand, I might, if I chose, rest a while on my oars. But a quiet life don't suit me. I must be moving. So I shall start to Yorkshire tonight. "Indeed," said the soi-disant Count, in a languid tone, "so soon?" "I have nothing to detain me," replied Dick. "And, to tell you the truth, I want to see how matters stand with Sir Luke Rookwood. I should be sorry if he went to the wall for want of any assistance I can render him." "True," returned the Count. "One would regret such an occurrence, certainly. But I fear your assistance may arrive a little too late. He is pretty well done up, I should imagine, by this time." "That remains to be seen," said Turpin. "His case is a bad one, to be sure, but I trust not utterly hopeless. With all his impetuosity and pride, I like the fellow, and will help him, if I can. It will be a difficult game to set him on his legs, but I think it may be done. That underground marriage was sheer madness, and turned out as ill as such a scheme might have been expected to do. Poor Sybil. If I could pipe an eye for anything, it should be for her. I can't get her out of my head. Give me a pinch of snuff. Such thoughts unman one. As to the priest, that's a totally different affair. If he strangled his daughter, old Allen did right to take the law into his own hands, and throttle him in return. I'd have done the same thing myself. And, being a proscribed Jesuit, returned, as I understand, without the king's license for so doing, why Father Checkley's murder, if it must be so called, I can't abide hard terms, won't lie very heavy at Allen's door. That, however, has nothing to do with Sir Luke. He was neither accessory nor principal. Still he will be in danger, at least from Lady Rookwood. The whole county of York, I make no doubt, is up in arms by this time. Then why go thither? Asked the Count, somewhat ironically. For my part, I've a strange fancy for keeping out of harm's way as long as possible. Every man to his taste, returned Turpin. I love to confront danger. Run away. Pshaw. Always meet your foe. True, replied the Count, halfway. But you go the whole distance. What prudent man would beard the lion in his den? I never was a prudent man, rejoined Dick, smiling. I have no superfluous caution about me. Come what will, I shall try to find out this Luke Rookwood, and offer him my purse, such as it is, and it is now better lined than usual, a hand free to act as he lists. And a head which, imprudent though it be, can often think better for others than for its own master. Vastly fine, exclaimed the Count, with an ill-disguised sneer. I hope you don't forget that the marriage certificate which you hold is perfectly valueless now. The estates, you are aware, are no longer Sir Luke's. I see what you are driving at, Count, returned Dick, coldly. But he will need it to establish his claim to the title, and he shall have it. While he was Sir Luke, with 10,000 a year, I drove a hard bargain, and would have stood out for the last stiver. Now that he is one of us, a mere knight of the road, he shall have it and welcome. Perhaps Lady Rookwood, or Mrs. Mowbray, might be inclined to treat, maliciously insinuated the Count, the title may be worth something to Ranulph. It is worth more to Luke, and if it were not, he gets it. Are you satisfied? Perfectly, replied the Count, with affected bonhomie. And I will now let you into a secret respecting Miss Mowbray, from which you may gather something for your guidance in this matter. And if the word of a woman is at all to be trusted, though individually I cannot say I have much faith in it, Sir Luke's planetary hour is not yet completely overcast. That's exactly what I wish to know, my dear fellow, said Turpin, eagerly. You have already told me you were witness to a singular interview between Miss Mowbray and Sir Luke after my departure from the Priory. If I mistook you not, the whole business will hinge upon that. What occurred? Let me have every particular. The whole history and mystery. You shall have it with pleasure, said the Count, and I hope it may tend to your benefit. After I had quitted the scene of action at the Priory, and at your desire left the Rookwood party masters of the field, I fled with the rest of the crew towards the rocks. There we held a council of war for a short time. Some were for returning to the fight, but this was negatived entirely, and in the end it was agreed that those who had wives, daughters, and sisters, should join them as speedily as possible at their retreat in the Grange. As I happened to have none of these attractive ties, and had only a troublesome mistress, who I thought could take care of herself, I did not care to follow them, but struck deeper into the wood, and made my way, guided by destiny, I suppose, towards the cave. The cave, cried Dick, rubbing his hands, I delight in a cave. Tom King and I once had a cave of our own at Epping, and I'll have another one of these fine days. A cave is as proper to a hightobyman as a castle to a baron. Pray go on. The cave I speak of, continued the Count, was seldom used, except upon great emergencies, by any of the Stophole Abbey crew. It was a sort of retiring den of our old lioness Barbara, and, like all belonging to her, respected by her dupes. However, the cave is a good cave for all that, is well concealed by brushwood, and comfortably lighted from a crevice in the rock above. It lies near the brink of the stream, amongst the woods just above the waterfall, and is somewhat difficult of approach. I know something of the situation, said Turpin. Well, returned the Count, not to lose time, into this den I crept, and, expecting to find it vacant, you may imagine my surprise on discovering that it was already occupied, and that Sir Luke Rookwood, his grandad, old Alan, Miss Mowbray, and, worst of all, the very person I wished most to avoid, my old flame Handassah, constituted the party. Fortunately, they did not perceive my entrance, and I took especial care not to introduce myself. Retreat, however, was for the moment impracticable, and I was compelled to be a listener. I cannot tell what had passed between the parties before my arrival, but I heard Miss Mowbray implore Sir Luke to conduct her to her mother. He seemed half inclined to comply with her entreaties, but old Alan shook his head. It was then Handassah put in a word, the minx was ever ready at that. Fear not, said she, that she will wed Sir Ranulph. Deliver her to her friends, I beseech you, Sir Luke, and woo her honourably. She will accept you. Sir Luke stared incredulously, and grim old Alan smiled. She has sworn to be yours, continued Handassah, sworn it by every hope of heaven, and the oath has been sealed by blood, by Sybil's blood. Does she speak the truth? Asked Sir Luke, trembling with agitation. Miss Mowbray answered not. You will not deny it, lady, said Handassah. I heard that oath proposed. I saw it registered. You cannot deny it. I do not, replied Miss Mowbray, with much anguish of manner. If he claim me, I am his. And he will claim you, said Alan Rookwood, triumphantly. He has your oath, no matter how extorted, you must fulfill your vow. I am prepared to do so, said Eleanor. But if you would not utterly destroy me, let this maid conduct me to my mother, to my friends. To Ranulph, asked Sir Luke, bitterly. No, no, returned Miss Mowbray, in accents of deepest despair, to my mother, I wish not to behold him again. Be it so, cried Sir Luke, but remember, in love or hate, you are mine, I shall claim the fulfillment of your oath. Farewell. Handassah will lead you to your mother. Miss Mowbray bowed her head, but returned no answer, while, followed by old Alan, Sir Luke departed from the cavern. Whither went they? Demanded Turpin. That I know not, replied Jerry. I was about to follow, when I was prevented by the abrupt entrance of another party. Scarcely, I think, could the two Rookwoods have made good their retreat, when shouts were heard without, and young Ranulph and Major Mowbray forced their way, sword in hand, into the cave. Here was a situation, for me, I mean, to the young lady, I make no doubt, it was pleasant enough. But my neck was in jeopardy. However, you know I am not deficient in strength, and, upon the present occasion, I made the best use of the agility with which nature has endowed me. Amidst the joyous confusion, the sobbings, and embracings, and congratulations that ensued, I contrived, like a wild cat, to climb the rocky sides of the cave, and concealed myself behind a jutting fragment of stone. It was well I did so, for scarcely was I hidden, when in came old Barbara, followed by Mrs. Mowbray, and a dozen others. Barbara, ejaculated Dick. Was she a prisoner? No, replied Jerry, the old hellcat is too deep for that. She had betrayed Sir Luke, and hoped they would seize him and his grandad. But the birds were flown. I'm glad she was balked, said Dick. Was any search made after them? Can't say, replied Jerry. I could only indistinctly catch the sounds of their voices from my lofty retreat. Before they left the cavern, I made out that Mrs. Mowbray resolved to go to Rookwood, and to take her daughter thither, a proceeding to which the latter demurred. To Rookwood, said Dick, musingly. Will she keep her oath, I wonder? That's more than I can say, said Jerry, sipping his punch. 'Tis a deceitful sex. 'Tis a deceitful sex, indeed, echoed Dick, tossing off a tumbler. For one Sybil we meet with 20 Handassahs, Count. 20, say rather 100, replied Jerry. 'Tis a vile sex. 2. Tom King. Grim. How gloriously the sun sets tonight. More. When I was a boy, my favorite thought was, that I should live and die like yonder glorious orb. It was a boyish thought. Grim. True, Captain. The robbers. Peace, base calumniators, exclaimed Tom King, aroused from his toothpick reverie by these aspersions of the best part of creation. Peace, I say. None shall dare abuse that dear devoted sex in the hearing of their champion, without pricking a lance with him in their behalf. What do you, either of you, who abuse woman in that wholesale style, know of her? Nothing, less than nothing. And yet you venture, upon your paltry experience, to lift up your voices and decry the sex. Now I do know her, and upon my own experience avouch, that, as a sex, woman, compared with man, is as an angel to a devil. As a sex, woman is faithful, loving, self-sacrificing. We, 'tis that make her otherwise, we, selfish, exacting, neglectful men, we teach her indifference, and then blame her apt scholarship. We spoil our own hand, and then blame the cards. No abuse of women in my hearing. Give me a glass of grog, Dick. The sex, 3 times 3. And here's a song for you into the bargain. Saying which, in a mellow, plaintive tone, Tom gave the following. Pledge of the Highwaymen. Come, fill up a bumper to Eve's fairest daughters, who have lavished their smiles on the brave and the free. Toast the sweethearts of Dudley, Hind, Wilmot, and Waters, 94. Whatever their attraction, whatever their degree. Pledge. Pledge in a bumper, each kind-hearted maiden, whose bright eyes were dimmed at the highwayman's fall, who stood by the gallows with sorrow o'erladen, bemoaning the fate of the gallant Duval. Here's to each lovely last chance of war bringeth near one, whom, with manner impassioned, we tenderly stop, and to whom, like the lover addressing his dear one, in terms of entreaty the question we pop. How oft, in such case, rosy lips have proved sweeter than the rosiest book, bright eyes saved a bright ring, while that one other kiss has brought off a repeater, and a bead as a favor, the favorite string. With our hearts ready rifled, each pocket we rifle, with the pure flame of chivalry stirring our breasts. Life's risk for our mistress's praise is a trifle, and each purse as a trophy our homage attests. Then toss off your glasses to all girls of spirit. Ne'er with names, or with number, your memories vex. Our toast, boys, embraces each woman of merit, and, for fear of omission, we'll drink the whole sex. Well, replied Dick, replenishing King's rummer, while he laughed heartily at his ditty, I shan't refuse your toast, though my heart don't respond to your sentiments. Ah, Tom! The sex you praise so much will, I fear, prove your undoing. Do as you please, but curse me if ever I pin my life to a petticoat. I'd as soon think of neglecting the 4 cautions. The 4 cautions, said King, what are they? Did you never hear them? Replied Dick. Attend, then, and be edified. The 4 cautions. Pay attention to these cautions 4. And through life you will need little more. Should you dole out your days to 80. Beware of a pistol before. 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 Beware of a pistol before. And when backward his ears are inclined, and his tail with his ham is combined. Caution too you will bear in your mind. Beware of a prancer behind. 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 Beware of a prancer behind. Thirdly, when in the park you may ride on your best bit of blood, sir, astride, chatting gay to your old friend's young bride. Beware of a coach at the side. At the side. At the side. Beware of a coach at the side. Lastly, whether in purple or grey, canter, ranter, grave, solemn, or gay, whatever he may do or may say, beware of a priest every way. Every way. Every way. Beware of a priest every way. Well, said Tom King, all you can sing or say don't alter my good opinion of the women. Not a secret have I from the girl of my heart. She could have sold me over and over again if she had chosen, but my sweet Sue is not the wench to do that. It is not too late, said Dick. Your Delilah may yet hand you over to the Philistines. Then I shall die in a good cause, said King, but the Tyburn tree has no terrors for me. Let better men swing, I'm at liberty. I shall never come to the scragging post, unless you turn topsman, Dick Turpin. My nativity has been cast, and the stars have declared I am to die by the hand of my best friend, and that's you, Dick? It sounds like it, replied Turpin. But I advise you not to become too intimate with Jack Ketch. He may prove your best friend, after all. Why, faith, that's true, replied King, laughing. And if I must ride backwards up Holborn Hill, I'll do the thing in style, and honest Jack Ketch shall never want his dues. A man should always die game. We none of us know how soon our turn may come. But come when it will, I shall never flinch from it. As the highwayman's life is the fullest of zest, so the highwayman's death is the briefest and best. He dies not as other men die, by degrees, but at once, without flinching, and quite at his ease. As the song you are so fond of says, when I die it will not be of consumption. And if the surgeon's knife must come near me, it will be after death. There's some comfort in that reflection, at all events. True, replied Turpin, and, with a little alteration, my song would suit you capitally. There is not a king, should you search the world round, so blithe as the king's king, Tom King, to be found. Dear woman's his empire, each girl is his own. And he'd have a long reign if he'd let em alone. Ha, ha. Ha, ha, laughed Tom. And now, Dick, to change the subject. You are off, I understand, to Yorkshire tonight. 'Pon my soul, you are a wonderful fellow, an alibi personified, here and everywhere at the same time, no wonder you are called the Flying Highwayman. Today in town, tomorrow at York, the day after at Chester. The devil only knows where you will pitch your quarters a week hence. There are rumors of you in all counties at the same moment. This man swears you robbed him at Hounslow, that on Salisbury Plain. While another avers you monopolized Cheshire and Yorkshire, and that it isn't safe even to hunt without pops in your pocket. I heard some devilish good stories of you at Dawson d'Arrest t'other day. The fellow who told them to me little thought I was a brother blade. You flatter me, said Dick, smiling complacently, but it's no merit of mine. Black Bess alone enables me to do it, and hers be the credit. Talking of being everywhere at the same time, you shall hear what she once did for me in Cheshire. Meantime, a glass to the best mare in England. You won't refuse that toast, Tom. Ah! If your mistress is only as true to you as my nag to me, you might set at naught the tightest hempen cravat that was ever twisted, and defy your best friend to hurt you. Black Bess. And God bless her. And now for the song. Saying which, with much emotion, Turpin chanted the following rhymes. Black Bess. Let the lover his mistress's beauty rehearse, and laud her attractions in languishing verse. Be it mine in rude strains, but with truth to express the love that I bear to my bonny Black Bess. From the west was her dam, from the east was her sire. From the one came her swiftness, the other her fire. No peer of the realm better blood can possess than flows in the veins of my bonny Black Bess. Look! Look! How that eyeball grows bright as a brand! That neck proudly arches, those nostrils expand. Mark! That wide flowing mane, of which each silky tress might adorn prouder beauties, though none like Black Bess. Mark! That skin sleek as velvet, and dusky as night, with its jet undisfigured by one lock of white. That throat branched with veins, prompt to charge or caress. Now is she not beautiful, bonny Black Bess? Over highway and byway, in rough and smooth weather. Some thousands of miles have we journeyed together. Our couch the same straw, and our meal the same mess. No couple more constant than I and Black Bess. By moonlight, in darkness, by night, or by day. Her headlong career there is nothing can stay. She cares not for distance, she knows not distress. Can you show me a courser to match with Black Bess? Egad! I should think not, exclaimed King, you are as sentimental on the subject of your mare, as I am when I think of my darling Susan. But pardon my interruption. Pray proceed. Let me first clear my throat, returned Dick, and now to resume. Once it happened in Cheshire, near Dunham, I popped on a horseman alone, whom I speedily stopped. That I lightened his pockets you'll readily guess. Quick work makes Dick Turpin when mounted on Bess. Now it seems the man knew me, Dick Turpin, said he. You shall swing for this job, as you live, G.C. I laughed at his threats and his vows of redress. I was sure of an alibi then with Black Bess. The road was a hollow, a sunken ravine, 95. Overshadowed completely by wood like a screen. I clambered the bank, and I needs must confess that one touch of the spur grazed the side of Black Bess. Brake, brook, meadow, and ploughed field, Bess fleetly best rode. As the crow wings her flight we selected our road. We arrived at Hoff Green in 5 minutes, or less. My neck it was saved by the speed of Black Bess. Stepping carelessly forward, I lounge on the green, taking excellent care that by all I am seen. Some remarks on time's flight to the squires I address, but I say not a word of the flight of Black Bess. I mention the hour, it was just about 4. Play a rubber at bowls, think the danger is o'er. When athwart my next game, like a checkmate at chess, comes the horseman in search of the rider of Bess. What matter details? Off with triumph I came. He swears to the hour, and the squires swear the same. I had robbed him at 4. While at 4 they profess. I was quietly bowling, all thanks to Black Bess. Then one halloo, boys, one loud cheering halloo. To the swiftest of coursers, the gallant, the true. For the sportsman unborn shall the memory bless. Of the horse of the highwayman, bonny Black Bess. Loud acclamations rewarded Dick's performance. Awakened from his doze, Zoroaster beat time to the melody, the only thing, Jerry said, he was capable of beating in his present shattered condition. After some little persuasion, the Magus was prevailed upon to enliven the company with a strain, which he trolled forth after a maudlin manner. The Double Cross. Though all of us have heard of crossed fights, and certain gains by certain lost fights, I rather fancies that it's news how in a mill, both men should lose. For veer the odds are thus made even. It plays the Dickens with the Stephen, 96. Besides, against all rule they're sinning. Veer neither has no chance of vinning. Toll, lol, and 2 milling coves, each veed of ache. Veer back to fight for heavy stake. But in the meantime, so it was. Both kids agreed to play a cross. Bold came each buffer 97 to the scratch. To make it look a tightish match. They peeled 98 in style, and bets Veer making. TVOS 6-4, but few Veer taking. Toll, lol, and quite cautiously the mill began. For neither knew the other's plan. Each cull 99 completely in the dark. A VOT might be his neighbor's mark. Resolved his fibbing 100 not to mind. Nor yet to pay him back in kind. So on each other kept they tout 101. And sparred a bit, and dodged about. Toll, lol, and with Molly's 102 raised, Tom bent his back, as if to plant a heavy thwack. Vile Jem, with neat left-handed stopper, straight threatened Tommy with a topper. 'Tis all my eye. No claret flows. No facer sound, no smashing blows. 5 minutes pass, yet not a hit. How can it end, pals? Wait a bit. Toll, lol, and each cove vast teased with double duty. To please his backers, yet play booty. 103. Then, luckily for Jem, a teller was planted right upon his smeller. Down dropped he, stunned, then time vas called. Seconds in vain the seconds bawled. The mill is o'er, the crosser crossed. The losers vaughan, the Viniers lost. Toll, lol, and the party assumed once more a lively air, and the glass was circulated so freely, that at last a final charge drained the ample bowl of its contents. The best of friends must part, said Dick. And I would willingly order another whiff of punch, but I think we have all had enough to satisfy us, as you milling coves have it, Zorry. Your one eye has got a drop in it already, old fellow. And, to speak the truth, I must be getting into the saddle without more delay, for I have a long ride before me. And now, friend Jerry, before I start, suppose you tip us one of your merry staves. We haven't heard your pipe today, and never a cross cove of us all can throw off so prime a chant as yourself. A song. A song. Aye, a song, reiterated King and the Magus. You do me too much honor, Gemin, said Jerry, modestly, taking a pinch of snuff, I am sure I shall be most happy. My chants are all of a sort. You must make all due allowances, hem. And, clearing his throat, he forthwith warbled. The modern Greek. Not translated from the Romaic. Come, gammon, name, and make your game. See, round the ball is spinning. Black, red, or blue, the colors view. Do, sink, 'tis beginning. Then make your game. The color name. While round the ball is spinning. This sleight of hand my flat shall land. While covered by my bonnet, 104. I plant my ball, and boldly call. Come make your game upon it. Thus rat-a-tat. I land my flat. 'Tis black, not red, is winning. At gay roulette was never met. A lance like mine for bleeding. I'm ne'er at fault, at nothing halt. All other legs preceding. To all awake. I never shake. A mag 105 unless I nip it. Blind hooky sees how well I squeeze. The well-packed cards in shuffling. Écarté, whist, I never missed. A nick the broads 106 while ruffling. Mogul or loo. The same I do. I am down to trumps as trippet. French hazard ta'en, I nick the main. Was ne'er so prime a caster. No crabs for me, I'm fly, D.C. The bank shall change its master. 7 cotter, trois. The stakes are high. 10 mains. 10 mains are mine, pals. At Rouge et Noir, you hell-light 107 choir. I'll make no bones of stripping. One glorious coup for me shall do. While they may deal each pip in. Trente après. Ne'er clogs my way. The game's divine, pals. At billiard set, I make my bet. I'll score and win the rub, pals. I miss my cue, my hazard, too. But yet my foe I'll drub, pals. That cannon twist. I ne'er had missed. Unless to suit my views, pals. To make all right, the match look tight. This trick, you know, is done, pals. But now be gay, I'll show my play. Hurrah! The game is won, pals. No hand so fine. No wrist like mine. No odds I e'er refuse, pals. Then choose your game. Whatever you name. To me alike all offers. Chic hazard, whist, whatever you list. Replenish quick your coffers. Thus, rat-a-tat. I land my flat. To every purse I speak, pals. Cramped boxes, where, all's right and fair. Barred balls I bar when goaded. The deuce and ace is out of place. The deuce a die is loaded. Then make your game. Your color name. Success attend the Greek, pals. Bravo, Jerry, bravissimo. Chorused the party. And now, pals, farewell, a long farewell, said Dick, in a tone of theatrical valediction. As I said before, the best friends must separate. We may soon meet again, or we now may part forever. We cannot command our luck. But we can make the best of the span allotted to us. You have your game to play. I have mine. May each of us meet with the success he deserves. Egad! I hope not, said King. I'm afraid, in that case, the chances would be against us. Well, then, the success we anticipate, if you prefer it, rejoined Dick. I have only to observe one thing more, namely, that I must insist upon standing Sam upon the present occasion. Not a word. I won't hear a syllable. Landlord, I say, what oh! Continued Dick, stepping out of the arbor. Here, my old Admiral of the White, what's the reckoning, what's to pay, I say. Let ye know directly, sir, replied mine host of the Falstaff. Order my horse, the black mare, added Dick. And mine, said King, the sorrel colt. I'll ride with you a mile or two on the road, Dick, perhaps we may stumble upon something. Very likely. We meet at 12, at Dawson-Dares, Jerry, said King, if nothing happens. Agreed, responded Juniper. What say you to a rubber at bowls, in the meantime, said the Magus, taking his everlasting pipe from his lips. Jerry nodded acquiescence. And while they went in search of the implements of the game, Turpin and King sauntered gently on the green. It was a delicious evening. The sun was slowly declining, and glowed like a ball of fire amid the thick foliage of a neighboring elm. Whether, like the robber Moor, Tom King was touched by this glorious sunset, we pretend not to determine. Certain it was that a shade of inexpressible melancholy passed across his handsome countenance, as he gazed in the direction of Harrow on the hill, which, lying to the west of the green upon which they walked, stood out with its pointed spire and lofty college against the ruddy sky. He spoke not. But Dick noticed the passing emotion. "What ails you, Tom?" said he, with much kindness of manner. "Are you not well, lad?" "Yes, I am well enough," said King. "I know not what came over me, but looking at Harrow, I thought of my school days, and what I was then, and that bright prospect reminded me of my boyish hopes." "Tut, tut," said Dick, "this is idle, you are a man now." "I know I am," replied Tom, "but I have been a boy. Had I any faith in presentiments, I should say this is the last sunset I shall ever see." "Here comes our host," said Dick, smiling. "I've no presentiment that this is the last bill I shall ever pay." The bill was brought and settled. As Turpin paid it, the man's conduct was singular, and awakened his suspicions. "Are our horses ready?" asked Dick, quickly. "They are, sir," said the landlord. "Let us be gone," whispered Dick to King, "I don't like this fellow's manner. I thought I heard a carriage draw up at the inn door just now, there may be danger. Be fly," added he to Jerry and the Magus. "Now, sir," said he to the landlord, "lead the way. Keep on the alert, Tom." Dick's hint was not lost upon the two bowlers. They watched their comrades, and listened intently for any manifestation of alarm. 3. A surprise. "Was this well done, Jenny?" Captain Macheath. "While Turpin and King are walking across the bowling green, we will see what has taken place outside the inn." Tom's presentiments of danger were not, it appeared, without foundation. Scarcely had the ostler brought forth our two highwaymen's steeds, when a post-chaise, escorted by 2 or 3 horsemen, drove furiously up to the door. The sole occupant of the carriage was a lady, whose slight and pretty figure was all that could be distinguished, her face being closely veiled. The landlord, who was busied in casting up Turpin's account, rushed forth at the summons. A word or two passed between him and the horseman, upon which the former's countenance fell. He posted in the direction of the garden, and the horseman instantly dismounted. "We have him now, sure enough," said one of them, a very small man, who looked, in his boots, like buckle equipped for the oaks. "By the powers! I begin to think so," replied the other horseman. "But don't spoil all, Mr. Coates, by being too precipitate." "Never fear that, Mr. Tyrconnell," said Coates, for it was the gallant attorney, "he's sure to come for his mare." "That's a trap certain to catch him, Mr. Patterson. With the Chief Constable of Westminster to back us, the devil's in it if we are not a match for him." "And for Tom King, too," replied the Chief Constable, "since his blowin's peached, the game's up with him, too. We've long had an eye upon him, and now we'll have a finger. He's one of your dashing trouts to whom we always give a long line, but we'll land him this time, anyhow. If you'll look after Dick Turpin, Gemin, I'll make sure of Tom." "I'd rather you would help us, Mr. Patterson," said Coates. "Never mind Tom King, another time will do for him." "No such thing," said Patterson, "one weighs just as much for that matter as t'other. I'll take Tom to myself, and surely you too, with the landlord and ostler, can manage Turpin amongst you." "I don't know that," said Coates, doubtfully, "he's a devil of a fellow to deal with." "Take him quietly, said Patterson. Draw the chaise out of the way, lad. Take our tits to one side, and place their nags near the door, ostler. Shall you be able to see him, ma'am, where you are? Asked the chief constable, walking to the carriage, and touching his hat to the lady within. Having received a satisfactory nod from the bonnet and veil, he returned to his companions. And now, Gemin, added he, let's step aside a little. Don't use your firearms too soon. As if conscious of what was passing around her, and of the danger that awaited her master, Black Bess exhibited so much impatience, and plunged so violently, that it was with difficulty the ostler could hold her. The devil's in the mare, said he, what's the matter with her? She was quiet enough a few minutes since. Soho. Lass, stand. Turpin and King, meanwhile, walked quickly through the house, preceded by the host, who conducted them, and not without some inward trepidation, towards the door. Arrived there, each man rushed swiftly to his horse. Dick was in the saddle in an instant, and stamping her foot on the ostler's leg, Black Bess compelled the man, yelling with pain, to quit his hold of the bridle. Tom King was not equally fortunate. Before he could mount his horse, a loud shout was raised, which startled the animal, and caused him to swerve, so that Tom lost his footing in the stirrup, and fell to the ground. He was instantly seized by Patterson, and a struggle commenced, King endeavoring, but in vain, to draw a pistol. Flip him, 108 Dick, fire, or I'm taken, cried King. Fire. Damn you, why don't you fire? Shouted he, in desperation, still struggling vehemently with Patterson, who was a strong man, and more than a match for a light weight like King. I can't, cried Dick, I shall hit you, if I fire. Take your chance, shouted King. Is this your friendship? Thus urged, Turpin fired. The ball ripped up the sleeve of Patterson's coat, but did not wound him. Again, cried King. Shoot him, I say. Don't you hear me? Fire again. Pressed as he was by foes on every side, himself their mark, for both Coates and Tyrconnell had fired upon him, and were now mounting their steeds to give chase, it was impossible that Turpin could take sure aim. Added to which, in the struggle, Patterson and King were each moment changing their relative positions. He, however, would no longer hesitate, but again, at his friend's request, fired. The ball lodged itself in King's breast. He fell at once. At this instant a shriek was heard from the chaise, the window was thrown open, and her thick veil being drawn aside, the features of a very pretty female, now impressed with terror and contrition, were suddenly exhibited. King fixed his glazing eyes upon her. Susan, sighed he, is it you that I behold? Yes, yes, 'tis she, sure enough, said Patterson. You see, ma'am, what you and such like have brought him to. However, you'll lose your reward. He's going fast enough. Reward, gasped King, reward. Did she betray me? Aye, sir, said Patterson, she blowed the gaff, if it's any consolation to you to know it. Consolation, repeated the dying man, perfidious, oh. The prophecy, my best friend, Turpin, I die by his hand. And vainly striving to raise himself, he fell backwards and expired. Alas, poor Tom. Mr. Patterson. Mr. Patterson, cried Coates. Leave the landlord to look after the body of that dying ruffian, and mount with us in pursuit of the living rascal. Come, sir, quick. Mount. Dispatch. You see he is yonder, he seems to hesitate, we shall have him now. Well, Gemin, I'm ready, said Patterson, but how the devil came you to let him escape? St. Patrick only knows, said Titus, he's as slippery as an eel, and, like a cat, turn him which way you will, he is always sure to alight upon his legs. I wouldn't wonder but we lose him now, after all, though he has such a small start. That mare flies like the wind. He shall have a tight run for it, at all events, said Patterson, putting spurs into his horse. I've got a good nag under me, and you are neither of you badly mounted. He's only 300 yards before us, and the devil's in it if we can't run him down. It's a £300 job, Mr. Coates, and well worth a race. You shall have another 100 from me, sir, if you take him, said Coates, urging his steed forward. Thank you, sir, thank you. Follow my directions, and we'll make sure of him, said the constable. Gently, gently, not so fast up the hill, you see he's breathing his horse. All in good time, Mr. Coates, all in good time, sir. And maintaining an equal distance, both parties cantered leisurely up the ascent now called Windmill Hill. We shall now return to Turpin. Aghast at the deed he had accidentally committed, Dick remained for a few moments irresolute. He perceived that King was mortally wounded, and that all attempts at rescue would be fruitless. He perceived, likewise, that Jerry and the Magus had effected their escape from the bowling green, as he could detect their figures stealing along the hedge side. He hesitated no longer. Turning his horse, he galloped slowly off, little heeding the pursuit with which he was threatened. Every bullet has its billet, said Dick, but little did I think that I really should turn poor Tom's executioner. To the devil with this rascally snapper, cried he, throwing the pistol over the hedge. I could never have used it again. 'Tis strange, too, that he should have foretold his own fate, devilish strange. And then that he should have been betrayed by the very blowen he trusted. That's a lesson, if I wanted any. But trust a woman, not I, the length of my little finger. 4. The Hue and Cry. 6 gentlemen upon the road. Thus seeing Gilpin fly, with postboys scampering in the rear, they raised the hue and cry. Stop thief! Stop thief! A highwayman! Not one of them was mute. And all and each that passed that way did join in the pursuit. John Gilpin arrived at the brow of the hill, whence such a beautiful view of the country surrounding the metropolis is obtained. 109 Turpin turned for an instant to reconnoitre his pursuers. Coates and Titus he utterly disregarded. But Patterson was a more formidable foe, and he well knew that he had to deal with a man of experience and resolution. It was then, for the first time, that the thoughts of executing his extraordinary ride to York first flashed across him. His bosom throbbed high with rapture, and he involuntarily exclaimed aloud, as he raised himself in the saddle, by God! I will do it. He took one last look at the great Babel that lay buried in a world of trees beneath him. And as his quick eye ranged over the magnificent prospect, lit up by that gorgeous sunset, he could not help thinking of Tom King's last words. Poor fellow, thought Dick, he said truly. He will never see another sunset. Aroused by the approaching clatter of his pursuers, Dick struck into a lane which lies on the right of the road, now called Shoot-Up-Hill Lane, and set off at a good pace in the direction of Hampstead. Now, cried Patterson, put your tits to it, my boys. We must not lose sight of him for a second in these lanes. Accordingly, as Turpin was by no means desirous of inconveniencing his mare in this early stage of the business, and as the ground was still upon an ascent, the parties preserved their relative distances. At length, after various twistings and turnings in that deep and devious lane, after scaring one or two farmers, and riding over a brood or two of ducks, dipping into the verdant valley of West End, and ascending another hill, Turpin burst upon the gorsy, sandy, and beautiful heath of Hampstead. Shaping his course to the left, Dick then made for the lower part of the heath, and skirted a path that leads towards North End, passing the furze-crowned summit which is now crested by a clump of lofty pines. It was here that the chase first assumed a character of interest. Being open ground, the pursued and pursuers were in full view of each other. And as Dick rode swiftly across the heath, with the shouting trio hard at his heels, the scene had a very animated appearance. He crossed the hill, the Hendon Road, past Crackskull Common, and dashed along the cross road to Highgate. Hitherto no advantage had been gained by the pursuers, they had not lost ground, but still they had not gained an inch, and much spurring was required to maintain their position. As they approached Highgate, Dick slackened his pace, and the other party redoubled their efforts. To avoid the town, Dick struck into a narrow path at the right, and rode easily down the hill. His pursuers were now within 100 yards, and shouted to him to stand. Pointing to a gate which seemed to bar their further progress, Dick unhesitatingly charged it, clearing it in beautiful style. Not so with Coates's party. And the time they lost in unfastening the gate, which none of them chose to leap, enabled Dick to put additional space betwixt them. It did not, however, appear to be his intention altogether to outstrip his pursuers. The chase seemed to give him excitement, which he was willing to prolong as much as was consistent with his safety. Scudding rapidly past Highgate, like a swift-sailing schooner, with 3 lumbering Indiamen in her wake, Dick now took the lead along a narrow lane that threads the fields in the direction of Hornsey. The shouts of his followers had brought others to join them, and as he neared Crouch End, traversing the lane which takes its name from Duval, and in which a house frequented by that gayest of robbers stands, or stood, a highwayman. A highwayman! Rang in his ears, in a discordant chorus of many voices. The whole neighborhood was alarmed by the cries, and by the tramp of horses. The men of Hornsey rushed into the road to seize the fugitive, and women held up their babes to catch a glimpse of the flying cavalcade, which seemed to gain number and animation as it advanced. Suddenly 3 horsemen appear in the road, they hear the uproar and the din. A highwayman! A highwayman, cry the voices, stop him, stop him. But it is no such easy matter. With a pistol in each hand, and his bridle in his teeth, Turpin passed boldly on. His fierce looks, his furious steed, the impetus with which he pressed forward, bore down all before him. The horsemen gave way, and only served to swell the list of his pursuers. "We have him now, we have him now," cried Patterson, exultingly. "Shout for your lives. The turnpike man will hear us. Shout again, again. The fellow has heard it. The gate is shut. We have him. Ha, ha." The old Hornsey toll bar was a high gate, with chevaux de frise on the upper rail. It may be so still. The gate was swung into its lock, and, like a tiger in his lair, the prompt custodian of the turnpike trusts, ensconced within his doorway, held himself in readiness to spring upon the runaway. But Dick kept steadily on. He coolly calculated the height of the gate, he looked to the right and to the left, nothing better offered. He spoke a few words of encouragement to Bess, gently patted her neck, then struck his spurs into her sides, and cleared the spikes by an inch. Out rushed the amazed turnpike man, thus unmercifully bilked, and was nearly trampled to death under the feet of Patterson's horse. "Open the gate, fellow, and be expeditious," shouted the chief constable. "Not I," said the man, sturdily, "unless I gets my dues. I've been done once already. But strike me stupid if I'm done a second time. Don't you perceive that's a highwayman? Don't you know that I'm chief constable of Westminster?" Said Patterson, showing his staff. "How dare you oppose me in the discharge of my duty?" "That may be, or it may not be," said the man, doggedly. "But you don't pass, unless I gets the blunt, and that's the long and short on it." Amidst a storm of oaths, Coates flung down a crown piece, and the gate was thrown open. Turpin took advantage of this delay to breathe his mare, and, striking into a by-lane at Duckett's Green, cantered easily along in the direction of Tottenham. Little repose was allowed him. Yelling like a pack of hounds in full cry, his pursuers were again at his heels. He had now to run the gauntlet of the long straggling town of Tottenham, and various were the devices of the populace to entrap him. The whole place was up in arms, shouting, screaming, running, dancing, and hurling every possible description of missile at the horse and her rider. Dick merrily responded to their clamor as he flew past, and laughed at the brickbats that were showered thick as hail, and quite as harmlessly, around him. A few more miles hard riding tired the volunteers, and before the chase reached Edmonton most of them were nowhere. Here fresh relays were gathered, and a strong field was again mustered. John Gilpin himself could not have excited more astonishment amongst the good folks of Edmonton, than did our highwayman as he galloped through their town. Unlike the men of Tottenham, the mob received him with acclamations, thinking, no doubt, that, like the citizens of famous London town, he rode for a wager. Presently, however, borne on the wings of the blast, came the cries of Turpin. Dick Turpin, and the hurrahs were changed to hootings, but such was the rate at which our highwayman rode, that no serious opposition could be offered to him. A man in a donkey cart, unable to get out of the way, drew himself up in the middle of the road. Turpin treated him as he had done the dub at the napping jigger, and cleared the driver and his little wain with ease. This was a capital stroke, and well adapted to please the multitude, who are ever taken with a brilliant action. "Hark away, Dick," resounded on all hands, while hisses were as liberally bestowed upon his pursuers. The short pipe. The peons are capital horsemen, and several times we saw them, at a gallop, throw the rein on the horse's neck, take from one pocket a bag of loose tobacco, and, with a piece of paper, or a leaf of Indian corn, make a cigar. And then take out a flint and steel and light it. Heads rough notes. Away they fly past scattered cottages, swiftly and skimmingly, like eagles on the wing, along the Enfield highway. All were well mounted, and the horses, now thoroughly warmed, had got into their paces, and did their work beautifully. None of Coates's party lost ground, but they maintained it at the expense of their steeds, which were streaming like water carts, while Black Bess had scarcely turned a hair. Turpin, the reader already knows, was a crack rider. He was the crack rider of England of his time, and, perhaps, of any time. The craft and mystery of jockeyship was not so well understood in the 18th as it is in the 19th century. Men treated their horses differently, and few rode them as well as many ride now, when every youngster takes to the field as naturally as if he had been bred a guacho. Dick Turpin was a glorious exception to the rule, and anticipated a later age. He rode wonderfully lightly, yet sat his saddle to perfection, distributing the weight so exquisitely that his horse scarcely felt his pressure. He yielded to every movement made by the animal, and became, as it were, part and parcel of itself. He took care Bess should be neither strained nor wrung. Freely, and as lightly as a feather, was she borne along. Beautiful was it to see her action, to watch her style and temper of covering the ground. And many a first-rate Meltonian might have got a wrinkle from Turpin's seat and conduct. We have before stated that it was not Dick's object to ride away from his pursuers. He could have done that at any moment. He liked the fun of the chase, and would have been sorry to put a period to his own excitement. Confident in his mare, he just kept her at such speed as should put his pursuers completely to it, without in the slightest degree inconveniencing himself. Some judgment of the speed at which they went may be formed, when we state that little better than an hour had elapsed and nearly 20 miles had been ridden over. Not bad travelling that, methinks we hear the reader exclaim. "By the mother that bore me," said Titus, as they went along in this slapping style. Titus, by the by, rode a big, Roman-nosed, powerful horse, well adapted to his weight, but which required a plentiful exercise both of leg and arm to call forth all his action, and keep his rider alongside his companions. "By the mother that bore me," said he, almost thumping the wind out of his flea-bitten Bucephalus with his calves. "After the Irish fashion, if the fellow isn't lighting his pipe. I saw the sparks fly on each side of him, and there he goes like a smoky chimney on a frosty morning. See, he turns his impudent phiz, with the pipe in his mouth. Are we to stand that, Mr. Coates?" "Wait a while, sir, wait a while," said Coates. "We'll smoke him by and by." Paeans have been sung in honor of the peons of the Pampas by the headlong Sir Francis, but what the gallant Major extols so loudly in the South American horseman, viz. the lighting of a cigar when in mid-career, was accomplished with equal ease by our English highwayman 100 years ago, nor was it esteemed by him any extravagant feat either. Flint, steel, and tinder were bestowed within Dick's ample pouch, the short pipe was at hand, and within a few seconds there was a stream of vapor exhaling from his lips, like the smoke from a steamboat shooting down the river, and tracking his still rapid course through the air. "I'll let M see what I think of M," said Dick, coolly, as he turned his head. It was now grey twilight. The mists of coming night were weaving a thin curtain over the rich surrounding landscape. All the sounds and hum of that delicious hour were heard, broken only by the regular clatter of the horses' hoofs. Tired of shouting, the chasers now kept on their way in deep silence. Each man held his breath, and plunged his spurs, rowel deep, into his horse, but the animals were already at the top of their speed, and incapable of greater exertion. Patterson, who was a hard rider, and perhaps a thought better mounted, kept the lead. The rest followed as they might. Had it been undisturbed by the rush of the cavalcade, the scene would have been still and soothing. Overhead a cloud of rooks were winging their garrulous flight to the ancestral avenue of an ancient mansion to the right, the bat was on the wing, the distant lowing of a herd of kine saluted the ear at intervals. The blithe whistle of the rustic herdsman, and the merry chime of wagon bells, rang pleasantly from afar. But these cheerful sounds, which make the still twilight hour delightful, were lost in the tramp of the horsemen, now 3 abreast. The hind fled to the hedge for shelter, and the wagoner pricked up his ears, and fancied he heard the distant rumbling of an earthquake. On rushed the pack, whipping, spurring, tugging for very life. Again they gave voice, in hopes the wagoner might succeed in stopping the fugitive. But Dick was already by his side. "Hark ye, my tulip," cried he, taking the pipe from his mouth as he passed, "tell my friends behind they will hear of me at York." "What did he say?" asked Patterson, coming up the next moment. "That you'll find him at York," replied the wagoner. "At York," echoed Coates, in amaze. Turpin was now out of sight, and although our trio flogged with might and main, they could never catch a glimpse of him until, within a short distance of where, they beheld him at the door of a little public house. Standing with his bridle in his hand, coolly quaffing a tankard of ale. No sooner were they in sight, than Dick vaulted into the saddle, and rode off. "Devil seize you, sir! Why didn't you stop him?" exclaimed Patterson, as he rode up. "My horse is dead lame. I cannot go any further. Do you know what a prize you have missed? Do you know who that was?" "No, sir, I don't," said the publican. "But I know he gave his mare more ale than he took himself, and he has given me a guinea instead of a shilling. He's a regular good un." "A good un," said Patterson, "it was Turpin, the notorious highwayman. We are in pursuit of him. Have you any horses? Our cattle are all blown. You'll find the post-house in the town, gentlemen. I'm sorry I can't accommodate you. But I keeps no stabling. I wish you a very good evening, sir." Saying which, the publican retreated to his domicile. "That's a flash crib, I'll be bound," said Patterson. "I'll chalk you down, my friend, you may rely upon it. Thus far we're done, Mr. Coates. But curse me if I give it in. I'll follow him to the world's end first." "Right, sir, right," said the attorney. "A very proper spirit, Mr. Constable. You would be guilty of neglecting your duty were you to act otherwise. You must recollect my father, Mr. Patterson, Christopher, or Kit Coates, a name as well known at the Old Bailey as Jonathan Wilds. You recollect him, eh?" "Perfectly well, sir," replied the chief constable. "The greatest thief-taker, though I say it," continued Coates, on record. "I inherit all his zeal, all his ardor. Come along, sir. We shall have a fine moon in an hour, bright as day. To the post-house. To the post-house." Accordingly to the post-house they went. And, with as little delay as circumstances admitted, fresh hacks being procured, accompanied by a postillion, the party again pursued their onward course, encouraged to believe they were still in the right scent. Night had now spread her mantle over the earth, still it was not wholly dark. A few stars were twinkling in the deep, cloudless heavens, and a pearly radiance in the eastern horizon heralded the rising of the orb of night. A gentle breeze was stirring, the dews of evening had already fallen, and the air felt bland and dry. It was just the night one would have chosen for a ride, if one ever rode by choice at such an hour. And to Turpin, whose chief excursions were conducted by night, it appeared little less than heavenly. Full of ardor and excitement, determined to execute what he had mentally undertaken, Turpin held on his solitary course. Everything was favorable to his project, the roads were in admirable condition, his mare was in like order. She was inured to hard work, had rested sufficiently in town to recover from the fatigue of her recent journey, and had never been in more perfect training. "She has now got her wind in her," said Dick. "I'll see what she can do. Hark away, lass, hark away. I wish they could see her now," added he, as he felt her almost fly away with him. Encouraged by her master's voice and hand, Black Bess started forward at a pace which few horses could have equalled, and scarcely any have sustained so long. Even Dick, accustomed as he was to her magnificent action, felt electrified at the speed with which he was borne along. "Bravo! Bravo!" shouted he, "hark away, Bess." The deep and solemn woods through which they were rushing rang with his shouts, and the sharp rattle of Bess's hoofs. And thus he held his way, while, in the words of the ballad, fled past, on right and left, how fast, each forest, grove, and bower. On right and left, fled past, how fast, each city, town, and tower. 6. Black Bess. Dauphin. I will not change my horse with any that treads but on 4 pasterns. Ca. Ha. He bounds from the earth as if his entrails were hares, le cheval volant, the Pegasus qu'a a les narines de feu. When I bestride him, I soar, I am a hawk, he trots the air, the earth sings when he touches it, the basest horn of his hoof is more musical than the pipe of Hermes. Shakespeare, Henry V, Act 3. Black Bess being undoubtedly the heroine of the 4th book of this romance, we may, perhaps, be pardoned for expatiating a little in this place upon her birth, parentage, breeding, appearance, and attractions. And first as to her pedigree. For in the horse, unlike the human species, nature has strongly impressed the noble or ignoble caste. He is the real aristocrat, and the pure blood that flows in the veins of the gallant steed will infallibly be transmitted, if his mate be suitable, throughout all his line. Bess was no cocktail. She was thoroughbred. She boasted blood in every bright and branching vein. If blood can give nobility, a noble steed was she. Her sire was blood, and blood her dam. And all her pedigree. As to her pedigree, her sire was a desert Arab, renowned in his day, and brought to this country by a wealthy traveller. Her dam was an English racer, coal-black as her child. Bess united all the fire and gentleness, the strength and hardihood, the abstinence and endurance of fatigue of the one, with the spirit and extraordinary fleetness of the other. How Turpin became possessed of her is of little consequence. We never heard that he paid a heavy price for her, though we doubt if any sum would have induced him to part with her. In color, she was perfectly black, with a skin smooth on the surface as polished jet. Not a single white hair could be detected in her satin coat. In make she was magnificent. Every point was perfect, beautiful, compact, modeled, in little, for strength and speed. Arched was her neck, as that of the swan. Clean and fine were her lower limbs, as those of the gazelle, round and sound as a drum was her carcass, and as broad as a cloth-yard shaft her width of chest. Hers were the pulchry clunes, breve caput, ardouac cervix, of the Roman bard. There was no redundancy of flesh, 'tis true, her flanks might, to please some tastes, have been rounder, and her shoulders fuller, but look at the nerve and sinew, palpable through the veined limbs. She was built more for strength than beauty, and yet she was beautiful. Look at that elegant little head, those thin, tapering ears, closely placed together, that broad, snorting nostril, which seems to snuff the gale with disdain. That eye, glowing and large as the diamond of Giamschid. Is she not beautiful? Behold her paces. How gracefully she moves. She is off, no eagle on the wing could skim the air more swiftly. Is she not superb? As to her temper, the lamb is not more gentle. A child might guide her. But hark back to Dick Turpin. We left him rattling along in superb style, and in the highest possible glee. He could not, in fact, be otherwise than exhilarated. Nothing being so wildly intoxicating as a mad gallop. We seem to start out of ourselves, to be endued, for the time, with new energies. Our thoughts take wings rapid as our steed. We feel as if his fleetness and boundless impulses were for the moment our own. We laugh, we exult, we shout for very joy. We cry out with Mephistopheles, but in anything but a sardonic mood, what I enjoy with spirit, is it the less my own on that account? If I can pay for 6 horses, are not their powers mine? I drive along, and am a proper man, as if I had 24 legs. These were Turpin's sentiments precisely. Give him 4 legs and a wide plain, and he needed no Mephistopheles to bid him ride to perdition as fast as his nag could carry him. Away, away, the road is level, the path is clear. Press on, thou gallant steed, no obstacle is in thy way, and, lo! The moon breaks forth. Her silvery light is thrown over the woody landscape. Dark shadows are cast athwart the road, and the flying figures of thy rider and thyself are traced, like giant phantoms, in the dust. Away, away! Our breath is gone in keeping up with this tremendous run. Yet Dick Turpin has not lost his wind, for we hear his cheering cry, hark! He sings. The reader will bear in mind that Oliver means the moon, to whittle is to blab. Oliver whittles. Oliver whittles, the tattler old. Telling what best had been left untold. Oliver ne'er was a friend of mine. All glims I hate that so brightly shine. Give me a night black as hell, and then see what I'll show to you, my merry men. Oliver whittles. Who cares, who cares? If down upon us he peers and stares. Mind him who will, with his great white face. Boldly I'll ride by his glim to the chase. Give him a Roland, and loudly as ever. Shout, as I show myself, stand and deliver. Egad, soliloquized Dick, as he concluded his song, looking up at the moon. Old Noel's no bad fellow, either. I wouldn't be without his white face tonight for a trifle. He's as good as a lamp to guide one, and let Bess only hold on as she goes now, and I'll do it with ease. Softly, wench, softly, dost not see it's a hill we're rising? The devil's in the mare, she cares for nothing. And as they ascended the hill, Dick's voice once more awoke the echoes of night. Will Davies and Dick Turpin. Hody mihi, cras tibi dot, St. Augustine. One night, when mounted on my mare, to Bagshot Heath I did repair, and saw Will Davies hanging there, upon the gibbet bleak and bare, with a rustified, fustified, mustified air. Within his chains bold Will looked blue. Gone were his sword and snappers too, which served their master well and true. Says I, Will Davies, how are you? With your rustified, fustified, mustified air. Says he, Dick Turpin, here I be. Upon the gibbet, as you see. I take the matter easily. You'll have your turn as well as me. With your whistle me, pistol me, cut my throat air. Says I, that's very true, my lad. Meantime, with pistol and with prad, I'm quite contented as I am. And heed the gibbet not a.d.n. with its rustified, fustified, mustified air. Poor Will Davies, sighed Dick, Bagshot ought never to forget him. 110. For never more shall Bagshot see a highwayman of such degree, appearance, and gentility, as Will, who hangs upon the tree, with his rustified, fustified, mustified air. Well, mused Turpin, I suppose one day it will be with me like all the rest of them, and that I shall dance a long la volta to the music of the 4 whistling winds, as my betters have done before me. But I trust, whenever the chanterculls and last speech scribblers get hold of me, they'll at least put no cursed nonsense into my mouth, but but make me speak, as I have ever felt, like a man who never either feared death or turned his back upon his friend. In the meantime I'll give them something to talk about. This ride of mine shall ring in their ears long after I'm done for, put to bed with a mattock, and tucked up with a spade. And when I am gone, boys, each huntsman shall say, none rode like Dick Turpin, so far in a day. And thou, too, brave Bess, thy name shall be linked with mine, and will go down to posterity together. And what, added he, despondingly, if it should be too much for thee? What if, but no matter. Better die now, while I am with thee, than fall into the knacker's hands. Better die with all thy honours upon thy head, than drag out thy old age at the sand-cart. Hark forward, lass, hark forward. By what peculiar instinct is it that this noble animal, the horse, will at once perceive the slightest change in his rider's physical temperament, and allow himself so to be influenced by it, that, according as his master's spirits fluctuate, will his own energies rise and fall, wavering from walk to trot, from canter to full speed? How is it, we ask of those more intimately acquainted with the metaphysics of the Houyhnhnm than we pretend to be? Do the saddle or the rein convey, like metallic tractors, vibrations of the spirit betwixt the two? We know not, but this much is certain, that no servant partakes so much of the character of his master as the horse. The steed we are wont to ride becomes a portion of ourselves. He thinks and feels with us. As we are lively, he is sprightly. As we are depressed, his courage droops. In proof of this, let the reader see what horses some men make, we say, because in such hands their character is wholly altered. Partaking, in a measure, of the courage and the firmness of the hand that guides them, and of the resolution of the frame that sways them, what their rider wills, they do, or strive to do. When that governing power is relaxed, their energies are relaxed likewise, and their fine sensibilities supply them with an instant knowledge of the disposition and capacity of the rider. A gift of the gods is the gallant steed, which, like any other faculty we possess, to use or to abuse, to command or to neglect, rests with ourselves. He is the best general test of our own self-government. Black Bess's action amply verified what we have just asserted, for during Turpin's momentary despondency, her pace was perceptibly diminished and her force retarded. But as he revived, she rallied instantly, and, seized apparently with a kindred enthusiasm, snorted joyously as she recovered her speed. Now was it that the child of the desert showed herself the undoubted offspring of the hardy loins from whence she sprung. Full 50 miles had she sped, yet she showed no symptoms of distress. If possible, she appeared fresher than when she started. She had breathed, her limbs were suppler, her action was freer, easier, lighter. Her sire, who, upon his trackless wilds, could have outstripped the pestilent simoom, and with throat unslaked, and hunger unappeased, could thrice have seen the scorching sun go down, had not greater powers of endurance. His vigor was her heritage. Her dam, who upon the velvet sod was of almost unapproachable swiftness, and who had often brought her owner golden assurances of her worth, could scarce have kept pace with her, and would have sunk under a third of her fatigue. But Bess was a paragon. We ne'er shall look upon her like again, unless we can prevail upon some Bedouin chief to present us with a brood mare, and then the racing world shall see what a breed we will introduce into this country. Eclipse, Childers, or Hambletonian, shall be nothing to our colts, and even the railroad slow travelling, compared with the speed of our new nags. But to return to Bess, or rather to go along with her, for there is no halting now. We are going at the rate of 20 knots an hour, sailing before the wind, and the reader must either keep pace with us, or drop astern. Bess is now in her speed, and Dick happy. Happy. He is enraptured, maddened, furious, intoxicated as with wine. Pshaw! Wine could never throw him into such a burning delirium. Its choicest juices have no inspiration like this. Its fumes are slow and heady. This is ethereal, transporting. His blood spins through his veins, winds round his heart, mounts to his brain. Away! Away! He is wild with joy. Hall, cot, tree, tower, glade, mead, waste, or woodland, are seen, passed, left behind, and vanish as in a dream. Motion is scarcely perceptible, it is impetus. Volition. The horse and her rider are driven forward, as it were, by self-accelerated speed. A hamlet is visible in the moonlight. It is scarcely discovered ere the flints sparkle beneath the mare's hoofs. A moment's clatter upon the stones, and it is left behind. Again it is the silent, smiling country. Now they are buried in the darkness of woods, now sweeping along on the wide plain, now clearing the unopened toll-bar. Now trampling over the hollow-sounding bridge, their shadows momently reflected in the placid mirror of the stream, now scaling the hillside a thought more slowly, now plunging, as the horses of Phoebus into the ocean, down its precipitous sides. The limits of 2 shires are already passed. They are within the confines of a third. They have entered the merry county of Huntingdon, they have surmounted the gentle hill that slips into Godmanchester. They are by the banks of the rapid Ouse. The bridge is passed, and as Turpin rode through the deserted streets of Huntingdon, he heard the 11th hour given from the iron tongue of St. Mary's spire. In 4 hours, it was about 7 when he started, Dick had accomplished full 60 miles. A few reeling topers in the streets saw the horseman flit past, and 1 or 2 windows were thrown open. But Peeping Tom of Coventry would have had small chance of beholding the unveiled beauties of Queen Godiva had she ridden at the rate of Dick Turpin. He was gone, like a meteor, almost as soon as he appeared. Huntingdon is left behind, and he is once more surrounded by dew-gemmed hedges and silent slumbering trees. Broad meadows, or pasture land, with drowsy cattle, or low bleating sheep, lie on either side. But what to Turpin, at that moment, is nature, animate or inanimate? He thinks only of his mare, his future fame. None are by to see him ride, no stimulating plaudits ring in his ears, no 1,000 hands are clapping, no 1,000 voices huzzaying. No handkerchiefs are waved, no necks strained, no bright eyes rain influence upon him, no eagle orbs watch his motions, no bells are rung, no cup awaits his achievement, no sweepstakes, no plate. But his will be renown, everlasting renown. His will be fame which will not die with him, which will keep his reputation, albeit a tarnished one, still in the mouths of men. He wants all these adventitious excitements, but he has that within which is a greater excitement than all these. He is conscious that he is doing a deed to live by. If not riding for life, he is riding for immortality. And as the hero may perchance feel, for even a highwayman may feel like a hero, when he willingly throws away his existence in the hope of earning a glorious name, Turpin cared not what might befall himself. So he could proudly signalize himself as the first of his land. And witched the world with noble horsemanship. What need had he of spectators? The eye of posterity was upon him, he felt the influence of that Argus glance which has made many a poor white spur on his Pegasus with not half so good a chance of reaching the goal as Dick Turpin. Multitudes, yet unborn, he knew would hear and laud his deeds. He trembled with excitement, and Bess trembled under him. But the emotion was transient. On they fly. The torrent leaping from the crag, the bolt from the bow, the air-cleaving eagle, thoughts themselves are scarce more winged in their flight. 7. The York Stage. York, 4 days, stage-coach begins on Friday, the 18th of April, 1706. All that are desirous to pass from London to York, or from York to London, or any other place on that road, let them repair to the Black Swan, in Holborn, in London, or to the Black Swan, in Coney Street, in York. At both which places they may be received in a stage-coach, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, which performs the journey in 4 days, if God permits, and sets forth at 5 in the morning. And returns from York to Stamford in 2 days, and from Stamford, by Huntingdon, in 2 days more. And the like stages in their return. Allowing each passenger 14 pounds weight, and all above, 3 pence per pound. Performed by Benjamin Kingman, Henry Harrison, and Waller Baines. Placard, preserved in the coffee-room, of the Black Swan Inn at York. The night had hitherto been balmy and beautiful, with a bright array of stars, and a golden harvest moon, which seemed to diffuse even warmth with its radiance. But now Turpin was approaching the region of fog and fun, and he began to feel the influence of that dank atmosphere. The intersecting dikes, yawners, gullies, or whatever they are called, began to send forth their steaming vapors, and chilled the soft and wholesome air, obscuring the void, and in some instances, as it were, choking up the road itself with vapor. But fog or fun was the same to Bess. Her hoofs rattled merrily along the road, and she burst from a cloud, like Aeneas at the break of dawn. It chanced, as he issued from a fog of this kind, that Turpin burst upon the York stage coach. It was no uncommon thing for the coach to be stopped, and so furious was the career of our highwaymen, that the man involuntarily drew up his horses. Turpin had also to draw in the rein, a task of no little difficulty, as charging a huge, lumbering coach, with its full complement of passengers, was more than even Bess could accomplish. The moon shone brightly on Turpin and his mare. He was unmasked, and his features were distinctly visible. An exclamation was uttered by a gentleman on the box, who, it appeared, instantly recognized him. "Pull up, draw your horses across the road," cried the gentleman. "That's Dick Turpin, the highwayman. His capture would be worth £300 to you," added he, addressing the coachman, "and is of equal importance to me." "Stand," shouted he, presenting a cocked pistol. This resolution of the gentleman was not apparently agreeable, either to the coachman or the majority of the passengers, the name of Turpin acting like magic upon them. One man jumped off behind, and was with difficulty afterwards recovered, having tumbled into a deep ditch at the roadside. An old gentleman with a cotton nightcap, who had popped out his head to swear at the coachman, drew it suddenly back. A faint scream in a female key issued from within, and there was a considerable hubbub on the roof. Amongst other ominous sounds, the guard was heard to click his long horse pistols. "Stop the York 4-day stage," said he, forcing his smoky voice through a world of throat-embracing shawl, "the fastest coach in the kingdom, was ever such atrocity heard of? I say, Joe, keep them air leaders steady, we shall all be in the ditch. Don't you see where the hind wheels are? Who, whoop, I say." The gentleman on the box now discharged his pistol, and the confusion within was redoubled. The white nightcap was popped out like a rabbit's head, and as quickly popped back on hearing the highwayman's voice. Owing to the plunging of the horses, the gentleman had missed his aim. Prepared for such emergencies as the present, and seldom at any time taken aback, Dick received the fire without flinching. He then lashed the horses out of his course, and rode up, pistol in hand, to the gentleman who had fired. "Major Mowbray," said he, in a stern tone, "I know you. I meant not either to assault you or these gentlemen. Yet you have attempted my life, sir, a second time. But you are now in my power, and by hell, if you do not answer the questions I put to you, nothing earthly shall save you. If you ask aught I may not answer, fire," said the major, "I will never ask life from such as you." "Have you seen aught of Sir Luke Rookwood?" asked Dick. "The villain you mean is not yet secured," replied the major, "but we have traces of him. 'Tis with a view of procuring more efficient assistance that I ride to town." "They have not met then, since," said Dick, carelessly. "Met? Whom do you mean?" "Your sister and Sir Luke," said Dick. "My sister meet him," cried the major, angrily. "Think you he dares show himself at Rookwood?" "Ho! Ho!" laughed Dick, "she is at Rookwood, then. 1,000 thanks, Major. Good night to you, gentlemen. Take that with you, and remember the guard," cried the fellow, who, unable to take aim from where he sat, had crept along the coach roof, and discharged thence one of his large horse pistols at what he took to be the highwayman's head, but which, luckily for Dick, was his hat, which he had raised to salute the passengers. "Remember you," said Dick, coolly replacing his perforated beaver on his brow, "you may rely upon it, my fine fellow, I'll not forget you the next time we meet." And off he went like the breath of the whirlwind. 8. Roadside Inn. More. Take my horse, and dash a bottle of wine over him. 'Twas hot work. Schiller, The Robbers. We will now make inquiries after Mr. Coates and his party, of whom both we and Dick Turpin have for some time lost sight. With unabated ardor the vindictive man of law and his myrmidons pressed forward. A tacit compact seemed to have been entered into between the highwayman and his pursuers, that he was to fly while they were to follow. Like bloodhounds, they kept steadily upon his trail, nor were they so far behind as Dick imagined. At each post-house they passed they obtained fresh horses, and, while these were saddling, a post-boy was dispatched en courrier to order relays at the next station. In this manner they proceeded after the first stoppage without interruption. Horses were in waiting for them, as they, bloody with spurring, fiery hot with haste, and their jaded hacks arrived. Turpin had been heard or seen in all quarters. Turnpike men, wagoners, carters, trampers, all had seen him. Besides, strange as it may sound, they placed some faith in his word. York they believed would be his destination. At length the coach which Dick had encountered hove in sight. There was another stoppage and another hubbub. The old gentleman's nightcap was again manifested, and suffered a sudden occultation, as upon the former occasion. The post-boy, who was in advance, had halted, and given up his horse to Major Mowbray, who exchanged his seat on the box for one on the saddle, deeming it more expedient, after his interview with Turpin, to return to Rookwood, rather than to proceed to town. The post-boy was placed behind Coates, as being the lightest weight, and, thus reinforced, the party pushed forward as rapidly as heretofore. 80 and odd miles had now been traversed, the boundary of another county, Northampton, passed. Yet no rest nor respite had Dick Turpin or his unflinching mare enjoyed. But here he deemed it fitting to make a brief halt. Bordering the beautiful domains of Burleigh House stood a little retired hostelry of some antiquity, which bore the great Lord Treasurer's arms. With this house Dick was not altogether unacquainted. The lad who acted as ostler was known to him. It was now midnight, but a bright and beaming night. To the door of the stable then did he ride, and knocked in a peculiar manner. Reconnoitring Dick through a broken pane of glass in the lintel, and apparently satisfied with his scrutiny, the lad thrust forth a head of hair as full of straw as Mad Tom's is represented to be upon the stage. A chuckle of welcome followed his sleepy salutation. "Glad to see you, Captain Turpin," said he. "Can I do anything for you?" "Get me a couple of bottles of brandy in a beefsteak," said Dick. "As to the brandy, you can have that in a jiffy, but the steak, Lord love you, the old omen won't stand it at this time, but there's a cold round, mayhap a slice of that might do, or a knuckle of ham." "A pest on your knuckles, Ralph," cried Dick. "Have you any raw meat in the house?" "Raw meat," echoed Ralph, in surprise. "Oh, yes, there's a rare rump of beef. You can have a cut off that, if you like." "That's the thing I want," said Dick, ungirthing his mare. "Give me the scraper. There, I can get a wisp of straw from your head. Now run and get the brandy. Better bring 3 bottles. Uncork 'em, and let me have half a pail of water to mix with the spirit. A pail full of brandy and water to wash down a raw steak." "My eyes!" exclaimed Ralph, opening wide his sleepy peepers, adding, as he went about the execution of his task, "I always thought them rum patters, as they call themselves, rum fellows, but now I'm sartin sure on it." The most sedulous groom could not have bestowed more attention upon the horse of his heart than Dick Turpin now paid to his mare. He scraped, chafed, and dried her, sounded each muscle, traced each sinew, pulled her ears, examined the state of her feet, and, ascertaining that her withers were unwrung, finally washed her from head to foot in the diluted spirit, not, however, before he had conveyed a thimbleful of the liquid to his own parched throat, and replenished what Falstaff calls a pocket pistol, which he had about him. While Ralph was engaged in rubbing her down after her bath, Dick occupied himself, not in dressing the raw steak in the manner the stable boy had anticipated, but in rolling it round the bit of his bridle. "She will now go as long as there's breath in her body," said he, putting the flesh-covered iron within her mouth. The saddle being once more replaced, after champing a moment or two at the bit, Bess began to snort and paw the earth, as if impatient of delay. And, acquainted as he was with her indomitable spirit and power, her condition was a surprise even to Dick himself. Her vigor seemed inexhaustible, her vivacity was not a whit diminished, but, as she was led into the open space, her step became as light and free as when she started on her ride, and her sense of sound as quick as ever. Suddenly she pricked her ears, and uttered a low neigh. A dull tramp was audible. "Ha!" exclaimed Dick, springing into his saddle, "they come." "Who come, Captain?" asked Ralph. "The road takes a turn here, don't it?" asked Dick. "Sweeps round to the right by the plantations in the hollow." Aye, Captain," answered Ralph, "it's plain you knows the ground." "What lies behind yon shed?" "A stiff fence, Captain, a reg'lar raspier. Beyond that a hillside steep as a house, no oss as was ever shoed can go down it." "Indeed," laughed Dick. A loud halloo from Major Mowbray, who seemed advancing upon the wings of the wind, told Dick that he was discovered. The Major was a superb horseman, and took the lead of his party. Striking his spurs deeply into his horse, and giving him bridle enough, the Major seemed to shoot forward like a shell through the air. The burly arms retired some 100 yards from the road, the space in front being occupied by a neat garden, with low, clipped edges. No tall timber intervened between Dick and his pursuers, so that the motions of both parties were visible to each other. Dick saw in an instant that if he now started he should come into collision with the Major exactly at the angle of the road, and he was by no means desirous of hazarding such a rencontre. He looked wistfully back at the double fence. "Come into the stable." "Quick, Captain, quick," exclaimed Ralph. "The stable," echoed Dick, hesitating. "Aye, the stable, it's your only chance. Don't you see he's turning the corner, and they are all coming? Quick, sir, quick." Dick, lowering his head, rode into the tenement, the door of which was unceremoniously slapped in the Major's face, and bolted on the other side. "Villain," cried Major Mowbray, thundering at the door, "come forth. You are now fairly trapped at last, caught like the woodcock in your own springe. We have you. Open the door, I say, and save us the trouble of forcing it. You cannot escape us. We will burn the building down, but we will have you." "What done you want, meester?" cried Ralph, from the lintel, whence he reconnoitred the Major, and kept the door fast. "You're clean missed in. There be none here." "We'll soon see that," said Patterson, who had now arrived. And, leaping from his horse, the chief constable took a short run to give himself impetus, and with his foot burst open the door. This being accomplished, in dashed the Major and Patterson, but the stable was vacant. A door was open at the back. They rushed to it. The sharply sloping sides of a hill slipped abruptly downwards, within a yard of the door. It was a perilous descent to the horsemen, yet the print of a horse's heels were visible in the dislodged turf and scattered soil. "Confusion," cried the Major, "he has escaped us." "He is yonder," said Patterson, pointing out Turpin moving swiftly through the steaming meadow. "See, he makes again for the road, he clears the fence. A regular throw he has given us, by the Lord." "Nobly done, by heaven," cried the Major. "With all his faults, I honor the fellow's courage and admire his prowess. He's already ridden tonight as I believe never man rode before. I would not have ventured to slide down that wall, for it's nothing else, with the enemy at my heels. What say you, gentlemen, have you had enough? Shall we let him go, or—" "As far as chase goes, I don't care if we bring the matter to a conclusion," said Titus. "I don't think, as it is, that I shall have a sate to sit on this week to come. I've lost leather most confoundedly." "What says Mr. Coates?" asked Patterson. "I look to him." "Then mount, and off," cried Coates. "Public duty requires that we should take him." "And private pique," returned the Major. "No matter. The end is the same. Justice shall be satisfied. To your steeds, my merry men all. Hark, and away. Once more upon the move, Titus forgot his distress, and addressed himself to the attorney, by whose side he rode. What place is that we're coming to? Asked he, pointing to a cluster of moonlit spires belonging to a town they were rapidly approaching. Stamford, replied Coates. Stamford, exclaimed Titus, by the powers. Then we've ridden a matter of 90 miles. Why, the great deeds of Redmond O'Hanlon were nothing to this. I'll remember it to my dying day, and with reason, added he, uneasily shifting his position on the saddle. 9. Excitement. How fled what moonshine faintly showed. How fled what darkness hid. How fled the earth beneath their feet. The heaven above their head. William and Helen. Dick Turpin, meanwhile, held bravely on his course. Bess was neither strained by her gliding passage down the slippery hillside nor shaken by larking the fence in the meadow. As Dick said, it took a devilish deal to take it out of her. On regaining the high road she resumed her old pace, and once more they were distancing Time's swift chariot in its whirling passage o'er the earth. Stamford, and the tongue of Lincoln's fenny shire, upon which it is situated, were passed almost in a breath. Rutland is won and passed, and Lincolnshire once more entered. The road now verged within a bowshot of that sporting Athens, Corinth, perhaps, we should say, Melton Mowbray. Melton was then unknown to fame, but, as if inspired by that furor venaticus which now inspires all who come within 20 miles of this Charybdis of the chase. Bess here let out in a style with which it would have puzzled the best Leicestershire squires best prad to have kept pace. The spirit she imbibed through the pores of her skin, and the juices of the meat she had champed, seemed to have communicated preternatural excitement to her. Her pace was absolutely terrific. Her eyeballs were dilated, and glowed like flaming carbuncles, while her widely distended nostrils seemed, in the cold moonshine, to snort forth smoke, as from a hidden fire. Fain would Turpin have controlled her. But, without bringing into play all his tremendous nerve, no check could be given her headlong course, and for once, and the only time in her submissive career, Bess resolved to have her own way, and she had it. Like a sensible fellow, Dick conceded the point. There was something even of conjugal philosophy in his self-communion upon the occasion. Ian let her take her own way and be hanged to her, for an obstinate, self-willed jade as she is, said he, now her back is up there'll be no stopping her, I'm sure, she rattles away like a woman's tongue, and when that once begins. We all know what chance the curb has. Best to let her have it out, or rather to lend her a lift. 'Twill be over the sooner. Tantivy, lass. Tantivy. I know which of us will tire first. We have before said that the vehement excitement of continued swift riding produces a paroxysm in the sensorium amounting to delirium. Dick's blood was again on fire. He was first giddy, as after a deep draught of kindling spirit. This passed off, but the spirit was still in his veins, the estro was working in his brain. All his ardor, his eagerness, his fury, returned. He rode like one insane, and his courser partook of his frenzy. She bounded, she leaped. She tore up the ground beneath her, while Dick gave vent to his exultation in one wild, prolonged halloo. More than half his race is run. He has triumphed over every difficulty. He will have no further occasion to halt. Bess carries her forage along with her. The course is straightforward, success seems certain, the goal already reached, the path of glory won. Another wild halloo, to which the echoing woods reply, and away. 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 Thou matchless steed. Yet brace fast thy sinews, hold thy breath, for, alas! The goal is not yet attained. But forward. Forward, on they go. High snorts the straining steed. Thick pants the rider's laboring breath. As headlong on they speed. The gibbet. See there, what yonder swings. And creaks mid whistling rain. Gibbet and steel, the accursed wheel. A murderer in his chain. William and Helen. As the eddying currents sweep over its plains in howling, bleak December, the horse and her rider passed over what remained of Lincolnshire. Grantham is gone, and they are now more slowly looking up the ascent of Gonerby Hill, a path well known to Turpin, where often, in bygone nights, many a purse had changed its owner. With that feeling of independence and exhilaration which every one feels, we believe, on having climbed the hillside, Turpin turned to gaze around. There was triumph in his eye. But the triumph was checked as his glance fell upon a gibbet near him to the right, on the round point of hill which is a landmark to the wide vale of Belvoir. Pressed as he was for time, Dick immediately struck out of the road, and approached the spot where it stood. Two scarecrow objects, covered with rags and rusty links of chains, depended from the tree. A night crow screaming around the carcasses added to the hideous effect of the scene. Nothing but the living highwayman and his skeleton brethren was visible upon the solitary spot. Around him was the lonesome waste of hill, o'erlooking the moonlit valley, beneath his feet, a patch of bare and lightning-blasted sod, above, the wan, declining moon and skies, flaked with ghostly clouds. Before him, the bleached bodies of the murderers, for such they were. "Will this be my lot, I marvel?" said Dick, looking upwards, with an involuntary shudder. "Aye, marry will it," rejoined a crouching figure, suddenly springing from beside a tuft of briars that skirted the blasted ground. Dick started in his saddle, while Bess reared and plunged at the sight of this unexpected apparition. "What, ho! Thou devil's dam, Barbara, is it thou?" exclaimed Dick, reassured upon discovering it was the gipsy queen, and no spectre whom he beheld. "Stand still, Bess, stand, lass. What dost thou here, mother of darkness? Art gathering mandrakes for thy poisonous messes, or pilfering flesh from the dead? Meddle not with their bones, or I will drive thee hence. What dost thou here, I say, old dam of the gibbet?" "I came to die here," replied Barbara, in a feeble tone, and, throwing back her hood, she displayed features well nigh as ghastly as those of the skeletons above her. "Indeed," replied Dick. "You've made choice of a pleasant spot, it must be owned. But you'll not die yet." "Do you know whose bodies these are?" asked Barbara, pointing upwards. "Two of your race," replied Dick, "right brethren of the blade." "Two of my sons," returned Barbara, "my twin children. I am come to lay my bones beneath their bones, my sepulchre shall be their sepulchre, my body shall feed the fowls of the air as theirs have fed them. And if ghosts can walk, we'll scour this heath together. I tell you what, Dick Turpin," said the hag, drawing as near to the highwayman as Bess would permit her, "dead men walk and ride. Ride, there's a comfort for you. I've seen these do it. I have seen them fling off their chains, and dance with me, with their mother. No revels like dead men's revels, Dick. I shall soon join them. You will not lay violent hands upon yourself, mother?" said Dick, with difficulty mastering his terror. "No," replied Barbara, in an altered tone. "But I will let nature do her task. Would she could do it more quickly. Such a life as mine won't go out without a long struggle. What have I to live for now? All are gone, she and her child. But what is this to you? You have no child, and if you had, you could not feel like a father. No matter, I rave. Listen to me. I have crawled hither to die. 'Tis 5 days since I beheld you, and during that time food has not passed these lips, nor aught of moisture, save heaven's dew, cooled this parched throat, nor shall they to the last. That time cannot be far off. And now can you not guess how I mean to die? Begone and leave me, your presence troubles me. I would breathe my last breath alone, with none to witness the parting pang. I will not trouble you longer, mother," said Dick, turning his mare. "Nor will I ask your blessing." "My blessing," scornfully ejaculated Barbara. "You shall have it if you will, but you will find it a curse. Stay. A thought strikes me. Whither are you going?" To seek Sir Luke Rookwood, replied Dick. Know you aught of him? Sir Luke Rookwood. You seek him, and would find him, screamed Barbara. I would, said Dick. And you will find him, said Barbara, and that ere long. I shall ne'er again behold him. Would I could. I have a message for him, one of life and death. Will you convey it to him? I will, said the highwayman. Swear by those bones to do so, cried Barbara, pointing with her skinny fingers to the gibbet, that you will do my bidding. I swear, cried Dick. Fail not, or we will haunt thee to thy life's end, cried Barbara, adding, as she handed a sealed package to the highwayman, give this to Sir Luke, to him alone. I would have sent it to him by other hands ere this, but my people have deserted me, have pillaged my stores, have rifled me of all save this. Give this, I say, to Sir Luke, with your own hands. You have sworn it, and will obey. Give it to him, and bid him think of Sybil as he opens it. But this must not be till Eleanor is in his power, and she must be present when the seal is broken. It relates to both. Dare not to tamper with it, or my curse shall pursue you. That packet is guarded with a triple spell, which to you were fatal. Obey me, and my dying breath shall bless thee. Never fear, said Dick, taking the packet, I'll not disappoint you, mother, depend upon it. Hence, cried the crone. And as she watched Dick's figure lessening upon the waste, and at length beheld him finally disappear down the hillside, she sank to the ground, her frail strength being entirely exhausted. Body and soul may now part in peace, gasped she. All I live for is accomplished. And ere 1 hour had elapsed, the night crow was perched upon her still breathing frame. Long pondering upon this singular interview, Dick pursued his way. At length he thought fit to examine the packet with which the old gypsy had entrusted him. It feels like a casket, thought he. It can't be gold. But then it may be jewels, though they don't rattle, and it ain't quite heavy enough. What can it be? I should like to know. There is some mystery, that's certain, about it, but I will not break the seal, not I. As to her spell, that I don't value a rush. But I've sworn to give it to Sir Luke, and deliver her message, and I'll keep my word if I can. He shall have it. So saying, he replaced it in his pocket. 11. The Phantom Steed. I'll speak to thee, though hell itself should gape. And bid me hold my peace. Hamlet. Time presses. We may not linger in our course. We must fly on before our flying highwaymen. Full 40 miles shall we pass over in a breath. 2 more hours have elapsed, and he still urges his headlong career, with heart resolute as ever, and purpose yet unchanged. Fair Newark, and the dashing Trent, most loved of England's streams, are gathered to his laurels. Broad Notts, and its heavy paths and sweeping glades, its waste, forest no more, of Sherwood past. Bold Robin Hood and his merry men, his Marian and his moonlight rides, recalled, forgotten, left behind. Hurrah! Hurrah! That wild halloo, that waving arm, that enlivening shout, what means it? He is once more upon Yorkshire ground. His horse's hoof beats once more the soil of that noble shire. So transported was Dick, that he could almost have flung himself from the saddle to kiss the dust beneath his feet. Thrice 50 miles has he run, nor has the morn yet dawned upon his labors. Hurrah! The end draws nigh, the goal is in view. Halloo! Halloo! On! Bawtry is past. He takes the lower road by Thorn and Selby. He is skirting the waters of the deep channel Don. Bess now began to manifest some slight symptoms of distress. There was a strain in the carriage of her throat, a dullness in her eye, a laxity in her ear, and a slight stagger in her gait, which Turpin noticed with apprehension. Still she went on, though not at the same gallant pace as heretofore. But, as the tired bird still battles with the blast upon the ocean, as the swimmer still stems the stream, though spent, on went she, nor did Turpin dare to check her, fearing that, if she stopped, she might lose her force, or, if she fell, she would rise no more. It was now that grey and grimly hour ere one flicker of orange or rose has gemmed the east, and when unwearying nature herself seems to snatch brief repose. In the roar of restless cities, this is the only time when their strife is hushed. Midnight is awake, alive, the streets ring with laughter and with rattling wheels. At the third hour, a dead, deep silence prevails, the loud-voiced streets grow dumb. They are deserted of all, save the few guardians of the night and the skulking robber. But even far removed from the haunts of men and hum of towns it is the same. Nature's best nurse seems to weigh nature down, and stillness reigns throughout. Our feelings are, in a great measure, influenced by the hour. Exposed to the raw, crude atmosphere, which has neither the nipping, wholesome shrewdness of morn, nor the profound chillness of night, the frame vainly struggles against the dull, miserable sensations engendered by the damps, and at once communicates them to the spirits. Hope forsakes us. We are weary, exhausted. Our energy is dispirited. Sleep does not weigh our eyelids down. We stare upon the vacancy. We conjure up 1,000 restless, disheartening images. We abandon projects we have formed, and which, viewed through this medium, appear fantastical, chimerical, absurd. We want rest, refreshment, energy. We will not say that Turpin had all these misgivings. But he had to struggle hard with himself to set sleep and exhaustion at defiance. The moon had set. The stars, pinnacled deep in the intense main, had all, save one, the herald of the dawn, withdrawn their luster. A dull mist lay on the stream, and the air became piercing cold. Turpin's chilled fingers could scarcely grasp the slackening rein, while his eyes, irritated by the keen atmosphere, hardly enabled him to distinguish surrounding objects or even to guide his steed. It was owing, probably, to this latter circumstance, that Bess suddenly floundered and fell, throwing her master over her head. Turpin instantly recovered himself. His first thought was for his horse. But Bess was instantly upon her legs, covered with dust and foam, sides and cheeks, and with her large eyes glaring wildly, almost piteously, upon her master. "Art hurt, lass?" asked Dick, as she shook herself, and slightly shivered. And he proceeded to the horseman's scrutiny. "Nothing but a shake, though that dull eye, those quivering flanks," added he, looking earnestly at her. "She won't go much further, and I must give it up." "What? Give up the race just when it's won?" "No, that can't be." "Ha! Well thought on. I've a bottle of liquid, given me by an old fellow, who was a knowing cove and famous jockey in his day, which he swore would make a horse go as long as he'd a leg to carry him, and bade me keep it for some great occasion. I've never used it. But I'll try it now. It should be in this pocket. Ah! Bess, wench, I fear I'm using thee, after all, as Sir Luke did his mistress, that I thought so like thee. No matter. It will be a glorious end." Raising her head upon his shoulder, Dick poured the contents of the bottle down the throat of his mare. Nor had he to wait long before its invigorating effects were instantaneous. The fire was kindled in the glassy orb. Her crest was once more erected, her flank ceased to quiver, and she neighed loud and joyously. "Egad, the old fellow was right," cried Dick. "The drink has worked wonders. What the devil could it have been? It smells like spirit," added he, examining the bottle. "I wish I'd left a taste for myself. But here's that will do as well." And he drained his flask of the last drop of brandy. Dick's limbs were now become so excessively stiff, that it was with difficulty he could remount his horse. But this necessary preliminary being achieved by the help of a stile, he found no difficulty in resuming his accustomed position upon the saddle. We know not whether there was any likeness between our Turpin and that modern Hercules of the sporting world, Mr. Osbaldeston. Far be it from us to institute any comparison, though we cannot help thinking that, in one particular, he resembled that famous, copper-bottomed, squire. this we will leave to our readers' discrimination. Dick bore his fatigues wonderfully. He suffered somewhat of that martyrdom which, according to Tom Moore, occurs to weavers and M.P.S. from sitting too long, but again on his courser's back, he cared not for anything. Once more, at a gallant pace, he traversed the banks of the Don, skirting the fields of flax that bound its sides, and hurried far more swiftly than its current to its confluence with the Aire. Snaith was past. He was on the road to Selby when dawn first began to break. Here and there a twitter was heard in the hedge, a hare ran across his path, grey-looking as the morning self, and the mists began to rise from the earth. A bar of gold was drawn against the east, like the roof of a gorgeous palace. But the mists were heavy in this world of rivers and their tributary streams. The Ouse was before him, the Trent and Aire behind. The Don and Derwent on either hand, all in their way to commingle their currents ere they formed the giant Humber. Amid a region so prodigal of water, no wonder the dews fell thick as rain. Here and there the ground was clear. But then again came a volley of vapor, dim and palpable as smoke. While involved in one of these fogs, Turpin became aware of another horseman by his side. It was impossible to discern the features of the rider, but his figure in the mist seemed gigantic, neither was the color of his steed distinguishable. Nothing was visible except the meager-looking, phantom-like outline of a horse and his rider, and, as the unknown rode upon the turf that edged the way, even the sound of the horse's hoofs was scarcely audible. Turpin gazed, not without superstitious awe. Once or twice he essayed to address the strange horseman, but his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth. He fancied he discovered in the mist-exaggerated lineaments of the stranger a wild and fantastic resemblance to his friend Tom King. It must be Tom, thought Turpin, he is come to warn me of my approaching end. I will speak to him. But terror o'ermastered his speech. He could not force out a word, and thus side by side they rode in silence. Quaking with fears he would scarcely acknowledge to himself, Dick watched every motion of his companion. He was still, stern, spectre-like, erect, and looked for all the world like a demon on his phantom steed. His courser seemed, in the indistinct outline, to be huge and bony, and, as he snorted furiously in the fog, Dick's heated imagination supplied his breath with a due proportion of flame. Not a word was spoken, not a sound heard, save the sullen dead beat of his hoofs upon the grass. It was intolerable to ride thus cheek by jowl with a goblin. Dick could stand it no longer. He put spurs to his horse, and endeavored to escape. But it might not be. The stranger, apparently without effort, was still by his side, and Bess's feet, in her master's apprehensions, were nailed to the ground. By and by, however, the atmosphere became clearer. Bright quivering beams burst through the vaporous shroud, and then it was that Dick discovered that the apparition of Tom King was no other than Luke Rookwood. He was mounted on his old horse, Rook, and looked grim and haggard as a ghost vanishing at the crowing of the cock. "Sir Luke Rookwood, by this light," exclaimed Dick, in astonishment. "Why, I took you for the devil, no doubt," returned Luke, smiling sternly, "and were sorry to find yourself so hard pressed. Don't disquiet yourself, I am still flesh and blood." "Had I taken you for one of mortal mould," said Dick, "you should have soon seen where I'd have put you in the race. That confounded fog deceived me, and Bess acted the fool as well as myself. However, now I know you, Sir Luke, you must spur alongside, for the hawks are on the wing, and though I've much to say, I've not a second to lose." And Dick briefly detailed the particulars of his ride, concluding with his rencontre with Barbara. "Here's the packet," said he, "just as I got it. You must keep it till the proper moment. And here," added he, fumbling in his pocket for another paper, "is the marriage document. You are now your father's lawful son, let who will say you nay. Take it and welcome. If you are ever master of Miss Mowbray's hand, you will not forget Dick Turpin." "I will not," said Luke, eagerly grasping the certificate, "but she never may be mine." "You have her oath." "I have. What more is needed?" "Her hand." "That will follow." "It shall follow, replied Sir Luke, wildly. You are right. She is my affianced bride, affianced before hell, if not before heaven. I have sealed the contract with blood, with Sybil's blood, and it shall be fulfilled. I have her oath, ha, ha. Though I perish in the attempt, I will wrest her from Ranulph's grasp. She shall never be his. I would stab her first. Twice have I failed in my endeavors to bear her off. I am from Rookwood even now. Tomorrow night I shall renew the attack. Will you assist me? Tomorrow night, interrupted Dick. Nay, I should say tonight. A new day has already dawned, replied Luke. I will. She is at Rookwood. She languishes there at present, attended by her mother and her lover. The hall is watched and guarded. Ranulph is ever on the alert. But we will storm their garrison. I have a spy within its walls, a gypsy girl, faithful to my interests. From her I have learnt that there is a plot to wed Eleanor to Ranulph, and that the marriage is to take place privately tomorrow. This must be prevented. It must. But why not boldly appear in person at the hall, and claim her? Why not? I am a proscribed felon. A price is set upon my head. I am hunted through the country, driven to concealment, and dare not show myself for fear of capture. What could I do now? They would load me with fetters, bury me in a dungeon, and wed Eleanor to Ranulph. What would my rights avail? What would her oath signify to them? No, she must be mine by force. His she shall never be. Again, I ask you, will you aid me? I have said, I will. Where is Alan Rookwood? Concealed within the hut on Thorne Waste. You know it, it was one of your haunts. I know it well, said Dick, and Conky Jem, its keeper, into the bargain, he is a knowing file. I'll join you at the hut at midnight, if all goes well. We'll bring off the wench, in spite of them all, just the thing I like. But in case of a breakdown on my part, suppose you take charge of my purse in the meantime. Luke would have declined this offer. Pshaw, said Dick. Who knows what may happen? And it's not ill-lined either. You'll find an odd 100 or so in that silken bag, it's not often your highwayman gives away a purse. Take it, man, we'll settle all tonight, and if I don't come, keep it, it will help you to your bride. And now off with you to the hut, for you are only hindering me. Adieu. My love to old Alan. We'll do the trick tonight. Away with you to the hut. Keep yourself snug there till midnight, and we'll ride over to Rookwood. At midnight, replied Sir Luke, wheeling off, I shall expect you. We're hawks, hallooed Dick. But Luke had vanished. In another instant Dick was scouring the plain as rapidly as ever. In the meantime, as Dick has casually alluded to the hawks, it may not be amiss to inquire how they had flown throughout the night, and whether they were still in chase of their quarry. With the exception of Titus, who was completely done up at Grantham, having got, as he said, a complete bellyful of it, they were still on the wing, and resolved sooner or later to pounce upon their prey. Pursuing the same system as heretofore in regard to the post-horses. Major Mowbray and Patterson took the lead, but the irascible and invincible attorney was not far in their rear, his wrath having been by no means allayed by the fatigue he had undergone. At Bawtry they held a council of war for a few minutes, being doubtful which course he had taken. Their incertitude was relieved by a foot traveller, who had heard Dick's loud halloo on passing the boundary of Nottinghamshire, and had seen him take the lower road. They struck, therefore, into the path at Thorne at a hazard, and were soon satisfied they were right. Furiously did they now spur on. They reached Selby, changed horses at the inn in front of the venerable cathedral church, and learnt from the post-boy that a toil-worn horseman, on a jaded steed, had ridden through the town about 5 minutes before them, and could not be more than a quarter of a mile in advance. His horse was so dead beat, said the lad, that I'm sure he cannot have got far, and, if you look sharp, I'll be bound you'll overtake him before he reaches Cawood Ferry. Mr. Coates was transported. We'll lodge him snug in York Castle before an hour, Patterson, cried he, rubbing his hands. I hope so, sir, said the chief constable, but I begin to have some qualms. Now, gentlemen, shouted the post-boy, come along. I'll soon bring you to him. 12. Cawood Ferry. The sight renewed my courser's feet. A moment, staggering feebly fleet. A moment, with a faint low neigh. He answered, and then fell. With gasps and glazing eyes he lay. And reeking limbs immovable. His first, and last career was done. Mazeppa. The sun had just o'ertopped the high eastern hill, as Turpin reached the ferry of Cawood, and his beams were reflected upon the deep and sluggish waters of the Ouse. Wearily had he dragged his course thither, wearily and slow. The powers of his gallant steed were spent, and he could scarcely keep her from sinking. It was now midway, twixt the hours of 5 and 6. 9 miles only lay before him, and that thought again revived him. He reached the water's edge, and hailed the ferryboat, which was then on the other side of the river. At that instant a loud shout smote his ear, it was the halloo of his pursuers. Despair was in his look. He shouted to the boatman, and bade him pull fast. The man obeyed, but he had to breast a strong stream, and had a lazy bark and heavy sculls to contend with. He had scarcely left the shore when another shout was raised from the pursuers. The tramp of their steeds grew louder and louder. The boat had scarcely reached the middle of the stream. His captors were at hand. Quietly did he walk down the bank, and as cautiously enter the water. There was a plunge, and steed and rider were swimming down the river. Major Mowbray was at the brink of the stream. He hesitated an instant, and stemmed the tide. Seized, as it were, by a mania for equestrian distinction, Mr. Coates braved the torrent. Not so Patterson. He very coolly took out his bulldogs, and, watching Turpin, cast up in his own mind the pros and cons of shooting him as he was crossing. I could certainly hit him, thought, or said, the constable. But what of that? A dead highwayman is worth nothing, alive, he weighs 300 L. I won't shoot him, but I'll make a pretense. And he fired accordingly. The shot skimmed over the water, but did not, as it was intended, do much mischief. It, however, occasioned a mishap, which had nearly proved fatal to our aquatic attorney. Alarmed at the report of the pistol, in the nervous agitation of the moment Coates drew in his reins so tightly that his steed instantly sank. A moment or two afterwards he rose, shaking his ears, and floundering heavily towards the shore, and such was the chilling effect of this sudden immersion, that Mr. Coates now thought much more of saving himself than of capturing Turpin. Dick, meanwhile, had reached the opposite bank, and, refreshed by her bath, Bess scrambled up the sides of the stream, and speedily regained the road. I shall do it yet, shouted Dick, that stream has saved her. Hark away, lass. Hark away. Bess heard the cheering cry, and she answered to the call. She roused all her energies, strained every sinew, and put forth all her remaining strength. Once more, on wings of swiftness, she bore him away from his pursuers, and Major Mowbray, who had now gained the shore, and made certain of securing him, beheld him spring, like a wounded hare, from beneath his very hand. It cannot hold out, said the Major, it is but an expiring flash, that gallant steed must soon drop. She be regularly booked, that's certain, said the post-boy. We shall find her on the road. Contrary to all expectation, however, Bess held on, and set pursuit at defiance. Her pace was swift as when she started. But it was unconscious and mechanical action. It wanted the ease, the lightness, the life of her former riding. She seemed screwed up to a task which she must execute. There was no flogging, no gory heel, but the heart was throbbing, tugging at the sides within. Her spirit spurred her onwards. Her eye was glazing, her chest heaving, her flank quivering. Her crest again fallen. Yet she held on. She is dying, said Dick. I feel it, no, she held on. Fulford is past. The towers and pinnacles of York burst upon him in all the freshness, the beauty, and the glory of a bright, clear, autumnal morn. The ancient city seemed to smile a welcome, a greeting. The noble minster and its serene and massive pinnacles, crockett, lantern-like, and beautiful, St. Mary's lofty spire, Allhallows Tower, the massive mouldering walls of the adjacent postern, the grim castle, and Clifford's neighbouring keep, all beamed upon him, like a bright-eyed face, that laughs out openly. "It is done, it is won," cried Dick. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" And the sunny air was cleft with his shouts. Bess was not insensible to her master's exultation. She neighed feebly in answer to his call, and reeled forwards. It was a piteous sight to see her, to mark her staring, protruding eyeball, her shaking flanks, but, while life and limb held together, she held on. "Another mile is past. York is near." "Hurrah!" shouted Dick, but his voice was hushed. Bess tottered, fell. There was a dreadful gasp, a parting moan, a snort, her eye gazed, for an instant, upon her master, with a dying glare, then grew glassy, rayless, fixed. A shiver ran through her frame. Her heart had burst. Dick's eyes were blinded, as with rain. His triumph, though achieved, was forgotten, his own safety was disregarded. He stood weeping and swearing, like one beside himself. "And art thou gone, Bess?" cried he, in a voice of agony, lifting up his courser's head, and kissing her lips, covered with blood-flecked foam. "Gone, gone. And I have killed the best steed that was ever crossed." "And for what?" added Dick, beating his brow with his clenched hand, "for what? For what?" At this moment the deep bell of the minster clock told out the hour of 6. "I am answered," gasped Dick, "it was to hear those strokes." Turpin was roused from the state of stupefaction into which he had fallen by a smart slap on the shoulder. Recalled to himself by the blow, he started at once to his feet, while his hands sought his pistols, but he was spared the necessity of using them, by discovering in the intruder the bearded visage of the gipsy Balthazar. The patrico was habited in mendicant weeds, and sustained a large wallet upon his shoulders. "So it's all over with the best mare in England, I see," said Balthazar. "I can guess how it has happened. You are pursued?" "I am," said Dick, roughly. "Your pursuers are at hand?" "Within a few 100 yards." "Then, why stay here? Fly while you can." "Never, never," cried Turpin, "I'll fight it out here by Bess's side." "Poor lass! I've killed her, but she has done it, ha, ha, we have won, what?" And his utterance was again choked. "Hark! I hear the tramp of horse and shouts," cried the patrico. "Take this wallet. You will find a change of dress within it. Dart into that thick copse, save yourself." "But Bess, I cannot leave her," exclaimed Dick, with an agonizing look at his horse. "And what did Bess die for, but to save you?" rejoined the patrico. "True, true," said Dick. "But take care of her, don't let those dogs of hell meddle with her carcass." "Away," cried the patrico, "leave Bess to me." Possessing himself of the wallet, Dick disappeared in the adjoining copse. He had not been gone many seconds when Major Mowbray rode up. "Who is this?" exclaimed the major, flinging himself from his horse, and seizing the patrico. "This is not Turpin." "Certainly not," replied Balthazar, coolly. "I am not exactly the figure for a highwayman." "Where is he?" "What has become of him?" asked Coates, in despair, as he and Patterson joined the major. "Escaped, I fear," replied the major. "Have you seen anyone, fellow?" added he, addressing the patrico. "I have seen no one," replied Balthazar. "I am only this instant arrived. This dead horse lying in the road attracted my attention." "Ha!" exclaimed Patterson, leaping from his steed, "this may be Turpin after all. He has as many disguises as the devil himself, and may have carried that goat's hair in his pocket." Saying which, he seized the patrico by the beard, and shook it with as little reverence as the Gaul handled the hirsute chin of the Roman senator. "The devil! Hands off," roared Balthazar. "By Salaman, I won't stand such usage. Do you think a beard like mine is the growth of a few minutes? Hands off, I say." "Regularly done," said Patterson, removing his hold of the patrico's chin, and looking as blank as a cartridge. "Aye," exclaimed Coates, "all owing to this worthless piece of carrion. If it were not that I hope to see him dangling from those walls, pointing towards the castle, I should wish her master were by her side now. To the dogs with her." And he was about to spurn the breathless carcass of poor Bess, when a sudden blow, dealt by the patrico's staff, felled him to the ground. "I'll teach you to molest me," said Balthazar, about to attack Patterson. "Come, come," said the discomfited chief constable, "no more of this. It's plain we're in the wrong box. Every bone in my body aches sufficiently without the aid of your cudgel, old fellow. Come, Mr. Coates, take my arm, and let's be moving. We've had an infernal long ride for nothing." "Not so," replied Coates, "I've paid pretty dearly for it. However, let us see if we can get any breakfast at the Bowling Green, yonder. Though I've already had my morning draught," added the facetious man of law, looking at his dripping apparel. "Poor Black Bess," said Major Mowbray, wistfully regarding the body of the mare, as it lay stretched at his feet. "Thou deservedst a better fate, and a better master. In thee, Dick Turpin has lost his best friend. His exploits will, henceforth, want the colouring of romance, which thy unfailing energies threw over them. Light lie the ground over thee, thou matchless mare." To the Bowling Green the party proceeded, leaving the patrico in undisturbed possession of the lifeless body of Black Bess. Major Mowbray ordered a substantial repast to be prepared with all possible expedition. A countryman, in a smock frock, was busily engaged at his morning's meal. "To see that fellow bolt down his breakfast, one would think he had fasted for a month," said Coates. "See the wholesome effects of an honest, industrious life, Patterson. I envy him his appetite. I should fall to with more zest were Dick Turpin in his place." The countryman looked up. He was an odd-looking fellow, with a terrible squint, and a strange, contorted countenance. "An ugly dog!" exclaimed Patterson. "What a devil of a twist he has got." "What's that you says about Dick Turpin, meester?" asked the countryman, with his mouth half full of bread. "Have you seen aught of him?" asked Coates. "Not I," mumbled the rustic. "But I hears the folks hereabouts talk on him. They say as how he sets all the lawyers and constables at defiance, and laughs in his sleeve at their efforts to cotch him. Ha, ha. He gets over more ground in a day than they do in a week. Ho, ho." "That's all over now," said Coates, peevishly. "He has cut his own throat, ridden his famous mare to death." The countryman almost choked himself, in the attempt to bolt a huge mouthful. "Aye, indeed, meester. How happened that?" asked he, so soon as he recovered speech. "The fool rode her from London to York last night," returned Coates. "Such a feat was never performed before. What horse could be expected to live through such work as that?" "Ah, he were a fool to attempt that," observed the countryman, "but you followed belike." "We did." "And took him arter all, I reckon?" asked the rustic, squinting more horribly than ever. "No," returned Coates, "I can't say we did. But we'll have him yet. I'm pretty sure he can't be far off. We may be nearer him than we imagine." "May be so, meester," returned the countryman, "but might I be so bold as to ax how many horses you used the chase?" "Some half-dozen, maybe." "Half a dozen," growled Patterson, "we had 20 at the least." "And I won," mentally ejaculated Turpin, for he was the countryman. Book V. The Oath. It was an ill oath better broke than kept. The laws of nature, and of nations, do dispense with matters of divinity. In such a case, Tate Ham. The Hut on Thorne Waste. Hind. Are all our horses and our arms in safety? Furbo. They feed, like Pluto's palfreys, underground. Our pistols, swords, and other furniture are safely locked up at our rendezvous. Prince of Prigg's Revels. The Hut on Thorne Waste, to which we have before incidentally alluded, and whither we are now about to repair, was a low, lone hovel, situate on the banks of the deep and oozy Don, at the eastern extremity of that extensive moor. Ostensibly its owner fulfilled the duties of ferryman to that part of the river, but as the road which skirted his tenement was little frequented, his craft was, for the most part, allowed to sleep undisturbed in her moorings. In reality, however, he was the inland agent of a horde of smugglers who infested the neighboring coast. His cabin was their rendezvous, and not unfrequently, it was said, the depository of their contraband goods. Conky Jem, so was he called by his associates, on account of the Slockenbergian promontory which decorated his countenance, had been an old hand at the same trade. But having returned from a 7 years' leave of absence from his own country, procured by his lawless life, now managed matters with more circumspection and prudence, and had never since been detected in his former illicit traffic. Nor, though so marvellously gifted in that particular himself, was he ever known to nose upon any of his accomplices, or, in other words, to betray them. On the contrary, his hut was a sort of asylum for all fugitives from justice. And although the sanctity of his walls would, in all probability, have been little regarded, had any one been detected within them, yet, strange to say, even if a robber had been tracked, as it often chanced, to Jem's immediate neighborhood, all traces of him were sure to be lost at the ferryman's hut. And further search was useless. Within, the hut presented such an appearance as might be expected, from its owner's pursuits and its own unpromising exterior. Consisting of little more than a couple of rooms, the rude whitewashed walls exhibited, in lieu of prints of more pretension, a gallery of choicely illustrated ballads, celebrating the exploits of various highwaymen, renowned in song. Amongst which our friend Dick Turpin figured conspicuously upon his sable steed, Bess being represented by a huge rampant black patch, and Dick, with a pistol considerably longer than the arm that sustained it. Next to this curious collection was a drum net, a fishing rod, a landing net, an eel spear, and other piscatorial apparatus, with a couple of sculls and a boat hook, indicative of Jem's ferryman's office, suspended by various hooks. The whole blackened and begrimed by peat smoke, there being no legitimate means of exit permitted to the vapor generated by the turf-covered hearthstone. The only window, indeed, in the hut, was to the front. The back apartment, which served Jem for dormitory, had no aperture whatever for the admission of light, except such as was afforded through the door of communication between the rooms. A few broken rush-bottomed chairs, with a couple of dirty tables, formed the sum total of the ferryman's furniture. Notwithstanding the grotesque effect of his exaggerated nasal organ, Jem's aspect was at once savage and repulsive. His lank black hair hung about his inflamed visage in wild elf locks, the animal predominating throughout. His eyes were small, red, and wolfish, and glared suspiciously from beneath his scarred and tufted eyebrows, while certain of his teeth projected, like the tusks of a boar, from out his coarse-lipped, sensual mouth. Dwarfish in stature, and deformed in person, Jem was built for strength. And what with his width of shoulder and shortness of neck, his figure looked as square and as solid as a cube. His throat and hirsute chest, constantly exposed to the weather, had acquired a glowing tan, while his arms, uncovered to the shoulders, and clothed with fur, like a bear's hide, down, almost, to the tips of his fingers, presented a knot of folded muscles, the concentrated force of which few would have desired to encounter in action. It was now on the stroke of midnight. And Jem, who had been lying extended upon the floor of his hovel, suddenly aroused by that warning impulse which never fails to awaken one of his calling at the exact moment when they require to be upon the alert, now set about fanning into flame the expiring fuel upon his hearth. Having succeeded in igniting further portions of the turf, Jem proceeded to examine the security of his door and window, and satisfied that lock and bolt were shot, and that the shutter was carefully closed, he kindled a light at his fire, and walked towards his bedroom. But it was not to retire for the night that the ferryman entered his dormitory. Beside his crazy couch stood a litter of empty bottles and a beer cask, crowding the chamber. The latter he rolled aside, and pressing his foot upon the plank beneath it, the board gave way, and a trap-door opening, discovered a ladder, conducting, apparently, into the bowels of the earth. Jem leaned over the abyss, and called in hoarse accents to some one below. An answer was immediately returned, and a light became soon afterwards visible at the foot of the ladder. 2 figures next ascended. The first who set foot within the ferryman's chamber was Alan Rookwood, the other, as the reader may perhaps conjecture, was his grandson. "Is it the hour?" asked Luke, as he sprang from out the trapdoor. "Aye," replied Jem, with a coarse laugh, "or I had not disturbed myself to call you. But, maybe," added he, softening his manner a little, "you'll like some refreshments before you start. A stoup of Nance will put you in queue for the job, ha, ha." "Not I," replied Luke, who could ill tolerate his companion's familiarity. "Give me to drink," said Alan, walking feebly towards the fire, and extending his skinny fingers before it. "I am chilled by the damps of that swampy cave, the natural heat within me is nigh extinguished." "Here is that shall put fresh marrow into your old bones," returned Jem, handing him a tumbler of brandy, "never stint it. I'll be sworn you'll be the better on't, for you look desperate queer, man, about the mazzard." Alan was, in sooth, a ghastly spectacle. The events of the last few days had wrought a fearful change. His countenance was almost exanimate. And when, with shaking hand and trembling lips, he had drained the fiery potion to the dregs, a terrible grimace was excited upon his features, such as is produced upon the corpse by the action of the galvanic machine. Even Jem regarded him with a sort of apprehension. After he had taken breath for a moment, Alan broke out into a fit of wild and immoderate laughter. "Why, aye," said he, "this is indeed to grow young again, and to feel fresh fire within one's veins. Who would have thought so much of life and energy could reside in this little vessel? I am myself once more, and not the same soulless, pulseless lump of clay I was a moment or two back. The damps of that den had destroyed me, and the solitude, the waking dreams I've had, the visions. Horrible. I will not think of them. I am better now, ready to execute my plans, your plans I should say, grandson Luke. Are our horses in readiness? Why do we tarry? The hour is arrived, and I would not that my new-blown courage should evaporate ere the great work for which I live be accomplished. That done, I ask no further stimulant. Let us away. We tarry but for Turpin," said Luke. "I am as impatient as yourself. I fear some mischance must have befallen him, or he would have been true to his appointment. Do you not think so?" he added, addressing the ferryman. "Why," replied Jem, reluctantly, "since you put it home to me, and I can't conceal it no longer, I'll tell you what I didn't tell afore, for fear you should be down in the mouth about it. Dick Turpin can do nothing for you, he's grabbed." "Turpin apprehended," ejaculated Luke. "Aye," returned Jem. "I learned from a farmer who crossed the ferry at nightfall, that he were grabbed this morning at York, after having ridden his famous cherry-coloured prad to death. That's what hurts me more not all the rest. Though I fear Dick will scarce cheat the nubbing cheat this go. His time's up, I calculate." "Will you supply his place and accompany us?" asked Luke of the ferryman. "No, no," replied Jem, shaking his head. "There's too much risk, and too little profit, in the business for me, it won't pay." "And what might tempt you to undertake the enterprise?" asked Alan. "More than you have to offer, Master Peter," replied Jem, who had not been enlightened upon the subject of Alan's real name or condition. "How know you that?" demanded Alan. "Name your demand." "Well, then, I'll not say but £100, if you had it, might bribe me." "To part with your soul to the devil, I doubt not," said Luke, fiercely stamping the ground. "Let us be gone. We need not his mercenary aid. We will do without him." "Stay," said Alan, "you shall have the 100, provided you will assure us of your services." "Cut no more blarneyfied wids, Master Sexton," replied Jem, in a gruff tone. If I'm to go, I must have the chink down, and that's more nor either of you can do, I'm thinking. Give me your purse, whispered Alan to his grandson. Pshaw, continued he, do you hesitate? This man can do much for us. Think upon Eleanor, and be prudent. You cannot accomplish your task unaided. Taking the amount from the purse, he gave it to the ferryman, adding, if we succeed, the sum shall be doubled, and now let us set out. During Alan's speech, Jem's sharp eyes had been fastened upon the purse, while he mechanically clutched the banknotes which were given to him. He could not remove his gaze, but continued staring at the treasure before him, as if he would willingly, by force, have made it all his own. Alan saw the error he had committed in exposing the contents of the purse to the avaricious ferryman, and was about to restore it to Luke, when the bag was suddenly snatched from his grasp, and himself levelled by a blow upon the floor. Conky Jem found the temptation irresistible. Knowing himself to be a match for both his companions, and imagining he was secure from interruption, he conceived the idea of making away with them, and possessing himself of their wealth. No sooner had he disposed of Alan, than he assailed Luke, who met his charge halfway. With the vigor and alacrity of the latter the reader is already acquainted, but he was no match for the Herculean strength of the double-jointed ferryman, who, with the ferocity of the boar he so much resembled, thus furiously attacked him. Nevertheless, as may be imagined, he was not disposed to yield up his life tamely. He saw at once the villain's murderous intentions, and, well aware of his prodigious power, would not have risked a close struggle could he have avoided it. Snatching the eel spear from the wall, he had hurled it at the head of his adversary, but without effect. In the next instant he was locked in a clasp terrible as that of a polar bear. In spite of all his struggles, Luke was speedily hurled to the ground, and Jem, who had thrown himself upon him, was apparently searching about for some weapon to put a bloody termination to the conflict. When the trampling of a horse was heard at the door, 3 taps were repeated slowly, one after the other, and a call resounded from a whistle. Damnation, ejaculated Jem, gruffly, interrupted. And he seemed irresolute, slightly altering his position on Luke's body. The moment was fortunate for Luke, and, in all probability, saved his life. He extricated himself from the ferryman's grasp, regained his feet, and, what was of more importance, the weapon he had thrown away. Villain! Cried he, about to plunge the spear with all his force into his enemy's side, you shall. The whistle was again heard without. Don't you hear that? Cried Jem, 'tis Turpin's call. Turpin, echoed Luke, dropping the point of his weapon. Unbar the door, you treacherous rascal, and admit him. Well, say no more about it, Sir Luke, said Jem, fawningly, I knows I owes you my life, and I thank you for it. Take back the lower. He should not have shown it me, it was that as did all the mischief. Unbar the door, and parley not, said Luke contemptuously. Jem complied with pretended alacrity, but real reluctance, casting suspicious glances at Luke as he withdrew the bolts. The door at length being opened, haggard, exhausted, and covered with dust, Dick Turpin staggered into the hut. Well, I am here, said he, with a hollow laugh. I've kept my word, ha, ha. I've been damnably put to it, but here I am, ha, ha. And he sank upon one of the stools. We heard you were apprehended, said Luke. I am glad to find the information was false, added he, glancing angrily at the ferryman. Whoever told you that, told you a lie, Sir Luke, replied Dick, but what are you scowling at, old Sharon, and you, Sir Luke? Why do you glower at each other? Make fast the door, bolt it, Cerberus, right. Now give me a glass of brandy, and then I'll talk, a bumper, so, another. What's that I see, a dead man? Old Peter, Alan I mean, has anything happened to him, that he has taken his measure there so quietly? Nothing, I trust, said Luke, stooping to raise up his grandsire. The blow has stunned him. The blow, repeated Turpin. What? There has been a quarrel then. I thought as much from your amiable looks at each other. Come, come, we must have no differences. Give the old earthworm a taste of this, I'll engage it will bring him to fast enough. Rub his temples with it if you'd rather, but it's a better remedy down the gullet, the natural course. And hark ye, Jem, search your crib quickly, and see if you have any grub within it, and any more bub in the cellar. I'm as hungry as a hunter, and as thirsty as a camel. 2. Major Mowbray. Mephistopheles. Out with your toasting iron. Thrust away. Hayward's translation of Faust. Conky Jem went in search of such provisions as his hovel afforded. Turpin, meantime, lent his assistance towards the revival of Alan Rookwood, and it was not long before his efforts, united with those of Luke, were successful, and Alan restored to consciousness. He was greatly surprised to find the highwaymen had joined them, and expressed an earnest desire to quit the hut as speedily as possible. "That shall be done forthwith, my dear fellow," said Dick. "But if you had fasted as long as I have done, and gone through a few of my fatigues into the bargain, you would perceive, without difficulty, the propriety of supping before you started. Here comes old Nosey, with a flitch of bacon and a loaf. Egad, I can scarce wait for the toasting. In my present mood, I could almost devour a grunter in the sty." Whereupon he applied himself to the loaf, and to a bottle of stout March ale, which Jem placed upon the table, quaffing copious draughts of the latter. While the ferryman employed himself in toasting certain rashers of the flitch upon the hissing embers. Luke, meanwhile, stalked impatiently about the room. He had laid aside his tridental spear, having first, however, placed a pistol within his breast to be ready for instant service, should occasion demand it, as he could now put little reliance upon the ferryman's fidelity. He glanced with impatience at Turpin, who pursued his meal with steady voracity, worthy of a half-famished soldier. But the highwayman returned no answer to his looks, except such as was conveyed by the incessant clatter of his masticating jaws, during the progress of his, apparently, interminable repast. "Ready for you in a second, Sir Luke," said Dick. "All right now, capital ale, Sharon, strong as sticks, one other rasher, and I've done. Sorry to keep you, can't conceive how cleverly I put the winkers upon M at York, in the dress of a countryman. All owing to old Balty, the Patrico, an old pal, My old pals never nose upon me, nosy, always help one out of the water, always staunch. Here's health to you, old crony." Jem returned a sulky response, as he placed the last rasher on the table, which was speedily discussed. "Poor Bess," muttered Dick, as he quaffed off the final glass of ale. "Poor lass. We buried her by the roadside, beneath the trees, deep, deep. Her remains shall never be disturbed. Alas! Alas! My bonny black Bess. But no matter, her name is yet alive, her deeds will survive her, the trial is over. And now," continued he, rising from his seat, "I'm with you. Where are the tits?" "In the stable, underground," growled Jem. Alan Rookwood, in the meantime, had joined his grandson, and they conversed an instant or two apart. "My strength will not bear me through the night," said he. "That fellow has thoroughly disabled me. You must go without me to the hall. Here is the key of the secret passage. You know the entrance. I will await you in the tomb." "The tomb," echoed Luke. "Our family vault," returned Alan, with a ghastly grin. "It is the only place of security for me now. Let me see her there. Let me know that my vengeance is complete, that I triumph in my death over him, the accursed brother, through you, my grandson. You have a rival brother, a successful one, you know now what hatred is." "I do," returned Luke, fiercely. "But not such hate as mine, which, through a long life, hath endured, intense as when 'twas first engendered in my bosom. Which from one hath spread o'er all my race, o'er all save you, and which even now, when death stares me in the face, when the spirit pants to fly from its prison house, burns fiercely as ever. You cannot know what hate like that may be. You must have wrongs, such wrongs as mine first. My hate to Ranulph is bitter as your own to Sir Reginald. Name him not, shrieked Alan. But, oh! To think upon the bride he robbed me of, the young, the beautiful, whom I loved to madness. Whose memory is a barbed shaft, yet rankling keen as ever at my heart. God of justice! How is it that I have thus long survived? But some men die by inches. My dying lips shall name him once again, and then 'twill be but to blend his name with curses. I speak of him no more, said Luke. I will meet you in the vault. Remember, tomorrow is her wedding day with Ranulph. Think you I forget it? Bear it constantly in mind. Tomorrow's dawn must see her yours or his. You have her oath. To you or to death she is affianced. If she should hesitate in her election, do not you hesitate. Woman's will is fickle. Her scruples of conscience will be readily overcome, she will not heed her vows, but let her not escape you. Cast off all your weakness. You are young, and not as I am, age enfeebled. Be firm, and, added he, with a look of terrible meaning, if all else should fail, if you are surrounded, if you cannot bear her off, use this, and he placed a dagger in Luke's hands. It has avenged me, ere now, on a perjured wife, it will avenge you of a forsworn mistress, and remove all obstacle to Rookwood. Luke took the weapon. Would you have me kill her? Demanded he. Sooner than she should be Ranulph's. I ought sooner than that. But I would not murder both. Both, echoed Alan. I understand you not. Sybil and Eleanor, replied Luke, for, as surely as I live, Sybil's death will lie at my door. How so? Asked Alan. The poison was self-ministered. True, replied Luke, with terrible emphasis, but I spoke daggers. Hearken to me, said he, hollowly whispering in his grandsire's ears. Methinks I am not long for this world. I have seen her since her death. Tut, tut, replied Alan. 'Tis not for you, a man, to talk thus. A truce to these womanish fancies. Womanish or not, returned Luke. Either my fancy has deceived me, or I beheld her, distinctly as I now behold you, within yon cave, while you were sleeping by my side. It is disordered fancy, said Alan Rookwood. You will live to inherit Rookwood, live to see them fall crushed beneath your feet. For myself, if I but see you master of Eleanor's hand, or know that she no longer lives to bless your rival, or to mar your prospects, I care not how soon I brave my threatened doom. Of one or other you shall be resolved tonight, said Luke, placing the dagger within his vest. At this moment a trampling of a horse was heard before the hovel, and in another instant a loud knocking resounded from the door. The ferryman instantly extinguished the light, motioning his companions to remain silent. What, ho, shouted a voice. Ferry wanted. Gadzooks, exclaimed Dick. As I live, 'tis Major Mowbray. Major Mowbray. Echoed Alan, in amazement, what doth he here? He must be on his way from York to Rookwood, I conclude, said Dick. If he's here, I'll engage the others are not far off. Scarcely were the words out of Dick's mouth, when further clatter was heard at the door, and the tones of Coates were heard, in altissimo key, demanding admittance. Let us retire into the next room, whispered Turpin, and then admit them by all means, conky. And, hark ye, manage to detain them a few seconds. I'll do it, said Jem. There's a bit of a hole you can peep through. Another loud rat-tat was heard at the door, threatening to burst it from its hinges. Well, I be coming, said Jem, seeing the coast was clear, in a drowsy, yawning tone, as if just awakened from sleep. You'll cross the river none the faster for making so much noise. With these words he unbarred the door, and Coates and Patterson, who, it appeared, were proceeding to Rookwood, entered the hovel. Major Mowbray remained on horseback at the door. Can you find us a glass of brandy to keep out the fog? Said Coates, who knew something of our ferryman's vocations. I know you are a lad of amazing spirit. Maybe I can, master, if I choose. But won't the other gem-man walk indoors likewise? No, no, said Coates, Major Mowbray don't choose to dismount. Well, as you please, said Jem. It'll take me a minute or two to get the punt in order for all them prads. The brandy in the first place, said Coates. What's here? Added the loquacious attorney, noticing the remnants of Turpin's repast. But that we're hurried, I should like a little frizzled bacon myself. Jem opened the door of his dormitory with the greatest caution, though apparent indifference, and almost instantly returned with the brandy. Coates filled a glass for Patterson, and then another for himself. The ferryman left the house apparently to prepare his boat, half closing the door after him. By my faith! This is the right thing, Patterson, said the attorney. We may be sure the strength of this was never tested by a gauger's proof. Take another thimbleful. We've 12 miles and a heavy pull to go through ere we reach Rookwood. After all, we made but a poor night's work of it, Master Constable. Cursed stupid in us to let him escape. I only wish we had such another chance. Ah, if we had him within reach now, how we would spring upon him, secure him in an instant. I should glory in the encounter. I tell you what, Patterson, if ever he is taken, I shall make a point of attending his execution, and see whether he dies game. Ha, ha. You think he's sure to swing, Patterson, eh? Why, yes, replied the chief constable. I wish I was as certain of my reward as that Turpin will eventually figure at the scragging post. Your reward, replied Coates. Make yourself easy on that score, my boy, you shall have your dues, depend upon it. Nay, for the matter of that, I'll give you the money now, if you think proper. Nothing like time present, said Patterson. We'll make all square at once. Well, then, said Coates, taking out a pocket-book, you shall have the 100 I promised. You won't get Turpin's reward, the £300, but that can't be helped. You shall have mine, always a man of my word, Patterson, continued the attorney, counting out the money. My father, the thief-taker, was a man of his word before me. No doubt, said the chief constable, I shall always be happy to serve you. And then there's that other affair, said the attorney, mysteriously, still occupied in doling out his bank notes, that Luke Bradley's case, the fellow, I mean, who calls himself Sir Luke Rookwood, ha, ha. A rank impostor. 2 5s, that makes 50, you want another 50, Patterson. As I was saying, we may make a good job of that, we must ferret him out. I know who will come down properly for that. And if we could only tuck him up with his brother Blade, why it would be worth double. He's all along been a thorn in my Lady Rookwood's side, he's an artful scoundrel. Leave him to me, said Patterson, I'll have him in less than a week. What's your charge against him? Felony, burglary, murder, every description of crime under the heavens, said Coates. He's a very devil incarnate. Dick Turpin is as mild as milk compared with him. By the by, now I think of it, this Jem, Conky Jem, as folks call him, may know something about him, he's a keen file, I'll sound him. 30, 40, 50, there's the exact amount. So much for Dick Turpin. Dick Turpin thanks you for it in person, said Dick, suddenly snatching the whole sum from Patterson's hands, and felling the chief constable with a blow of one of his pistols. I wish I was as sure of escaping the gallows as I am certain that Patterson has got his reward. You stare, sir. You are once more in the hands of the Philistines. See who is at your elbow. Coates, who was terrified almost out of his senses at the sight of Turpin, scarcely ventured to turn his head. But when he did so, he was perfectly horror-stricken at the threatening aspect of Luke, who held a cutlass in his hand, which he had picked up in the ferryman's bedroom. So you would condemn me for crimes I have never committed, said Luke. I am tempted, I own, to add the destruction of your worthless existence to their number. Mercy, for God's sake, mercy, cried Coates, throwing himself at Luke's feet. I meant not what I said. Hence, reptile, said Luke, pushing him aside. I leave you to be dealt upon by others. At this juncture, the door of the hut was flung open, and in rushed Major Mowbray, sword in hand, followed by Conky Jem. There he stands, sir, cried the latter, upon him. What? Conky Jem turned snitch upon his pals, cried Dick, I scarce believe my own ears. Make yourself scarce, Dick, growled Jem, the jigger's open, and the boat loose. Leave Luke to his fate. He's sold. Never. Vile traitor, shouted Dick. 'Tis thou art sold, not he, and, almost ere the words were spoken, a ball was lodged in the brain of the treacherous ferryman. Major Mowbray, meanwhile, had rushed furiously upon Luke, who met his assault with determined calmness. The strife was sharp, and threatened a speedy and fatal issue. On the Major's side it was a desperate attack of cut and thrust, which Luke had some difficulty in parrying, but as yet no wounds were inflicted. Soldier as was the Major, Luke was not a whit inferior to him in his knowledge of the science of defence. And in the exercise of the broadsword he was perhaps the more skilful of the two. Upon the present occasion his coolness stood him in admirable stead. Seeing him hard pressed, Turpin would have come to his assistance, but Luke shouted to him to stand aside, and all that Dick could do, amid the terrific clash of steel, was to kick the tables out of the way of the combatants. Luke's aim was now slightly grazed by a cut made by the Major, which he had parried. The smart of the wound roused his ire. He attacked his adversary in his turn, with so much vigor and goodwill, that, driven backwards by the irresistible assault, Major Mowbray stumbled over the ferryman's body, which happened to lie in his way. And his sword being struck from his grasp, his life became at once at his assailant's disposal. Luke sheathed his sword. Major Mowbray, said he, sternly, your life is in my power. I spare it for the blood that is between us, for your sister's sake. I would not raise my hand against her brother. I disclaim your kindred with me, villain, wrathfully exclaimed the Major. I hold you no otherwise than as a wretched impostor, who has set up claims he cannot justify. And as to my sister, if you dare to couple her name, and the Major made an ineffectual attempt to raise himself, and to regain his sword, which Turpin, however, removed. Dare, echoed Luke, scornfully. Hereafter, you may learn to fear my threats, and acknowledge the extent of my daring, and in that confidence I give you life. Listen to me, sir. I am bound for Rookwood. I have private access to the house, to your sister's chamber, her chamber, mark you that. I shall go armed, attended. This night she shall be mine. From you, from Ranulph, from Lady Rookwood, from all will I bear her off. She shall be mine, and you, before the dawn, my brother, and Luke paused. What further villainy remains untold, inquired the Major, fiercely. You shall bewail your sister's memory, replied Luke, gloomily. I embrace the latter alternative with rapture, replied the Major, God grant her firmness to resist you. But I tremble for her. And the stern soldier groaned aloud in his agony. Here is a cord to bind him, said Turpin. He must remain a prisoner here. Right, said Alan Rookwood, unless, but enough blood has been shed already. Aye, Mary has there, said Dick, and I had rather not have given Conky Jem a taste of blue plum, had there been any other mode of silencing the snitching scoundrel, which there was not. As to the Major, he's a gallant enemy, and shall have fair play as long as Dick Turpin stands by. Come, sir, added he, to the Major, as he bound him hand and foot with the rope, I'll do it as gently as I can. You had better submit with a good grace. There's no help for it. And now for my friend Patterson, who was so anxious to furnish me with a hempen cravat, before my neck was in order, he shall have an extra twist of the rope himself, to teach him the inconvenience of a tight neckcloth when he recovers. Saying which, he bound Patterson in such a manner, that any attempt at liberation on the chief constable's part would infallibly strangle him. As to you, Mr. Coates, said he, addressing the trembling man of law, you shall proceed to Rookwood with us. You may yet be useful, and I'll accommodate you with a seat behind my own saddle, a distinction I never yet conferred upon any of your tribe. Recollect the countryman at the bowling green at York, ha, ha. Come along, sir. And having kicked out the turf fire, Dick prepared to depart. It would be vain to describe the feelings of rage and despair which agitated the Major's bosom, as he saw the party quit the hovel, accompanied by Coates. Aware as he was of their destination, after one or two desperate but ineffectual attempts to liberate himself, by which he only increased the painful constriction of his bonds, without in the slightest degree ameliorating his condition. He resigned himself, with bitterest forebodings, to his fate. There was no one even to sympathize with his sufferings. Beside him lay the gory corpse of the ferryman, and, at a little distance, the scarcely more animate frame of the chief constable. And here we must leave him, to follow, for a short space, the course of Luke and his companions. Concerning themselves little about their own steeds, the party took those which first offered, and embarking man and horse in the boat, soon pushed across the waters of the Luculent Don. Arrived at the opposite banks of the river, they mounted, and, guided by Luke, after half an hour's sharp riding, arrived at the skirts of Rookwood Park. Entering this beautiful sylvan domain, they rode for some time silently among the trees, till they reached the knoll whence Luke beheld the hall on the eventful night of his discovery of his mother's wedding ring. A few days only had elapsed, but during that brief space what storms had swept over his bosom, what ravages had they not made. He was then all ardor, all impetuosity, all independence. The future presented a bright unclouded prospect. Wealth, honors, and happiness apparently awaited him. It was still the same exquisite scene, hushed, holy, tranquil, even solemn, as upon that glorious night. The moon was out, silvering wood and water, and shining on the white walls of the tranquil mansion. Nature was calm, serene, peaceful as ever. Beneath the trees, he saw the bounding deer, upon the water, the misty wreaths of vapor, all was dreamy, delightful, soothing, all save his heart. There was the conflict, there the change. Was it a troubled dream, with the dark oppression of which he was struggling, or was it stern, waking, actual life? That moment's review of his wild career was terrible. He saw to what extremes his ungovernable passions had hurried him. He saw their inevitable consequences, he saw also his own fate, but he rushed madly on. He swept round the park, keeping under the covert of the wood, till he arrived at the avenue leading to the mansion. The stems of the aged limes gleamed silvery white in the moonshine. Luke drew in the rein beneath one of the largest of the trees. "A branch has fallen," said he, as his grandsire joined him. "Ha!" exclaimed Alan, "a branch from that tree." "It bodes ill to Ranulph," whispered Luke, "does it not?" "Perchance," muttered Alan. "'Tis a vast bough." "We meet within an hour," said Luke, abruptly. "Within the tomb of our ancestry," replied Alan, "I will await you there." And as he rode away, Alan murmured to himself the following verse from one of his own ballads. "But whether gale or calm prevail, or threatening cloud hath fled, by hand of fate, predestinate, a limb that tree will shed. A verdant bough, untouched, I trow, by axe or tempest's breath. To Rookwood's head an omen dread of fast approaching death. 3. Handassah. I have heard it rumored for these many years. None of our family dies but there is seen the shape of an old woman, which is given by tradition to us to have been murdered by her nephews for her riches. Such a figure. One night, as the prince sat up late at S. book, appeared to him, when, crying out for help, the gentleman of his chamber found his grace all in a cold sweat, altered much in face and language, since which apparition he hath grown worse and worse, and much I fear he cannot live. Duchess of Malfi. I in one of those large antique rooms, belonging to the suite of apartments constituting the eastern wing of Rookwood Place, upon the same night as that in which the events just detailed took place, and it might be about the same time, sat Eleanor and her new attendant, the gypsy Handassah. The eyes of the former were fixed, with a mixture of tenderness and pity, upon the lineaments of another lovely female countenance, bearing a striking resemblance to her own, though evidently, from its attire, and bygone costume. Not intended for her, depicted upon a tablet, and placed upon a raised frame. It was nigh the witching hour of night. The room was sombre and dusky, partially dismantled of its once flowing arras, and the light set upon the table feebly illumined its dreary extent. Tradition marked it out as the chamber in which many of the hapless dames of Rookwood had expired, and hence superstition claimed it as her peculiar domain. The room was reputed to be haunted, and had for a long space shared the fate of haunted rooms, complete desertion. It was now tenanted by one too young, too pure, to fear aught unearthly. Eleanor seemed, nevertheless, affected by the profound melancholy of the picture upon which she gazed. At length, Handassah observed her start, and avert her eye shudderingly from the picture. "Take it hence," exclaimed Eleanor. "I have looked at that image of my ancestors, till it has seemed endowed with life, till its eyes have appeared to return my gaze, and weep. Remove it, Handassah." Handassah silently withdrew the tablet, placing it against the wall of the chamber. "Not there, not there," cried Eleanor, "turn it with its face to the wall. I cannot bear those eyes. And now come hither, girl, draw nearer, for I know not what of sudden dread has crossed me. This was her room, Handassah, the chamber of my ancestress, of all the ladies Rookwood, where they say, ha! Did you not hear a noise, a rustle in the tapestry, a footstep near the wall? Why, you look as startled as I look, wench. Stay by me, I will not have you stir from my side, 'twas mere fancy." "No doubt, lady," said Handassah, with her eyes fixed upon the arras. "Hist!" exclaimed Eleanor, "there 'tis again." "'Tis nothing," replied Handassah. But her looks belied her words. "Well, I will command myself," said Eleanor, endeavouring to regain her calmness, but the thoughts of the Lady Eleanor, for she was an Eleanor like to me, Handassah, and even more ill-fated and unhappy, have brought a whole train of melancholy fancies into my mind. I cannot banish them, nay, though painful to me, I recur to these images of dread with a species of fascination, as if in their fate I contemplated mine own. Not one, who hath wedded a Rookwood, but hath rued it. Yet you will wed one, said Handassah. He is not like the rest, said Eleanor. How know you that, lady? Asked Handassah. His time may not yet be come. See what tomorrow will bring forth. You are averse to my marriage with Ranulph, Handassah. I was Sybil's handmaid ere I was yours, lady. I bear in mind a solemn compact with the dead, which this marriage will violate. You are plighted by oath to another, if he should demand your hand. But he has not demanded it. Would you accept him were he to do so? Asked Handassah, suddenly. I meant not that, replied Eleanor. My oath is annulled. Say not so, lady, cried Handassah, 'twas not for this that Sybil spared your life. I love you, but I loved Sybil, and I would see her dying behests complied with. It may not be, Handassah, replied Eleanor. Why, from a phantom sense of honor, am I to sacrifice my whole existence to one who neither can love me, nor whom I myself could love? Am I to wed this man because, in her blind idolatry of him, Sybil enforced an oath upon me which I had no power to resist, and which was mentally cancelled while taken? Recall not the horrors of that dreadful cell, urge not the subject more. 'Tis in the hope that I may be freed for ever from this persecution that I have consented thus early to wed with Ranulph. This will set Luke's fancied claims at rest for ever. Handassah answered not, but bent her head, as if in acquiescence. Steps were now heard near the door, and a servant ushered in Dr. Small and Mrs. Mowbray. I am come to take leave of you for the night, my dear young lady, said the doctor. But before I start for the vicarage, I have a word or two to say, in addition to the advice you were so obliging as to receive from me this morning. Suppose you allow your attendant to retire for a few minutes. What I have got to say concerns yourself solely. Your mother will bear us company. There, continued the doctor, as Handassah was dismissed, I am glad that dark-faced gypsy has taken her departure. I can't say I like her sharp suspicious manner, and the first exercise I should make at my powers, were I to be your husband, should be to discharge the handmaiden. To the point of my visit. We are alone, I think. This is a queer old house, Miss Mowbray, and this is the queerest part of it. Walls have ears, they say, and there are so many holes and corners in this mansion, that one ought never to talk secrets above one's breath. I am yet to learn, sir, said Eleanor, that there is any secret to be communicated. Why, not much, I own, replied the doctor, at least what has occurred is no secret in the house by this time. What do you think has happened? It is impossible for me to conjecture. Nothing to Ranulph, I hope. Nothing of consequence, I trust, though he is part concerned with it. What is it? Asked Eleanor. Pray satisfy her curiosity, doctor, interposed Mrs. Mowbray. Well, then, said Small, rather more gravely, the fact of the matter stands thus, Lady Rookwood, who, as you know, was not the meekest wife in the world, now turns out by no means the gentlest mother. And has within this hour found out that she has some objection to your union with her son. You alarm me, doctor. Don't alarm yourself at all. It will be got over without difficulty, and only requires a little management. Ranulph is with her now, and I doubt not will arrange all to her satisfaction. What was her objection? Asked Eleanor, was it any one founded upon my obligation to Luke, my oath? Tut, tut. Dismiss that subject from your mind entirely, said the doctor. That oath is no more binding on your conscience than would have been the ties of marriage had you been wedded by yon recusant Romish priest, Father Checkley, upon whose guilty head the Lord be merciful. Bestow not a thought upon it. My anxiety, together with that of your mother, is to see you now, as speedily as may be, wedded to Ranulph, and then that idle question is set at rest forever. And therefore, even if such a thing were to occur as that Lady Rookwood should not yield her consent to your marriage, as that consent is totally unnecessary, we must go through the ceremonial without it. The grounds of Lady Rookwood's objections, said Mrs. Mowbray. Aye, the grounds of her ladyship's objections, interposed Small, who, when he had once got the lead, liked nobody to talk but himself, are simply these, and exactly the sort of objections one would expect her to raise. She cannot bear the idea of abandoning the control of the house and estates to other hands. She cannot, and will not relinquish her station, as head of the establishment, which Ranulph has insisted upon as your right. I thought, when I conversed with her on this subject, that she was changed, but naturam expellas furca, tamen usque recurret. I beg your pardon. She is, and always will be, the same. Why did not Ranulph concede the point to her? I wish not to dwell here. I care not for these domains, for this mansion. They have no charms for me. I could be happy with Ranulph anywhere, happier anywhere than here. The kind-hearted doctor squeezed her hand in reply, brushing a tear from his eyes. Why did he not concede it, said Mrs. Mowbray, proudly. Because the choice remained not with him. It was not his to concede. This house, these lands, all are yours, and it were poor requital, indeed, if, after they have so long been wrongfully withheld from us, you should be a dependent on Lady Rookwood. Without going quite so far as that, madam, said the doctor, it is but justice to your daughter that she should be put in full possession of her rights. Nor should I for one instant advise, or even allow her to inhabit the same house with Lady Rookwood. Her ladyship's peculiarities of temper are such as to preclude all possibility of happiness. At the same time, I trust by management, always by management, madam, that her ladyship's quiet departure may be ensured. I understand that all such legal arrangements in the way of settlements as could be entered into between your daughter and her future husband are completed. I have only to regret the absence of my friend, Mr. Coates, at this momentous conjuncture. It will be a loss to him. But he inherits from his father a taste for thief-taking, which he is at present indulging, to the manifest injury of his legitimate practice. Hark! I hear Ranulph's step in the gallery. He will tell us the result of his final interview. I came to give you advice, my dear, added the doctor in a low tone to Eleanor, but I find you need it not. Whoso humbleth himself, shall be exalted. I am glad you do not split upon the rock which has stranded half your generation. At this moment Ranulph Rookwood entered the room, followed by Handassah, who took her station at the back of the room, unperceived by the rest of the party, whose attention was attracted by Ranulph's agitated manner. What has happened? Asked Dr. Small and Mrs. Mowbray in the same breath. Ranulph hesitated for a moment in his answer, during which space he regarded Eleanor with the deepest anxiety, and seemed revolving within himself how he could frame his reply in such way as should be least painful to her feelings. While, with instinctive apprehension of coming misfortune, Miss Mowbray eagerly seconded the inquiries of her friends. It is with great pain, said he, at length, in a tone of despondency, not unmingled with displeasure, that I am obliged to descant upon the infirmities of a parent, and to censure her conduct as severely as I may do now. I feel the impropriety of such a step, and I would willingly avoid it, could I do so in justice to my own feelings, and especially at a moment like the present, when every hope of my life is fixed upon uniting myself to you, dear Eleanor, by ties as near as my own to that parent. But the interview which I have just had with Lady Rookwood, bitter and heartbreaking as it has been, compels me to reprobate her conduct in the strongest terms, as harsh, unjust, and dishonorable. And if I could wholly throw off the son, as she avows she has thrown off the mother, I should unhesitatingly pronounce it as little short of. Dear Ranulph, said Eleanor, palpitating with apprehension, I never saw you so much moved. Nor with so much reason, rejoined Ranulph. For myself, I could endure anything, but for you. And does your dispute relate to me? Asked Eleanor. Is it for my sake you have braved your mother's displeasure? Is it because Lady Rookwood is unwilling to resign the control of this house and these lands to me, that you have parted in anger with her? Was this the cause of your quarrel? It was the origin of it, replied Ranulph. Mother, said Eleanor, firmly, to Mrs. Mowbray, go with me to Lady Rookwood's chamber. Wherefore? Demanded Mrs. Mowbray. Question me not, dear mother, or let me go alone. Daughter, I guess your meaning, said Mrs. Mowbray, sternly. You would relinquish your claims in favor of Lady Rookwood. Is it not so? Since you oblige me to answer you, mother, said Eleanor, crimsoning, I must admit that you have guessed my meaning. To Lady Rookwood, as to yourself, I would be a daughter as far as is consistent with my duty, added she, blushing still more deeply, but my first consideration shall be my husband. And if Lady Rookwood can be content, but pray question me not further, accompany me to her chamber. Eleanor, interposed Ranulph, dearest Eleanor, the sacrifice you would make is unnecessary, uncalled for. You do not know my mother. She would not, I grieve to say, appreciate the generosity of your motives. She would not give you credit for your feelings. She would only resent your visit as an intrusion. My daughter comprehends you, sir, said Mrs. Mowbray, haughtily. I will take care that, in her own house, Miss Mowbray shall remain free from insult. Mother, dear mother, said Eleanor, do not wilfully misunderstand him. You can be little aware, madam, said Ranulph, calmly, yet sadly, how much I have recently endured, how much of parental anger, how much of parental malediction I have incurred, to save you and your daughter from the indignity you apprehend. As I before said, you do not know my mother, nor could it enter into any well-regulated imagination to conceive the extremities to which the violence of her passion will, when her schemes are thwarted, hurry her. The terms upon which you met together will not escape your recollection, nor shall I need to recall to your mind her haughtiness, her coldness. That coldness has since ripened into distrust. And the match which she was at first all anxiety to promote, she would now utterly set aside, were it in her power to do so. Whence this alteration in her views has arisen, I have no means of ascertaining. It is not my mother's custom to give a reason for her actions, or her wishes, it is all sufficient to express them. I have perceived, as the time has drawn nigh for the fulfillment of my dearest hopes, that her unwillingness has increased. Until today, what had hitherto been confined to hints, has been openly expressed and absolute objections raised. Such, however, is the peculiarity of her temper, that I trusted, even at the 11th hour, I should be able to work a change. Alas! Our last meeting was decisive. She commanded me to break off the match. At once, and peremptorily, I refused. Pardon me, madam, pardon me, dearest Eleanor, if I thus enter into particulars, it is absolutely necessary I should be explicit. Enraged at my opposition to her wishes, her fury became ungovernable. With appalling imprecations upon the memory of my poor father, and upon your father, madam, whose chief offence in her eyes was, it seems, the disposition of his property to Eleanor, she bade me begone, and take her curses as my wedding portion. Beneath this roof, beneath her roof, she added, no marriage of mine should e'er take place. I might go hence, or might stay, as I thought fitting. But you and your daughter, whom she characterized as intruders, should not remain another hour within her house. To this wild raving I answered, with as much composure as I could command, that she entirely mistook her own position, and that, so far from the odium of intrusion resting with you, if applicable to any one, the term must necessarily affix itself on those who, through ignorance, had for years unjustly deprived the rightful owners of this place of their inheritance. Upon this her wrath was boundless. She disowned me as her son, disclaimed all maternal regard, and heaped upon my head a frightful malediction, at the recollection of which I still tremble. I will spare you further details of this dreadful scene. To me it is most distressing. For, however firmly resolved I may be to pursue a line of conduct which every sound principle within me dictates as the correct one, yet I cannot be insensible to the awful responsibility I shall incur in bringing down a mother's curse upon my head. Nor to the jeopardy in which her own excessive violence may place her. Mrs. Mowbray listened to Ranulph's explanation in haughty displeasure, Eleanor with throbbing, tearful interest, Dr. Small, with mixed feelings of anger and astonishment. Lady Rookwood's conduct, said the doctor, is, you must forgive me, my dear Sir Ranulph, for using strong expressions, outrageous beyond all precedent, and only excusable on the ground of insanity. To which I wish it were possible we could attribute it. There is, however, too much method in her madness to allow us to indulge any such notion. She is shrewd, dangerous, and designing, and, since she has resolved to oppose this match, she will leave no means untried to do so. I scarcely know how to advise you under the circumstances, that is, if my advice were asked. Which I scarcely think it likely to be, sir, said Mrs. Mowbray, coldly. After what has occurred, I shall think it my duty to break off this alliance, which I have never considered to be so desirable that its rupture will occasion me an instant's uneasiness. A plague on all these Rookwoods, muttered Small. One would think all the pride of the Prince of Darkness were centered in their bosoms. But, madam, continued the benevolent doctor, have you no consideration for the feelings of your daughter, or for those of one who is no distant relation to you, your nephew? Your son, Major Mowbray, is, if I mistake not, most eager for this union to take place between his sister and his friend. My children have been accustomed to yield implicit obedience to my wishes, said Mrs. Mowbray, and Major Mowbray, I am sure, will see the propriety of the step I am about to take. I am content, at least, to abide by his opinion. Snubbed again, mentally ejaculated the doctor, with a shrug of despair. It is useless attempting to work upon such impracticable material. Ranulph remained mute, in an attitude of profound melancholy. An eloquent interchange of glances had passed between him and Eleanor, communicating to each the anxious state of the other's feelings. At this crisis the door was suddenly opened, and old Agnes, Lady Rookwood's aged attendant, rushed into the room, and sank upon her knees on the floor, her limbs shaking, her teeth chattering, and every feature expressive of intense terror. Ranulph went instantly towards her to demand the cause of her alarm. No, let me pray, cried Agnes, as he took her hand in the attempt to raise her, let me pray while there is yet time, let the worthy doctor pray beside me. Pray for an overladen soul, sir, pray heartily, as you would hope for mercy yourself. Ah! Little know the righteous of the terrors of those that are beyond the pale of mercy. The Lord pardon me my iniquities, and absolve her. Whom do you mean? Asked Ranulph, in agitation. You do not allude to my mother. You have no longer a mother, young man, said Agnes, solemnly. What, exclaimed Ranulph, terror-stricken, is she dead? She is gone. Gone. How? Whither? Exclaimed all, their amazement increasing each instant at the terror of the old woman, and the apparently terrible occasion of it. Speak, exclaimed Ranulph, but why do I loiter? My mother, perchance, is dying, let me go. The old woman maintained her clutching grasp, which was strong and convulsive as that of one struggling betwixt life and death. It's of no use, I tell you, it's all over, said she, the dead are come, and she is gone. Whither? Whither? To the grave, to the tomb, said Agnes, in a deep and hollow tone, and with a look that froze Ranulph's soul. Listen to me, Ranulph Rookwood, my child, my nursling, listen while I can speak. We were alone, your mother and I, after that scene between you. After the dark denunciations she had heaped upon the dead, when I heard a low and gasping kind of sob, and there I saw your mother staring wildly upon the vacancy, as if she saw that of which I dare not think. What think you she beheld? Asked Ranulph, quaking with apprehension. That which had been your father, returned Agnes, in a hollow tone. Don't doubt me, sir, you'll find the truth of what I say anon. I am sure he was there. There was a thrilling, speechless horror in the very sight of her countenance that froze my old blood to ice, to the ice in which 'tis now, oof. Oof. Well, at length she arose, with her eyes still fixed, and passed through the panelled door without a word. She is gone. What madness is this? Cried Ranulph. Let me go, woman, 'tis that ruffian in disguise, she may be murdered. No, no, shrieked Agnes, it was no disguise. She is gone, I tell you, the room was empty, all the rooms were empty, the passage was void, through the door they went together, silently, ghost-like, slow. Ha! That tomb, they are there together now, he has her in his arms, see, they are here, they glide through the door, do you not see them now? Did I not speak the truth? She is dead, ha, ha. And with a frantic and bewildering laugh the old woman fell upon her face. Ranulph raised her from the floor, but the shock of what she had beheld had been too much for her. She was dead. 4. The Dower of Sybil. Card. Now art thou come. Thou look'st ghastly. There sits in thy face some great determination, mixed with some fear. Boss. Thus it lightens into action. I am come to kill thee. Duchess of Malfi. Ranulph Rookwood was for some moments so much stunned by the ghastly fate of Agnes, connected, as it appeared to be, with a supernatural summons similar to that which he imagined he had himself received, that he was incapable of stirring from the spot, or removing his gaze from the rigid features of the corpse, which, even in death, wore the strong impress of horror and despair. Through life he knew that Agnes, his own nurse, had been his mother's constant and faithful attendant, the unhesitating agent of her schemes, and it was to be feared, from the remorse she had exhibited, the participator of her crimes. And Ranulph felt, he knew not why, that in having witnessed her terrible end, he beheld the ultimate condition of his own parent. Conquering, not without great effort, the horror which had riveted him to the spot, he turned to look towards Eleanor. She had sunk upon a chair, a silent witness of the scene, Mrs. Mowbray and Dr. Small having, upon the first alarm given by Agnes respecting Lady Rookwood's departure from the house, quitted the room to ascertain the truth of her statement. Ranulph immediately flew to Eleanor. Ranulph, said she, though almost overcome by her alarm, stay not an instant here with me. I am sure, from that poor woman's dreadful death, that something terrible has occurred, perhaps to Lady Rookwood. Go to her chamber. Tarry not, I entreat of you. But can you remain here alone with that body? Asked Ranulph. I shall not be alone. Handassah is within call, nay, she is here. Oh, what an eve of our espousals has this been, dear Ranulph. Our whole life is a troubled volume, of which each successive leaf grows darker. Fate is opposed to us. It is useless to contend with our destiny. I fear we shall never be united. Dismiss me not with words like those, dear Eleanor, returned Ranulph. Fate cannot have greater woes in store for us than those by which we are now opposed. Let us hope that we are now at that point whence all must brighten. Once possessed of you, assured of thus much happiness, I would set even fate at defiance. And you will be mine tomorrow. Ranulph, dear Ranulph, your suit at this moment is desperate. I dare not, cannot pledge myself. You yourself heard, even now, my mother's sentiments, and I cannot marry without her consent. Your mother, like my own, regards not the feelings of her children. Forgive my boldness, Eleanor, forgive me if I linger now, when duty calls me hence. But I cannot tear myself away. Your mother may return, my hopes be crushed, for even your love for me seems annihilated in her presence. Ranulph, your vehemence terrifies me, rejoined Eleanor. I implore you, by the tender affection which you know I bear you, not to urge me further at this moment. Recall your firmer feelings, and obtain some mastery over yourself. I repeat, I am yours only, if I am bride of any one. But when our union can take place rests not with myself. And now, I entreat of you, leave me. You are mine, said Ranulph, with fervor, mine only. Yours only, replied Eleanor. Be this the earnest of my happiness. Exclaimed Ranulph, imprinting a long and impassioned kiss upon her lips. The lovers were startled from their embrace by a profound sigh. It proceeded from Handassah, who, unbidden, had replaced the picture of the Lady Eleanor upon its frame. The augury seemed sinister. Every one who has gazed steadfastly upon a portrait must have noticed the peculiar and lifelike character which, under certain aspects, the eyes will assume. Seen by the imperfect light upon the table, the whole character of the countenance of the Lady Eleanor seemed changed, the features appeared to be stamped with melancholy, and the eyes to be fixed with pitying tenderness upon her descendants. Both gazed at each other and at the picture, struck with the same sentiment of undefined awe. Beside them stood the dark figure of the gypsy girl, watching, with ill-concealed satisfaction, the effect of her handiwork. Ranulph was aroused from his abstraction by hearing a loud outcry in Mrs. Mowbray's voice. Hastily committing Eleanor to the care of her attendant, he left the room. Handassah followed him to the door, closed it after him, and then locked it within side. This done, she walked back hastily towards Eleanor, exclaiming, in a tone of exultation, "You have parted with him forever." "What mean you, girl?" cried Eleanor, alarmed at her manner. "Why have you fastened the door? Open it, I command you." "Command me," laughed Handassah, scornfully. "What if I refuse your mandate? What, if, in my turn, I bid you obey me? I never owned but one mistress. If I have bowed my neck to you for a time, 'twas to fulfill her dying wishes. If I have submitted to your control, it was to accomplish what I have now accomplished. Your oath. Remember your oath. The hour is come for its fulfillment." With these words Handassah clapped her hands. A panel in the wall opened, and Luke stood suddenly before them. Silently and with stern deliberation he strode towards Eleanor, and seizing one of her hands, drew her forcibly towards him. Eleanor resisted not, she had not the power, neither did she scream, for so paralyzing was her terror, that for the moment it took away all power of utterance. Luke neither stirred nor spoke, but, still maintaining his hold, gazed searchingly upon her features, while Eleanor, as if spellbound, could not withdraw her eyes from him. Nothing more terribly impressive could be conceived than Luke's whole appearance. Harassed and exhausted by the life he had recently led, deprived almost of natural rest, Goaded by remorse, his frame was almost worn to the bone, while his countenance, once dark and swarthy, was now blanched and colourless as marble. This pallid and death-like hue was, in all probability, owing to the loss of blood he had sustained from the wound inflicted by Major Mowbray, with the stains of which his apparel was dyed. For, though staunched, the effusion had been sufficient to cause great faintness. His dark eyes blazed with their wonted fire, nay, they looked darker and larger from his exceeding paleness, and such intense mental and bodily suffering was imprinted upon his countenance, that, despite its fierceness and desperation, few could have regarded him without sympathy. Real desperation has so much of agony in its character, that no one can witness it unmoved. His garb was not that in which the reader first beheld him, but a rich, dark, simple suit of velvet, corresponding more with his real rank in life than his former peasant's attire. But it was disordered by his recent conflict, and stained with bloody testimonials of the fray, while his long, sable curls, once his pride and ornament, now hung in intertangled elf-locks, like a coil of wreathed water-snakes. Even in her terror, as she dwelt upon his noble features, Eleanor could not help admitting that she beheld the undoubted descendant, and the living likeness of the handsomest and most distinguished of her house, the profligate and criminal Sir Reginald. As her eye, mechanically following this train of thought, wandered for an instant to the haughty portraiture of Sir Reginald, which formed part of the family pictures, and thence to those of his unfortunate lady, she was struck with the fancy that, by some terrible fatality, the tragic horrors of bygone days were to be again enacted in their persons, and that they were in some way strangely identified with their unfortunate progenitors. So forcibly was this idea impressed upon her features that Luke, who had followed the direction of her glances, became instantly aware of it. Drawing her nearer to the portrait of the Lady Eleanor, he traced the resemblance in mute wonder. Thence, turning towards that of Sir Reginald, he proudly exclaimed, "You doubted once my lineage, maiden, can you gaze on those features, which would almost seem to be a reflection of mine own, and longer hesitate whose descendant I am? I glory in my likeness." There is a wild delight in setting human emotions at naught, which he was said to feel, which I feel now. Within these halls I seem to breathe an atmosphere congenial to me. I visit what I oft have visited in my dreams, or as in a state of pre-existence. Methinks, as I gaze on you, I could almost deem myself Sir Reginald, and you his bride, the Lady Eleanor. Our fates were parallel, she was united to her lord by ties of hatred, by a vow, a bridal vow. So are you to me. And she could ne'er escape him, could ne'er throw off her bondage, nor shall you. I claim the fulfillment of your oath, you are mine. Never, never, shrieked Eleanor, struggling to disengage herself. But Luke laughed at her feeble efforts. Handassah stood by, a passive spectatress of the scene, with her arms folded upon her bosom. "You refuse compliance," said Luke, scornfully. "Have you no hopes of heaven, no fears of perdition, that you dare to violate your vow? Bethink you of the awful nature of that obligation, of the life that was laid down to purchase it, of the blood which will cry out for vengeance against the murderess, should you hesitate. By that blood-cemented sacrament, I claim you as my own. You are mine." And he dragged her towards the opening. Eleanor uttered a long and terrific scream. "Be silent, on your life," added he, searching for the dagger given to him by Alan Rookwood, when, as his hand sought the weapon, Eleanor escaped from his grasp, and fled towards the door. But Handassah had anticipated her intention. The key was withdrawn from the lock, and the wretched maiden vainly tried to open it. At this instant Turpin appeared at the sliding panel. "Quick, quick," cried he, impatiently, "dispatch, in the devil's name. The house is alarmed. I hear young Ranulph's voice in the gallery." "Ranulph," shrieked Eleanor, "then I am saved," and she redoubled her outcries for assistance. Luke again seized his victim. Her hands clutched so convulsively fast in her despairing energy against the handle of the door that he could not tear her thence. By this time Ranulph Rookwood, who had caught her reiterated screams for help, was at the entrance. He heard her struggles, he heard Luke's threats, his mockery, his derisive laughter, but vainly did he attempt to force it open. It was of the strongest oak, and the bolts resisted all his efforts. A board alone divided him from his mistress. He could hear her sobs and gasps. He saw, from the action of the handle, with what tenacity she clung to it, and, stung to frenzy by the sight, he hurled himself against the sturdy plank, but all in vain. At length the handle was still. There was a heavy fall upon the floor, a stifled scream, and a sound as of a body being dragged along. The thought was madness. "To the panel! To the panel!" cried a voice. It was that of Turpin, from within. "The panel, ha!" echoed Ranulph, with a sudden gleam of hope. "I may yet save her." And he darted along the corridor with the swiftness of thought. Luke, meanwhile, had for some minutes fruitlessly exhausted all his force to drag Eleanor from the door. Despair gave her strength, she clutched at the door, but she felt her strength failing her grasp was relaxing. And then the maddening thought that she would be shortly his, that he would slay her, while the idea that Ranulph was so near, and yet unable to protect her, added gall even to her bitterness. With savage delight Luke exulted in the lover's tortures. He heard Ranulph's ineffectual attempts, he heard his groans, he heard their mutual cries. Inflamed by jealousy, he triumphed in his power of vengeance, and even prolonged the torture which accident had given him the means of inflicting. He stood like the inquisitor who marks his victim's anguish on the rack, and calculates his powers of further endurance. But he could no longer dally, even with this horrible gratification. His companion grew impatient. Eleanor's fair long tresses had escaped from their confinement in the struggle, and fell down her neck in disorder. Twining his fingers amidst its folds, Luke dragged her backwards from her hold, and, incapable of further resistance, her strength completely exhausted, the wretched girl fell to the ground. Luke now raised her almost inanimate form in his arms, and had nigh reached the aperture, when a crash was heard in the panel opposite to that by which he was about to escape, and communicating with a further apartment. It was thrown open, and Ranulph Rookwood presented himself at the narrow partition. An exclamation of joy, that he was yet in time, escaped his lips. And he was about to clear the partition at a bound, and to precipitate himself upon Luke, when, as suddenly as his own action, was the person of the unfortunate Mr. Coates wedged into the aperture. "Traitor!" cried Ranulph, regarding Coates with concentrated fury, "dare you to oppose me, hence! Or, by heaven, I will cut you down." "'Tis impossible," ejaculated the attorney. "For your own sake, Sir Ranulph, for my sake, I entreat, implore of you, not to attempt to pass this way. Try the other door." Ranulph said no more. He passed his sword through the body of the miserable attorney, who, with a deep groan, fell. The only obstacle to his passage being thus removed, he at once leaped into the room. The brothers were now confronted, together, but little of brotherly love mingled with the glances which they threw upon each other. Ranulph's gentle, but withal enthusiastic temperament, had kindled, under his present excitement, like flax at the sudden approach of flame. He was wild with frenzy. Luke was calmer, but his fury was deadly and inextinguishable. The meeting was terrible on both sides. With one arm Luke enfolded Eleanor, with the other he uplifted the dagger. Its point was towards her bosom. Scowling grim defiance at Ranulph, he exclaimed, in a determined tone, "Advance a footstep, and my dagger descends into her heart." Ranulph hesitated, uncertain how to act, foaming with rage, yet trembling with apprehension. "Ranulph," gasped Eleanor, "life without you were valueless. Advance, avenge me." Ranulph still hesitated. He could not, by any act of his own, compromise Eleanor's safety. Luke saw his advantage, and was not slow to profit by it. "You seal her destruction if you stir," said he. "Villain," returned Ranulph, between his ground teeth, and with difficulty commanding sufficient coolness to speak with deliberation, "you perceive your power. Injure her, and nothing earthly shall protect you. Free her, and take your life and liberty, nay, reward if you will. You cannot otherwise escape me. Escape you, laughed Luke, disdainfully. Stand aside, and let me pass. Beware, added he, sternly, how you oppose me. I would not have a brother's blood upon my soul. Nor I, cried Ranulph, but you pass not. And he placed himself full in Luke's path. Luke, however, steadily moved forward, holding Eleanor between himself and Ranulph, so as to shield his own person. But, fancying he saw an opportunity of dealing a blow without injury to his mistress, the latter was about to hazard the thrust, when his arms were seized behind, and he was rendered powerless. Lost, lost, groaned he, she is lost to me forever. I fear that's but too true, said Turpin, for it was the highwayman whose grasp confined Ranulph. Must I see her borne away before my eyes? Cried Ranulph. Release me, set me free. Quite impossible at present, returned Dick. Mount and away, Sir Luke, continued he, never mind me. Leave me to shift for myself. Eleanor, cried Ranulph, as she passed close by his side. Ranulph! Shrieked Eleanor, with a loud scream, recalled to consciousness by his voice, farewell forever. Aye, forever, responded Luke, triumphantly. You meet no more on earth. He was about to pass through the panel, when Eleanor exerted all her remaining strength in a last futile attempt at liberation. In the struggle, a packet fell from Luke's bosom. Handassah stooped to pick it up. From Sybil! Exclaimed she, glancing at the superscription. Remember my promise to old Barbara, roared Dick, who had some curiosity, as the reader knows, to learn what the package contained. The time is arrived. Eleanor is in your power, in your presence. Give me the packet, said Luke, resigning Eleanor for the instant to Handassah's custody, take the steel, and grasp her firmly. Handassah, who, though slight of figure, was of singular personal strength, twined her arms about Miss Mowbray in such a manner as to preclude all possibility of motion. Luke tore open the package. It was a box carefully enclosed in several folds of linen, and lastly within a sheet of paper, on which were inscribed these words. The Dower of Sybil. Hastily, and with much curiosity, Luke raised the lid of the box. It contained one long silken tress of blackest hair enviously braided. It was Sybil's. His first impulse was to cast it from him, his next, reproachfully to raise it to his lips. He started as if a snake had stung him. At this moment a loud clamour was heard in the gallery. In the next, the door was assailed by violent strokes, evidently proceeding from some weighty instrument, impelled by the united strength of several assailants. The voice of Turpin rose above the deafening din, a bullet for the first who enters, shouted he. Quick, Sir Luke, and the prize is safe, away, N. But as he seconded his exhortation with a glance at Luke, he broke off the half-uttered sentence, and started with horror and amazement. Ere the cause of his alarm could be expressed, the door was burst open, and a crowd of domestics, headed by Major Mowbray and Titus Tyrconnell, rushed into the room. Nay, then, the game's up, exclaimed Dick, I have done with Rookwood. And, springing through the panel, he was seen no more. When the newcomers first looked round, they could perceive only two figures besides themselves, those of the two lovers, Eleanor having sunk pale, exhausted, and almost senseless, into the arms of Ranulph. Presently, however, a ghastly object attracted their attention. All rushed towards it, all recoiled, as soon as they discovered that it was the lifeless body of Luke Rookwood. His limbs were stiff, like those of a corpse which has for hours been such, his eyes protruded from their sockets, his face was livid and blotched. All bespoke, with terrible certainty, the efficacy of the poison, and the full accomplishment of Barbara's revenge. Handassah was gone. Probably she had escaped ere Turpin fled. At all events, she was heard of no more at Rookwood. It required little to recall the senses of Eleanor. Shortly she revived, and as she gazed around, and became conscious of her escape, she uttered exclamations of thanksgiving, and sank into the embraces of her brother. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mowbray and Dr. Small had joined the assemblage. The worthy doctor had been full of alarm. But his meditated condolences were now changed to congratulations, as he heard the particulars of the terrible scene that had occurred, and of Eleanor's singular and almost providential deliverance. "After what has befallen, madam," said the doctor to Mrs. Mowbray, slightly coughing, "you can no longer raise any objection to a certain union, eh?" "I will answer for my mother in that particular," said Major Mowbray, stepping forward. "She will answer for herself, my son," said Mrs. Mowbray. "The match has her full and entire consent. But to what am I to attribute the unexpected happiness of your return?" "To a chain of singular circumstances," replied the Major, "which I will hereafter detail to you. Suffice it to say, that but for this gentleman's fortunate arrival," added he, looking at Titus Tyrconnel, "at the Hut on Thorne Waste, I might have been detained a prisoner, without parole, and, what is worse, without provision perhaps for days. And to add to my distress, fully acquainted with the meditated abduction of my sister. It was excessively lucky for me, Mr. Tyrconnel, that you happened to pass that way, and for poor Patterson likewise. Arrah, by my soul, Major, and you may say that with safety, and it was particularly fortunate that we stumbled upon the tits in the cellar, or we'd never have been here just in the nick of it. I begin to think we've lost all chance of taking Dick Turpin this time. He's got clean away. I am not sorry for his escape," said the Major. "He's a brave fellow, and I respect courage wherever I find it, even in a highwayman. I should be sorry to appear as a witness against him, and I trust it will never be my fate to do so." We shall not pause to describe the affectionate meeting which now ensued between the brother and sister, the congratulations upon Eleanor's escape from peril, intermingled with the tenderest embraces, and the warmest thanks offered to Ranulph for his gallant service. "She is yours, my dear boy," said the Major. "And though you are a Rookwood, and she bears the ill-fated name of Eleanor, I predict that, contrary to the usual custom of our families in such cases, all your misfortunes will have occurred before marriage." "There is only one thing," said Small, with a very peculiar expression, which might almost be construed into serious comic, "could we suspect the benevolent doctor of any such waggery, that can possibly throw a shade over our present felicity. Lady Rookwood is not to be found." "My poor mother," said Ranulph, starting. "Make yourself easy," said the doctor, "I doubt not we shall hear of her tomorrow. My only apprehension," added he, half aside, "is, that she may be heard of before." "One other circumstance afflicts me," said Ranulph. "Poor Mr. Coates." "What's that you say of Mr. Coates, Sir Ranulph?" exclaimed Titus. "I fear he was killed in the recent affray," said Ranulph. "Let some one search for the body." "Kilt," echoed Titus. "Is it kilt that Mr. Coates is?" "Ah! Ullagon, and is it over with him entirely? Is he gone to rejoin his father, the thief-taker? Bring me to his remains." "He will bring them to you himself," said the attorney, stepping forward. "Luckily, Sir Ranulph," said the incurable punster, "it was merely the outer coats that your sword passed through, the inner remains uninjured, so that you did not act as my conveyancer to eternity. Body o' me! I've as many lives as a cat, ha, ha." Ranulph welcomed the facetious man of law with no little satisfaction. We think it unnecessary to enter into further detail. Another chamber was prepared for Eleanor's reception, to which she was almost immediately transported. The remains of the once fierce and haughty Luke, now stiff and stark, but still wearing, even in death, their proud character, were placed upon the selfsame bier, and covered with the selfsame pall which, but a week ago, had furnished forth his father's funeral. And as the domestics crowded round the corpse, there was not one of them but commented upon his startling resemblance to his grandsire, Sir Reginald, nor, amongst the superstitious, was the falling of the fatal bough forgotten. Tranquillity was at length restored at the Hall. Throughout the night and during the next day, Ranulph made every search for his mother, but no tidings could be learned of her. Seriously alarmed, he then caused more strict and general inquiry to be instituted, but with like unsuccessful effect. It was not, indeed, till some years afterwards that her fate was ascertained. The Sarcophagus. So now 'tis ended, like an old wife's story. Webster. Notwithstanding the obscurity which hung over the fate of Lady Rookwood, the celebration of the nuptials of Sir Ranulph and Eleanor was not long delayed. The ceremony took place at the parish church, and the worthy vicar officiated upon the occasion. It was a joyous sight to all who witnessed it, and not few were they who did so, for the whole neighborhood was bidden to the festival. The old avenue was thronged with bright and beaming faces, rustic maidens decked out in ribbons of many-colored splendor, and stout youths in their best holiday trim. Nor was the lusty yeoman and his buxom spouse, nor yet the patriarch of the village, nor prattling child, wanting. Even the ancestral rooks seemed to participate in the universal merriment, and returned, from their eyries, a hoarse greeting, like a lusty chorus of laughter, to the frolic train. The churchyard path was strewn with flowers, the church itself a complete garland. Never was there seen a blither wedding, the sun smiled upon the bride, accounted a fortunate omen, as dark lowering skies and stormy weather had, within the memory of the oldest of the tenantry, inauspiciously ushered in all former espousals. The bride had recovered her bloom and beauty, while the melancholy which had seemingly settled for ever upon the open brow of the bridegroom, had now given place to a pensive shade that only added interest to his expressive features. And, as in simple state, after the completion of the sacred rites, the youthful pair walked, arm in arm, amongst their thronging and admiring tenants towards the hall. Many a fervent prayer was breathed that the curse of the house of Rookwood might be averted from their heads. And, not to leave a doubt upon the subject, we can add that these aspirations were not in vain, but that the day, which dawned so brightly, was one of serene and unclouded happiness to its close. After the ceremonial, the day was devoted to festivity. Crowded with company, from the ample hall to the kitchen ingle, the old mansion could scarce contain its numerous guests, while the walls resounded with hearty peals of laughter, to which they had been long unaccustomed. The tables groaned beneath the lordly baron of beef, the weighty chine, the castled pasty flanked on the one hand with neat's tongue, and on the other defended by a mountainous ham, an excellent piece de resistance. And every other substantial appliance of ancient hospitality. Barrels of mighty ale were broached, and their nut-brown contents widely distributed, and the health of the bride and bridegroom was enthusiastically drunk in a brimming wassail cup of spicy wine with floating toast. Titus Tyrconnel acted as master of the ceremonies, and was, Mr. Coates declared, quite in his element. So much was he elated, that he ventured to cut some of his old jokes upon the vicar, and, strange to say, without incurring the resentment of Small. To retrace the darker course of our narrative, we must state that some weeks before this happy event the remains of the unfortunate Sir Luke Rookwood had been gathered to those of his fathers. The document that attested his legitimacy being found upon his person, the claims denied to him in life were conceded in death. And he was interred, with all the pomp and peculiar solemnity proper to one of the house, within the tomb of his ancestry. It was then that a discovery was made respecting Alan Rookwood, in order to explain which we must again revert to the night of the meditated enlèvement of Eleanor. After quitting his grandson in the avenue, Alan shaped his course among the fields in the direction to the church. He sought his own humble, but now deserted dwelling. The door had been forced, some of its meagre furniture was removed. And the dog, his sole companion, had fled. "Poor Mole," said he, "thou hast found, I trust, a better master." And having possessed himself of what he came in search, namely, a bunch of keys and his lantern, deposited in an out-of-the-way cupboard, that had escaped notice, he quickly departed. He was once more within the churchyard. Once more upon that awful stage whereon he had chosen to enact, for a long season, his late fantastical character. And he gazed upon the church tower, glistening in the moonshine, the green and undulating hillocks, the checkered cross-sticks, the clustered headstones, and the black and portentous yew trees, as upon old familiar faces. He mused, for a few moments, upon the scene, apparently with deep interest. He then walked beneath the shadows of one of the yews, chanting an odd stanza or so of one of his wild staves, rapt the while, it would seem. in affectionate contemplation of the subject matter of his song. The churchyard yew. Metuendac suco. Taxus. Statius. A noxious tree is the churchyard yew. As if from the dead its sap it drew. Dark are its branches, and dismal to see. Like plumes at death's latest solemnity. Spectral and jagged, and black as the wings, which some spirit of ill o'er a sepulchre flings. Oh! A terrible tree is the churchyard yew. Like it is nothing so grimly to view. Yet this baleful tree hath a core so sound. Cannot so tough in the grove be found. From it were fashioned brave English bows. The boast of our isle, and the dread of its foes. For our sturdy sires cut their stoutest staves. From the branch that hung o'er their fathers' graves. And though it be dreary and dismal to view, staunch at the heart is the churchyard yew. His ditty concluded, Allen entered the churchyard, taking care to leave the door slightly ajar, in order to facilitate his grandson's entrance. For an instant he lingered in the chancel. The yellow moonlight fell upon the monuments of his race. And, directed by the instinct of hate, Allen's eye rested upon the gilded entablature of his perfidious brother, Reginald, and, muttering curses, not loud but deep, he passed on. Having lighted his lantern in no tranquil mood, he descended into the vault, observing a similar caution with respect to the portal of the cemetery, which he left partially unclosed, with the key in the lock. Here he resolved to abide Luke's coming. The reader knows what probability there was of his expectations being realized. For a while he paced the tomb, wrapped in gloomy meditation, and pondering, it might be, upon the result of Luke's expedition, and the fulfillment of his own dark schemes, scowling from time to time beneath his bent eyebrows. Counting the grim array of coffins, and noticing, with something like satisfaction, that the shell which contained the remains of his daughter had been restored to its former position. He then bethought him of Father Checkley's midnight intrusion upon his conference with Luke, and their apprehension of a supernatural visitation. And his curiosity was stimulated to ascertain by what means the priest had gained admission to the spot unperceived and unheard. He resolved to sound the floor, and see whether any secret entrance existed, and hollowly and dully did the hard flagging return the stroke of his heel as he pursued his scrutiny. At length the metallic ringing of an iron plate, immediately behind the marble effigy of Sir Ranulph, resolved the point. There it was that the priest had found access to the vault. But Allen's disappointment was excessive, when he discovered that the plate was fastened on the underside, and all communication thence with the churchyard, or to wherever else it might conduct him, cut off. But the present was not the season for further investigation, and tolerably pleased with the discovery he had already made, he returned to his silent march round the sepulchre. At length a sound, like the sudden shutting of the church door, broke upon the profound stillness of the holy edifice. In the hush that succeeded, a footstep was distinctly heard threading the aisle. He comes," exclaimed Allen, joyfully. Adding, an instant after, in an altered voice, "But he comes alone." The footstep drew near to the mouth of the vault, it was upon the stairs. Allen stepped forward to greet, as he supposed, his grandson, but started back in astonishment and dismay as he encountered in his stead Lady Rookwood. Allen retreated, while the lady advanced, swinging the iron door after her, which closed with a tremendous clang. Approaching the statue of the first Sir Ranulph, she paused, and Allen then remarked the singular and terrible expression of her eyes, which appeared to be fixed upon the statue, or upon some invisible object near it. There was something in her whole attitude and manner calculated to impress the deepest terror on the beholder. And Allen gazed upon her with an awe which momently increased. Lady Rookwood's bearing was as proud and erect as we have formerly described it to have been, her brow was haughtily bent, her chiseled lip as disdainfully curled. But the staring, changeless eye, and the deep-heaved sob which occasionally escaped her, betrayed how much she was under the influence of mortal terror. Allen watched her in amazement. He knew not how the scene was likely to terminate, nor what could have induced her to visit this ghostly spot at such an hour, and alone, but he resolved to abide the issue in silence, profound as her own. After a time, however, his impatience got the better of his fears and scruples, and he spoke. "What doth Lady Rookwood in the abode of the dead?" asked he, at length. She started at the sound of his voice, but still kept her eye fixed upon the vacancy. "Hast thou not beckoned me hither, and am I not come?" returned she, in a hollow tone. "And now thou asketh wherefore I am here because, as in thy life I feared thee not, neither in death do I fear thee. I am here because—" "What sayest thou?" interrupted Peter, with ill-suppressed terror. "What see I? Ha, ha!" shouted Lady Rookwood, amidst discordant laughter, "that which might appall a heart less stout than mine, a figure anguish-riven, with veins that glow as with a subtle and consuming flame. A substance yet a shadow, in thy living likeness. Ha, frown if thou wilt, I can return thy glances." "Where dost thou see this vision?" demanded Allen. "Where?" echoed Lady Rookwood, becoming for the first time sensible of the presence of a stranger. "Ha, who are you that question me? What are you? Speak." "No matter who or what I am," returned Allen, "I ask you what you behold." "Can you see nothing?" "Nothing," replied Allen. "You knew Sir Piers Rookwood?" "Is it he?" asked Allen, drawing near her. "It is," replied Lady Rookwood. "I have followed him hither, and I will follow him whithersoever he leads me, were it to—" "What doth he now?" asked Allen. "Do you see him still?" "The figure points to that sarcophagus," returned Lady Rookwood. "Can you raise up the lid?" "No," replied Allen, "my strength will not avail to lift it." "Yet let the trial be made," said Lady Rookwood. "The figure points there still, my own arm shall aid you." Allen watched her in dumb wonder. She advanced towards the marble monument, and beckoned him to follow. He reluctantly complied. Without any expectation of being able to move the ponderous lid of the sarcophagus, at Lady Rookwood's renewed request he applied himself to the task. What was his surprise, when, beneath their united efforts, he found the ponderous slab slowly revolve upon its vast hinges, and, with little further difficulty, it was completely elevated. Though it still required the exertion of all Allen's strength to prop it open, and prevent its falling back. "What does it contain?" asked Lady Rookwood. "A warrior's ashes," returned Allen. "There is a rusty dagger upon a fold of faded linen," cried Lady Rookwood, holding down the light. "It is the weapon with which the first dame of the house of Rookwood was stabbed," said Allen, with a grim smile. "Which whoso findeth in the tomb shall clutch until the hour of doom. And when 'tis grasped by hand of clay, the curse of blood shall pass away. So saith the rhyme. Have you seen enough?" "No," said Lady Rookwood, precipitating herself into the marble coffin. "That weapon shall be mine." Come forth," cried Allen. "My arm trembles, I cannot support the lid." "I will have it, though I grasp it to eternity," shrieked Lady Rookwood, vainly endeavouring to wrest away the dagger, which was fastened, together with the linen upon which it lay, by some adhesive substance to the bottom of the shell. At this moment Allen Rookwood happened to cast his eye upward, and he then beheld what filled him with new terror. The axe of the sable statue was poised above its head, as in the act to strike him. Some secret machinery, it was evident, existed between the sarcophagus lid and this mysterious image. But in the first impulse of his alarm Allen abandoned his hold of the slab, and it sunk slowly downwards. He uttered a loud cry as it moved. Lady Rookwood heard this cry. She raised herself at the same moment. The dagger was in her hand. She pressed it against the lid, but its downward force was too great to be withstood. The light was within the sarcophagus, and Allen could discern her features. The expression was terrible. She uttered one shriek and the lid closed forever. Allen was in total darkness. The light had been enclosed with Lady Rookwood. There was something so horrible in her probable fate, that even he shuddered as he thought upon it. Exerting all his remaining strength, he essayed to raise the lid, but now it was more firmly closed than ever. It defied all his power. Once, for an instant, he fancied that it yielded to his straining sinews, but it was only his hand that slided upon the surface of the marble. It was fixed, immovable. The sides and lid rang with the strokes which the unfortunate lady bestowed upon them with the dagger's point, but those sounds were not long heard. Presently all was still, the marble ceased to vibrate with her blows. Alan struck the lid with his knuckles, but no response was returned. All was silent. He now turned his attention to his own situation, which had become sufficiently alarming. An hour must have elapsed, yet Luke had not arrived. The door of the vault was closed, the key was in the lock, and on the outside. He was himself a prisoner within the tomb. What if Luke should not return? What if he were slain, as it might chance, in the enterprise? That thought flashed across his brain like an electric shock. None knew of his retreat but his grandson. He might perish of famine within this desolate vault. He checked this notion as soon as it was formed, it was too dreadful to be indulged in. 1,000 circumstances might conspire to detain Luke. He was sure to come. Yet the solitude, the darkness was awful, almost intolerable. The dying and the dead were around him. He dared not stir. Another hour, an age it seemed to him, had passed. Still Luke came not. Horrible forebodings crossed him, but he would not surrender himself to them. He rose, and crawled in the direction, as he supposed, of the door, fearful, even of the stealthy sound of his own footsteps. He reached it, and his heart once more throbbed with hope. He bent his ear to the key, he drew in his breath, he listened for some sound, but nothing was to be heard. A groan would have been almost music in his ears. Another hour was gone. He was now a prey to the most frightful apprehensions, agitated in turns by the wildest emotions of rage and terror. He at one moment imagined that Luke had abandoned him, and heaped curses upon his head. At the next, convinced that he had fallen, he bewailed with equal bitterness his grandson's fate and his own. He paced the tomb like one distracted, he stamped upon the iron plate, he smote with his hands upon the door. He shouted, and the vault hollowly echoed his lamentations. But time's sand ran on, and Luke arrived not. Alan now abandoned himself wholly to despair. He could no longer anticipate his grandson's coming, no longer hope for deliverance. His fate was sealed. Death awaited him. He must anticipate his slow but inevitable stroke, enduring all the grinding horrors of starvation. The contemplation of such an end was madness, but he was forced to contemplate it now. And so appalling did it appear to his imagination, that he half resolved to dash out his brains against the walls of the sepulchre, and put an end at once to his tortures. And nothing, except a doubt whether he might not, by imperfectly accomplishing his purpose, increase his own suffering, prevented him from putting this dreadful idea into execution. His dagger was gone, and he had no other weapon. Terrors of a new kind now assailed him. The dead, he fancied, were bursting from their coffins, and he peopled the darkness with grisly phantoms. They were around about him on each side, whirling and rustling, gibbering, groaning, shrieking, laughing, and lamenting. He was stunned, stifled. The air seemed to grow suffocating, pestilential, the wild laughter was redoubled. The horrible troop assailed him, they dragged him along the tomb, and amid their howls he fell, and became insensible. When he returned to himself, it was some time before he could collect his scattered faculties. And when the agonizing consciousness of his terrible situation forced itself upon his mind, he had nigh relapsed into oblivion. He arose. He rushed towards the door, he knocked against it with his knuckles till the blood streamed from them. He scratched against it with his nails till they were torn off by the roots. With insane fury he hurled himself against the iron frame, it was in vain. Again he had recourse to the trapdoor. He searched for it, he found it. He laid himself upon the ground. There was no interval of space in which he could insert a finger's point. He beat it with his clenched hand, he tore it with his teeth, he jumped upon it, he smote it with his heel. The iron returned a sullen sound. He again essayed the lid of the sarcophagus. Despair nerved his strength. He raised the slab a few inches. He shouted, screamed, but no answer was returned, and again the lid fell. "She is dead," cried Alan. "Why have I not shared her fate? But mine is to come. And such a death, oh, oh." And, frenzied at the thought, he again hurried to the door, and renewed his fruitless attempts to escape, till nature gave way, and he sank upon the floor, groaning and exhausted. Physical suffering now began to take the place of his mental tortures. Parched and consumed with a fierce internal fever, he was tormented by unappeasable thirst, of all human ills the most unendurable. His tongue was dry and dusty, his throat inflamed, his lips had lost all moisture. He licked the humid floor, he sought to imbibe the nitrous drops from the walls, but, instead of allaying his thirst, they increased it. He would have given the world, had he possessed it, for a draught of cold spring water. Oh, to have died with his lips upon some bubbling fountain's marge! But to perish thus! Nor were the pangs of hunger wanting. He had to endure all the horrors of famine, as well as the agonies of quenchless thirst. In this dreadful state 3 days and nights passed over Alan's faded head. Nor night nor day had he. Time, with him, was only measured by its duration, and that seemed interminable. Each hour added to his suffering, and brought with it no relief. During this period of prolonged misery reason often tottered on her throne. Sometimes he was under the influence of the wildest passions. He dragged coffins from their recesses, hurled them upon the ground, striving to break them open and drag forth their loathsome contents. Upon other occasions he would weep bitterly and wildly, and once, only once, did he attempt to pray, but he started from his knees with an echo of infernal laughter, as he deemed, ringing in his ears. Then, again, would he call down imprecations upon himself and his whole line, trampling upon the pile of coffins he had reared. And lastly, more subdued, would creep to the boards that contained the body of his child, kissing them with a frantic outbreak of affection. At length he became sensible of his approaching dissolution. To him the thought of death might well be terrible, but he quailed not before it, or rather seemed, in his latest moments, to resume all his wonted firmness of character. Gathering together his remaining strength, he dragged himself towards the niche wherein his brother, Sir Reginald Rookwood, was deposited, and placing his hand upon the coffin, solemnly exclaimed, "My curse, my dying curse, be upon thee evermore." Falling with his face upon the coffin, Alan instantly expired. In this attitude his remains were discovered. L'envoi. Our tale is told. Yet, perhaps, we may be allowed to add a few words respecting two of the subordinate characters of our melodrama we ought to say, namely Jerry Juniper and the Knight of Malta. What became of the Caper merchant's son after his flight from Kilburn Wells we have never been able distinctly to ascertain. Juniper, however, would seem to be a sort of wandering Jew, for certain it is, that somebody very like him is extant still, and to be met with at Jerry's old haunts. Indeed, we have no doubt of encountering him at the ensuing meetings of Ascot and Hampton. As regards the Knight of Malta, Knight of Rhodes, he should have been, we are sorry to state that the career of the ruffler terminated in a madhouse, and thus the poor knight became in reality a hospitaller. According to the custom observed in those establishments, the knight was deprived of his luxuriant locks, and the loss of his beard rendered his case incurable. But, in the meantime, the barber of the place made his fortune by retailing the materials of all the black wigs he could collect to the impostor's dupes. Such is the latest piece of intelligence that has reached us of the arch-hoaxer of Canterbury. Turpin, why disguise it, was hanged at York in 1739. His firmness deserted him not at the last. When he mounted the fatal tree his left leg trembled. He stamped it impatiently down, and, after a brief chat with the hangman, threw himself suddenly and resolutely from the ladder. His sufferings would appear to have been slight, as he himself sang. He died, not as other men, by degrees, but at once, without wincing, and quite at his ease. We may, in some other place, lay before the reader the particulars, and they are not incurious, of the night before Larry was stretched. The remains of the vagrant highwayman found a final resting place in the desecrated churchyard of St. George, without the Fishergate postern, a green and grassy cemetery, but withal a melancholy one. A few recent tombs mark out the spots where some of the victims of the pestilence of 1832–33 have been interred, but we have made vain search for Turpin's grave, unless, as is more than probable, the plain stone with the simple initials R.T. belongs to him. The gyves by which he was fettered are still shown at York Castle, and are of prodigious weight and strength. And though the Herculean robber is said to have moved in them with ease, the present turnkey was scarcely able to lift the ponderous irons. An old woman of the same city has a lock of hair, said to have been Turpin's, which she avouches her grandfather cut off from the body after the execution, and which the believers look upon with great reverence. O rare Dick Turpin! We shall, perhaps, be accused of dilating too much upon the character of the highwayman, and we plead guilty to the charge. But we found it impossible to avoid running a little into extremes. Our earliest associations are connected with sunny scenes in Cheshire, said to have been haunted by Turpin, and with one very dear to us, from whose lips, now, alas, silent, we have listened to many stories of his exploits. He was a sort of hero. We have had a singular delight in recounting his feats and hairbreadth escapes, and if the reader derives only half as much pleasure from the perusal of his adventures as we have had in narrating them, our satisfaction will be complete. Perhaps, we may have placed him in too favorable a point of view, and yet we know not. As upon those of more important personages, many doubts rest upon his history. Such as we conceive him to have been, we have drawn him, hoping that the benevolent reader, upon finishing our tale, will arrive at the same conclusion. And, in the words of the quaint old prologue to the Prince of Prigg's Revels, thank that man can make each thief a complete Roshan.